Douluo, the old Yao lives in my body. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 76, Flame of Beast Fire Explosion. With the Yinfeng pearl on him, Yang Fan felt that he was walking with the wind. Thinking of the Puyi clan, which was already within reach, his pace was unknowingly accelerating. He came back this time to prepare a gift for his grandfather, Immortal Grass. When he left the Puyi clan 3 years ago, his grandfather Yang Wudi had just been promoted to Sol Douluo. He didn't know if the old man had made any progress in the past 3 years. However, if he wanted his grandfather to become a titled Douluo, the most direct way he could think of was to use the immortal herbs. This was what he wanted to see. A titled Douluo was of extraordinary significance to the entire family. Take the Elephant Armor sect for example. If Hu Yansan was a titled Douluo now, the Elephant Armor sect would definitely be more than just ranked 6th among the 7 major sects. Yang Fan thought as he rushed towards Yunluo City. At this moment, the air around him suddenly became sticky, and the leaves that were swaying in the wind just now seemed to be completely still at this moment. Yang Fan's hair stood on end. His long experience of living in the Soul Beast Forest told him that danger had quietly arrived. Be careful in front of you. Yao Lao's reminder already meant the size of this trouble. As soon as he finished speaking, the Soul Beast Forest in front of him suddenly shook violently, and a gust of wind with a strong stench came. Clouds from dragons, winds from tigers. Yang Fan guessed the type of this soul beast in just a moment. However, before he could think about it, a fiery red behemoth had squeezed through the dense trees in front of him and rushed out of the forest. Yang Fan, who had been prepared, rolled forward to avoid the attack of the behemoth, and at the same time he saw the true appearance of this behemoth. Explosive Flame Tiger. Another explosive flame tiger. However, when he saw the huge size of this explosive flame tiger, no matter what method he used, he could not suppress the restlessness in his heart. Long-term experience in surviving in the Soul Beast Forest allowed Yang Fan to identify the level of this explosive flame tiger with a body length of more than 7 meters at a glance. 50,000 years. Only a soul beast of 50,000 years can reach a terrifying length of 7 meters. Yang Fan was confused. The appearance of a 3,000-year-old explosive flame tiger in the outer circle of the Soul Beast Forest can be explained by common sense, but a 50,000-year-old soul beast, the irritable tiger, did not give Yang Fan too much time to think. After a missed attack, the sharp and powerful tiger claws slapped Yang Fan. Without Zhu Xiaogang's concerns, Yang Fan could indeed let go and attack wantonly, but the colorful beast in front of him was no longer the same as before. The 50,000-year-old explosive flame tiger is already equivalent to the level of a human soul saint. With such a huge difference in strength, Yang Fan suffered a loss in the first fight. You bastard. The 50,000-year-old explosive flame tiger is indeed powerful, but Yang Fan is no longer the 6-year-old boy who just came out of Yunluo City with a confused face. The 39th level soul power makes him look inferior to the 50,000-year-old soul beast, but the strength of a 2-star fighter makes him not as simple as he looks at the moment. Flame Dividing Wave Ruler. The powerful earth level fighting skills were used, and the surging fighting spirit came in waves from all directions, blocking all the retreat routes of the explosive flame tiger. Raw. The explosive flame tiger did not retreat but advanced, obviously not taking Yang Fan's attack seriously. The beast lowered its wide head and rushed towards the fighting spirit heat wave. The collision between the two produced a dull sound. The explosive flame tiger staggered after being hit, and it was obvious that it did not expect the earth level fighting skills to exert such a terrifying power. However, the next second, the irritable beast adjusted its body and rushed towards Yang Fan again. Yang Fan's body quickly rotated, and he used the power of his waist and abdomen to smash the Xuantian ruler in his hand. The Xuantian ruler can suppress the power in the Soul Master's body, and it can also suppress the power in the Soul Beast's body. Yang Fan had personally tested this before. At the same time, Yang Fan exerted force on his feet and rushed forward. The flames rose and turned into fists. At the moment when the explosion flame tiger attacked the Xuantian ruler, he seized the opportunity and punched the tiger's head. The eightfold dark power burst out. Yang Fan wanted to use this punch to twist the brain center of the explosion flame tiger, but he still underestimated the terrifying strength of the 50,000-year soul beast. This punch not only did not seriously injure the explosion flame tiger, but also completely angered the beast. Roar! The explosion flame tiger roared to the sky, and a ball of hot flame spewed out of its bloody mouth. While the explosion flame tiger was furious, Yang Fan was naturally not idle. The big killer soul bomb was ready to go. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. This time, the combination of fighting spirit and soul power made him many times faster. At the same time as the flame spewed out of the mouth of the explosion flame tiger, the soul bomb was also sent out in Yang Fan's palms. Boom. Two balls of energy gas collided in the air, and the hot air waves generated were reversed. This was the first time Yang Fan used his own power to create such a powerful collision. At this moment, the air that was squeezing against each other made Yang Fan feel that his tender face was squeezed and twisted, and the strong heat wave pushed his body back continuously. Yang Fan was glad that he was a soul master of fire attribute. If he was a soul master of other attributes, I'm afraid that his old face would have been roasted and cracked. Beast fire? Yao Lao's tone was full of suspicion and surprise. The next second, Yao Lao said with certainty, it is beast fire. This explosive flame tiger has beast fire in its body. At this moment, even Yao Lao began to get excited. Beast fire only appears in fire attribute soul beasts, and only top level soul beasts with high age habit. It is the origin fire of the soul beast itself. The rarity of this thing is even higher than soul bones. Beast fire? Yang Fan's eyes lit up, and he looked at the soul beast in front of him, and no longer regarded it as just a beast as before. Doesn't the appearance of beast fire mean that his burning art can be further improved? Master. Yang Fan's fiery eyes were cast on Yao Lao's face. Many years of master-disciple relationship. How could Yao Lao not understand what Yang Fan wanted to express in his eyes? The next moment, Yao Lao took action himself, and his huge fighting spirit completely suppressed the 50,000-year-old explosive flame tiger. The explosive flame tiger is not a spiritual soul master like Shinan. With Yang Fan's current strength, it is simply impossible to deal with such a powerful soul beast. If it was just an ordinary 50,000-year-old soul beast, it would be understandable to use it to train the little apprentice, but the appearance of the beast fire changed everything in an instant. Delay leads to change. In a dangerous place like the soul beast forest, where a turnaround can happen in the blink of an eye, Yao Lao had to take decisive action to prevent more trouble. Silly boy. The beast fire is in its body. Yang Fan's eyes at this moment were extremely firm, and he even named the first beast fire in his life. Explosive flame. Chapter 77. Comprehensive improvement of strength. I want it all. One cut. Yang Fan indeed found a ball of origin fire in the body of the exploding flame tiger. Is this the beast fire? It is called a flame, but it looks a bit like the inner elixir of a soul beast. The color of this beast fire looks a bit like the fairy grass fire of the fiery apricot, but it is not as strong as the fairy grass fire. There is no need for Yao Lao to introduce it. He can judge by himself that the quality of this beast fire is far inferior to the fairy grass fire he swallowed before. Swallow. Even if the quality of the exploding flame is not as good as the fiery apricot, he will not miss this once in a lifetime opportunity. This is one of the advantages of the burning art. Although it is only low-level yellow at the beginning, it can allow practitioners to swallow flames continuously, and there is no upper limit to the number of swallows. Yang Fan now only hopes that this exploding flame that he encountered today can make his burning art undergo another transformation. Eat it. Yang Fan turned slightly and found that a small snow-white pill suddenly appeared in Yao Lao's palm. The pill appeared in front of him. Yang Fan felt a coolness coming towards him. Are you ready? Yao Lao could have let Yang Fan swallow the pills with the help of the pills, but he didn't do it. Potential bursts under heavy pressure. The appearance of the beast fire is Yang Fan's opportunity, but it is also a great opportunity to reach the limit of his body. Ready? Yang Fan took a long breath and nodded heavily. With the experience of swallowing the fairy grass fire for the first time, Yang Fan's operation has become more and more skillful. He first operated the burning formula to make the internal skills and the flame of the explosion produce some weak reactions, and then use the fighting spirit to protect all the organs of the body. After doing all this, he took a deep breath again, held the flame of the explosion with both hands, and swallowed it all in one go. In an instant, Yang Fan felt a ball of hot magma explode in his mouth, and then went down along his throat, and he could feel it clearly wherever he went. The heat made Yang Fan's body tremble, and his brows frowned. Hold on. Use your skills to refine this beast fire just like last time. Remember, make sure to reserve space for this beast fire in your body, otherwise the collision between the two in your body will cause you to explode and die. Although Yao Lao did not choose to let Yang Fan take the pill that was conducive to swallowing the beast fire, his words accompanied by powerful soul power protected Yang Fan's brain. With Yao Lao's constant guidance, Yang Fan's refining process of the beast fire began to get on track. He first used his fighting spirit to wrap the explosion flame. Although the fighting spirit would be quickly consumed by the burning of the explosion flame during this process, it also bought time for his refining and prevented the beast fire from raging in his body. Then, the burning art began to operate in his body, launching a continuous fierce attack on the foreign invader. The refining process of the beast fire was smoother than Yao Lao imagined. After all, it was just a beast fire. The more powerful fairy grass fire had been refined by Yang Fan, let alone this kind of gadget. In less than an hour, Yang Fan had already completed the swallowing of the beast fire. He slowly opened his eyes. The explosive flame had become a part of his body. Boom. The flames rose. A ball of light red flames over a foot long suddenly appeared in the palm of his right hand. Beast fire. This was the first beast fire he had swallowed in his life. He could use soul power and fighting spirit to create soul energy. Now that he had two kinds of flames, Yang Fan felt that he had a powerful weapon again. He didn't even care about the excitement of having beast fire. He couldn't wait to focus on his inner vision to check his own situation. He suddenly opened his eyes. He said excitedly, "Master, the burning art has evolved." Yes. The burning art has undergone another transformation. It has been promoted from the intermediate yellow rank to the advanced yellow rank. HMM. Although Yao Lao was not as excited as Yang Fan, he couldn't hide the joy on his face. The burning art was able to be improved again thanks to the fiery apricot that he had swallowed before. It was because of the flames of the fiery apricot that the burning technique was upgraded to the intermediate level of the yellow rank. Otherwise, how could the beast fire, provided by a 50,000-year-old soul beast, have such a great ability to upgrade the burning technique? Master, I'm now 4-star Daoshi. Although Yang Fan has been tempering his soul power during the 6 months of alchemy in Qiandao City, his own cultivation has not fallen behind. Not only has his soul power been upgraded to level 39, but he has also been promoted from a 1-star Daoshi to a 2-star. And this time, the swallowing of the beast fire has even promoted him to 2 stars. Little guy, don't be so happy so early. Look over there. Yang Fan looked in the direction of Yao Lao's finger, and there was a striking black soul ring floating in the air. This soul ring belonged to the exploding flame tiger that had just died. Surprises continued. When Yang Fan understood what Yao Lao meant, he immediately felt his own soul power level breakthrough. The swallowing of the beast fire allowed him to successfully break through the barrier of the soul sect, and now all he needed was a soul ring. Beast fire, 4-star fighting master, yellow level advanced technique, soul sect. He didn't know how to be happy now. Can I do it? Although the fire attribute and powerful attack of the exploding flame tiger are very consistent with his cultivation route, that is a 50,000-year soul ring. Silly boy, you have no confidence now? How can you know your limit if you don't try it? In Yao Lao's view, cultivation can't be done step by step. A talented cultivator who follows the rules is indeed likely to become a strong person, but this kind of strength is the kind that cannot surpass the rules. He has always hoped that Yang Fan can continue to explore on the road of cultivation. Don't worry. Master is here. If it weren't for the half-year soul tempering in Xiandao City, if it weren't for the accidental swallowing of a ball of beast fire, if it weren't for Yang Fan's promotion to a 4-star fighting master, if it weren't for the overall improvement of strength, Yao Lao would never let Yang Fan try the 50,000-year soul ring. Master, I'm ready. Yao Lao's encouragement undoubtedly brought great confidence to Yang Fan. He can do it again. Yang Fan looked up at the 50,000-year black soul ring in the air. It would be a lie to say that he was not excited at this moment. Get ready and start. As a person who has experienced it, Yao Lao understood Yang Fan's inner feelings at the moment. The little guy's strength has just been comprehensively improved, and he doesn't know how thick and long he is. In this case, it is inevitable that he is afraid of the 50,000-year soul ring. Time waits for no one. Seeing that the soul ring suspended in the air has shown signs of dissipating, Yang Fan chose not to hesitate. He took a deep breath, sat cross-legged on the ground, and began to form seals with his hands to pull the soul ring towards himself. Chapter 78 The current situation of the Puyi clan. From day to night, and then from night to day, the 50,000-year soul ring brought more trouble to Yang Fan than he had imagined. During the absorption process, he felt that his body would burst several times due to the energy of the 50,000-year soul ring. Fortunately, Yao Lao was by his side and pulled him back from the gates of hell. Yang Fan didn't dare to think about what he would be like now without Yao Lao. After 3 days and 3 nights of absorption, this 50,000-year black soul ring belonging to the exploding flame tiger was finally put on him. Yang Fan slowly spread out his right hand, and the martial soul, the soul-breaking spear, had appeared in his palm. The blessing of the 4th soul ring made his soul-breaking spear even thicker. Martial souls are like this. Whether it is a weapon martial soul, a beast martial soul, or some alternative martial souls, they will change imperceptibly as the soul master's strength increases. For example, when the martial soul was just awakened, even if it was fully released, the soul-breaking spear was only slightly longer than the height of a 6-year-old child. However, as the strength increases, the soul-breaking spear will continue to grow longer, and the tip of the spear will become sharper. Soul Douluo, like his grandfather, has evolved the soul-breaking spear into a 10-foot-long spear. Of course, the changes to Yang Fan's soul-breaking spear after he was promoted to soul sect are far more than that. The blessing of the 4th soul ring makes the red flame pattern on the gun body clearer, forming a more vivid contrast with the pitch black gun body, deep and violent. In addition to the changes in the martial soul, the soul-breaking spear also provides him with a powerful skill. The 4th soul skill, Explosion. As the name suggests, this skill provides him with a terrifying explosion. This 50,000-year soul ring that he just absorbed brought him 2 improvements. The first is the 100% increase in all attributes after absorbing the soul ring. This increase is added to his body. In other words, this is already a kind of power that exists in him, even if he does not release his martial soul. It can also benefit him when he performs fighting skills. However, after releasing the 4th soul skill, he will also gain a 400% increase in all attributes. The key is that this increased skill is different from the previous ones. It has no duration. In other words, as long as he wants this skill to remain in the open state until the soul power is exhausted. Yang Fan estimated that with the terrifying recovery effect of the 6th grade elixir blue silver soul bone pill, he felt that this skill could be kept on all the time, unless a powerful attack consumed a lot of his fighting spirit. The most terrifying thing, when this skill is turned on, it can also reduce most of the pain. Yang Fan couldn't tell exactly how much it reduced. He couldn't be so stupid as to hit his head against a rock. Overall, this skill has made a qualitative change in his strength. With his current strength, if there is a 50,000-year-old explosive flame tiger standing in front of him, he can fight it. It's so cool. This improvement in strength made Yang Fan feel indescribably wonderful. He looked at the midday sun through the dense jungle, adjusted his state, and continued to set off. The journey that could have been completed in 1 day took him 3 days. Such a delay did not bother Yang Fan. If he had a choice, he would rather come a few more times. The Puyi clan, the Fan Fang that Yao Lao left behind did bring about earth-shaking changes in the lives of the Puyi clan. The family was expanded, the fighting arena was renovated, and the people of the family had a better life and practice. Everything seemed to be moving in a good direction. However, there were unexpected events. Some time ago, the members of the Puyi family were in trouble with the Xiangjia sect on the way to transport blood coagulation powder for the nobles of Xingluo City. All the medicines worth 300,000 gold soul coins were destroyed. This is my fault. The elder of the family, Yang Wufa, had red eyes at this time. That was a cargo of 300,000 gold soul coins, more than half of the property of the entire Puyi family. And he was the person in charge of escorting the medicine this time. Okay. How can you be blamed for this? Those bastards of the Xiangjia sect were obviously well prepared. Yang Wufa felt even more guilty. It was me who didn't take the family's blood coagulation powder seriously, and I didn't manage my people well. If this matter could be resolved by death, Yang Wufa would not hesitate to pierce his throat with the broken soul spear. The reason why he is still sitting here is that he hopes that this soul saint can make up for his guilt towards the family, even if it means letting go of his obsession. Don't blame yourself. Even if I go there myself, I will definitely fight these bastards to the end. Yang Wudi has already understood the whole story. The Elephant Armor sect had long been eyeing the big business of the Puyi clan and took advantage of the short time when Yang Wufa was away to have a conflict with them. When the two sides fought, the Elephant Armor sect directly targeted their blood coagulation powder. Damn it. We should make those bastards of the Elephant Armor sect pay compensation. Pay? How? These guys with thicker skins than steel plates will definitely insist that we started it first. The brothers Yang Wufa and Yang Wushan could only argue in the family meeting hall at this time. That's 300,000 gold soul coins. Now even if all the savings of the entire family are taken out, it can't be made up. Third brother, how much money can we take out now? 100,000. Although the life of the Puyi clan has improved in the past 2 years, it is only compared with before. The miserable life in the past 2 years has made them close to being penniless. If it weren't for the family's skill in refining medicine, perhaps their current life would not be much different from that of the minimum family. It's useless even if we can get the money together. The delivery deadline is only 10 days away. Even if we have the money to buy new herbs, it's impossible to refine the blood coagulation powder in such a short time. The dual difficulties of money and refining made Yang Wudi fall into despair. The Puyi family finally opened up this channel for transactions with the nobles of the Xingluo Empire, but their second cooperation had such a big problem. Yang Wudi pondered for a long time. Tomorrow I will take these 100,000 gold soul coins to Xingluo City. 100,000 gold soul coins may not be a big deal for the nobles of Xingluo City, but this is all the Puyi family has. He must let the Xingluo nobles feel the apology of the Puyi family. Patriarch. Patriarch. Yang Fan is back. The sadness on Yang Wudi's old face instantly turned into surprise. Yang Fan. The grandson he missed day and night. Back. Where is he? Where is he? The sorrow of the destroyed herbs was diluted by longing at this moment, but there was still a hint of worry in Yang Wudi's trembling heart. He hoped that the one who came back was the healthy and lively Yang Fan, not already in the front yard. I haven't seen him for 3 years, and this kid has become much stronger. The joy on the faces of the tribesmen dispelled Yang Wudi's worries. Take me there. Chapter 79 Yang Wudi's shock. The news of Yang Fan's return quickly spread in the Puyi clan. The clan members gathered around to see what changes had taken place in this kid, who had worried them for 3 years. The family had suffered a lot from Yang Fan in the past 3 years. This was absolutely true. Since Yang Fan left quietly, the clan members began to ask around. This search lasted for 3 years. Even now, when they go out to buy medicinal materials or deliver medicines, they will ask people about Yang Fan's whereabouts. However, during this inquiry, they dare not make too much noise, because Yang Fan is the first member of the Puyi clan whose innate soul power exceeds level 7, and he is also the first person in the family to have innate full soul power. After the awakening ceremony, the clan leader and elders repeatedly ordered them to keep their mouths shut about Yang Fan. If the fact that Yang Fan had innate full soul power was known by the Wuhan Hall or the forces that had grudges against the Puyi clan, there was a 10,000% chance that he would be assassinated, and even the entire family would suffer a heavy blow again. The adults in the family naturally understood the pros and cons. The children in the clan are usually kept in the clan for cultivation and have almost no chance to contact the outside world. So at that moment, Yang Fan's innate full soul power was concealed. Uncle San, I'm back. Yang Fan's tone was full of guilt. He knew that his leaving without saying goodbye must have brought trouble to the clan. But if he didn't do this, would he be here today? Would he have the strength of a 4-star fighter and a soul master? Would he have 2 different flames in his body? Would he get soul bones and immortal herbs? Definitely not. Although he would definitely receive special treatment if he stayed in the clan, the greenhouse could not give him the cruel survival experience and rich combat experience. Not only would he not be here now, but he would also occupy the clan's share of cultivation resources. Okay, you kid has eaten a lot of good things outside in the past few years. Look at this head, it's half a head taller than these guys in the clan. Yang Fan's return made the clan members look happy. Yang Fan, who was innately full of soul power, was the hope of the entire clan at the moment his martial soul awakened. There is no doubt about this. Xiao Fan. Although they hadn't seen each other for 3 years, Grandpa Yang Wudi's voice still sounded so familiar. Grandpa Yang Wudi's change was not as big as expected. He was energetic. He was still the indomitable Yang Wudi. Yang Wudi came to Yang Fan like lightning, making the 10-meter distance only a blink of an eye. Stinky boy, you're finally back. Crystal tears flashed in Yang Wudi's old eyes, but he covered it up the next moment. Before this, he had thought too much about the scene after Yang Fan came back. Hang him up and beat him up first. Tell this kid the dangers of a congenital full soul wandering on the Douluo Continent. Give all the family's cultivation resources to Yang Fan. Wait. However, after they really met, Yang Wudi couldn't say a word. 3 years. Do you know how he spent these 3 years? When Yang Wudi was checking Yang Fan's body, he suddenly made a different discovery. You all go and do your own things. We, the grandfather and grandson, still have a lot to say. Backyard. Yang Fan pushed open the door. It was still the familiar house and the same furnishings as when he left. The moment he stepped into the room, Yang Fan's spirit seemed to be in a trance, as if he had returned to the night he had just left 3 years ago. The room was very clean. Yang Fan could see that someone must come to clean it regularly. The experience of the Poyi clan made them no longer trust outsiders, so there were no servants in the family, which meant that the person who came to clean the room regularly must be the grandfather. Stinky boy, you have been training outside for the past few years. What level of soul power is it now? After confirming Yang Fan's physical health, Yang Wudi also focused on the most important thing. If a soul-breaking spear soul master with innate full soul power wastes his talent, he, Yang Wudi, will be sorry for the efforts of several generations of his ancestors. However, Yang Wudi also had some answers in his heart at this time. He clearly felt a flow of soul power when he checked Yang Fan's body. A little cockroach. However, before the soul master releases the martial soul, the flow of soul power is vague, and even Yang Wudi, a soul Douluo, cannot judge the exact level. He could only say that Yang Fan was stronger than those little guys who awakened their martial spirits at the same time. And much stronger. Grandpa, watch out. When facing other people, Yang Fan had to be more careful. But there were 2 people in this world that Yang Fan could not hide from. One was Yao Lao, and the other was Grandpa Yang Wudi. Yang Fan's mind moved slightly. The moment the soul-breaking spear was in his hand, the soul rings under his feet began to jump out one after another in order. When the first soul ring appeared, Yang Wudi was already stunned. The first ring of 1,000 years. He simply couldn't believe his eyes. At first he thought it was because of old eyesight, but when he calmed down, he was sure that this was the purple 1,000 years. You know, no soul master on the Douluo Continent can absorb 1,000 years in the first soul ring, even if it is the innate full soul power. However, when the third black soul ring appeared, Yang Wudi's breathing seemed to stop, and the air in the whole room was still. The whole room was dead silent for a moment. If the first ring of 1,000 years can be explained by Yang Fan's physical training before the martial spirit awakened, what about 10,000 years? The mental impact of the 10,000 year soul ring is a difficulty to overcome even for a Soul King level soul master. He felt that the flow of soul power in Yang Fan's body was very strong, but he never expected that his grandson would be so abnormal. The unconventional soul ring ratio, coupled with the soul master strength that was completely inconsistent with his age, has caused Yang Wudi's cognition of this world to begin to collapse. His inner surprise has gradually turned into fear. Xiao Fan. How many people know about your soul ring? Yang Wudi's lips began to tremble as he spoke. Such a perverted soul ring ratio is more shocking than the innate full soul power. Once it is spread out, not to mention the Wuhan Hall, any force in Douluo Continent will pay attention. Grandpa, don't worry. I have never shown my soul ring in front of outsiders. You are the only one in the world who knows. Yang Fan looked at his grandfather's surprised eyes, and his heart became excited. I like the way Grandpa has never seen the world. Promise, Grandpa. Never show your spirit ring in public, even to our clansmen, unless your life is in danger. Yang Fan certainly knew the pros and cons of this, and he had done the same in the past few years. Tell Grandpa, what exactly have you experienced in the past 3 years? Yang Wudi's expression suddenly became solemn, more serious than ever before. He had heard from Old White Bird in his early years that there was an evil practice on the Douluo Continent that could make the strength of spirit masters soar. However, the price of doing so was to consume one's own life. Yang Wudi didn't know if there was such an evil practice in this world, but when he saw the changes in Yang Fan in the past 3 years, his mind was suddenly filled with Old White Bird's words. Grandpa, don't be so nervous. Yang Fan had long known that this was a question he could not avoid, so he had already thought of the answer on the way here. He told Grandpa everything about his experiences in the past 3 years. It was a mixture of truth and lies. He told Grandpa the reason for the sudden increase in strength after obtaining the immortal herbs, and at the same time, hid the existence of Yao Lao, immortal medicinal herbs. Before Yang Wudi had time to ask carefully, Yang Fan had already taken out the answer from the storage soul guide. In his hand, there was a huge chrysanthemum. The whole chrysanthemum was seamless, but there was no fragrance. The stamen in the center was more than half a foot higher than the petals, and the top of the stamen shone with a faint golden glow. Qirang Tongshan chrysanthemum? How could Yang Wudi not recognize this thing? Thinking back to the battle between the Spirit Hall and the Haotian sect, Yu Guan was the main force in the vanguard. Yang Wudi, who had been refining medicine for many years, saw the wonderfulness of this Qirang Tongshan chrysanthemum at a glance. This was an immortal product he had never seen in his life. Grandpa, this immortal medicinal herb is for you. This is the gift he prepared for his grandfather. The effect of Qirang Tongshan chrysanthemum is to circulate qi in the limbs, circulate blood in the 8 meridians, and cultivate an indestructible body. Judging from the description of Qirang Tongshan chrysanthemum alone, this immortal medicinal herb does not seem to have anything to do with the powerful attack of the soul-breaking spear. However, it would be a big mistake to think like that. Everyone knows that the soul-breaking spear soul master takes the ultimate attack route, but many people don't know that this kind of head-on battle is very dependent on physical strength. Once the physical strength is not at the same level as the opponent, this kind of head-on battle is like hitting a rock with an egg. Give it to me. Yang Wudi's nose suddenly felt sour, and then he said, you need this Qirang Tongshan more than Grandpa. Grandpa, I have already absorbed a more powerful fairy grade herb, which not only provides me with a strong body, but also makes my spiritual power leap up, which is why I'm now a foreign soul master. You also know that the effect of soul masters absorbing fairy grade herbs many times is very small. Yang Wudi wanted to refuse again, but Yang Fan's next sentence made him unable to speak. Grandpa, the Poue clan needs a titled Douluo. Yang Wudi's heart trembled violently with this sentence. Yes. If he can become a titled Douluo, the life of the Poue clan is bound to change, and the lackeys of the Wuhan Hall, such as the Xiangjia sect, will never shit on their heads again from now on. Yang Wudi stared at the brilliantly blooming Qirang Tongshan chrysanthemum in front of him. Yang Wudi was half believing and half doubting Yang Fan's story about his experience. He believed that Yang Fan really had immortal herbs, really became a soul master, and really had 4 soul rings that were different from ordinary people. He also didn't believe the soul rings. How could Yang Fan hunt a 10,000-year soul beast by himself, when he was alone? This was absolutely impossible. Yang Wudi looked at Yang Fan, but at this moment he didn't choose to point it out. This kid has been tight-lipped since he was a child. Yang Wudi was worried that asking him blindly would make this kid escape from the POE clan again. But he knew that Yang Fan's experience in the past 3 years was definitely not as simple as this kid said. Yang Fan himself would definitely not be able to hunt a 10,000-year soul beast. Grandpa, do you want to absorb this Kerang Tangshan chrysanthemum now? I can help you protect the law. Yang Wudi smiled. The Soul Master could say that this kid was protecting the Soul Douluo, but it also made him feel Yang Fan's filial piety. Grandpa, go back and study it, and find a suitable time to absorb it. Yang Wudi has made up his mind. Even if the curse of the POE clan prevents him from breaking through the title Douluo, he must touch that barrier in his lifetime, and tell Yang Fan about his feelings. For him and the POE clan, Yang Fan, who is born with full soul power, is the hope for the future of the entire family. Yang Wudi sat on the chair, and didn't know how long it took him to calm down his excitement. The POE clan actually had a 9-year-old soul master. Even if he died now, he could still hold his head high and face his ancestors. You just came back, so take a rest first. Grandpa still has some things to deal with, and someone will bring you food later. The joy of the family gradually faded, and Yang Wudi's heart was once again filled with troubles in the family. He now only hoped that the medicinal materials business with the Xingluo nobles that he had just opened up would not be cut off because of this accident. Not long after, the POE clan really brought him steaming hot meals. Uncle San, the one who brought the meal, was actually an elder in the family. How presumptuous. Before he had time to be happy, he had already felt the family's meticulous care. Uncle San sat down opposite Yang Fan, obviously not intending to leave. He understood. Grandpa was worried that he would leave the family quietly again, and the reason why he sent Uncle San, the strongest of the middle-aged generation, was because he was worried that others could not deal with him. Eat. Our family's life has gradually improved in the past 3 years, and the food has long been different from the past. This is all thanks to the prescription for blood coagulation powder that you left behind. Uncle San mentioned blood coagulation powder, and his expression suddenly showed a hint of sadness. And this happened to be successfully captured by Yang Fan. Uncle San, is there something wrong with our family? When Grandpa left just now, he felt that something was wrong, and now Uncle San's face was even more obvious. He knew there must be something wrong in the family, otherwise everyone would not look like this. What's the matter? Hurry up and eat. Third uncle wanted to cover it up, but a rough man exposed a bigger loophole. Just tell me. Even if you don't say it, I can get the truth from others. Third uncle frowned. It's okay to tell you. This matter is already known to everyone in the family. He didn't want to say it, because Yang Fan just came back. However, he couldn't stand Yang Fan's constant questioning. The story started 5 days ago. Third uncle told Yang Fan about the Elephant Armor sect's tricks on them, and then slammed the table. Elephant Armor sect? Yang Fan immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. Now that the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite competition is approaching, the demand for blood coagulation powder will naturally become greater. If they can't get through this accident, they will not only lose the sales channel of Xingluo nobles that they have just opened, but also miss the opportunity to make money once every 5 years. It can be said that the Elephant Armor sect's knife is a stab in the waist of the POE clan. That's enough. You don't have to think too much about it. This is our adults' business. All you have to do is practice hard. Although Uncle San said so, Yang Fan didn't think so. He already had a plan in mind. Chapter 80 Yang Fan's True Strength. Yang Fan repeatedly assured that he would never run away, which made his uncle give him some time alone. The evening in Yunluo City gave Yang Fan an indescribable intimacy, especially when he saw the big wooden barrels still in his room. That was the best proof that he had full innate soul power. Master, do you have a way to solve the problem of the soul rings of the POE clan after they reach the Soul Saint? Yang Fan asked not only for his grandfather, but also for himself. At his current cultivation speed, as long as he is not beaten to death, he will definitely become a Soul Saint one day in the future. At that time, he will also have to face the curse of the POE clan. Not yet. Yao Lao thought about how to solve the problem of the soul rings that Yang Fan would encounter when he reached the Soul Saint more than once, but he had no clue. He had to admit that this was the biggest trouble he encountered after coming to Douluo Continent. Even master, you have no way. Yang Fan was slightly disappointed. Silly boy, don't be discouraged. Although master said there is no way now, it doesn't mean there will never be a way. Yao Lao has studied the characteristics of soul rings. After a soul master absorbs the soul ring produced by the death of a soul beast, he will also produce a soul ring. This is a sign of successful absorption, and it is also a proof of the soul master's promotion. It is just like a fighter condensing a cyclone, and a Daowan turning his Dao Qi into wings. They are all forms of strength displayed outside. However, when a soul-breaking spear soul master reaches the level of soul saint, he inexplicably has an extra soul ring. This is too weird. If you can let your grandfather release his martial soul, maybe you will have some clues. Yao Lao suddenly said. The year he just came to Douluo Continent, he did see Yang Wudi releasing his martial soul and fighting with the people of the Wuhan Hall. However, he had just been backstabbed by his apprentice, so how could he care about other people's affairs? Looking back now, he has long forgotten the situation at that time. Let my grandfather release his martial soul? Yang Fan understood what Yao Lao meant, just wanting to see the extra soul ring on his grandfather. He had to think about this matter carefully, and for the time being, he still couldn't let his grandfather suspect. Master Yang Fan was about to speak, but Yao Lao stopped him with his eyes the next second, and then he turned into a ball of gas and disappeared in the room, as if he had never appeared. Master and apprentice for many years. Yang Fan certainly understood what Yao Lao wanted to express just now. There is someone outside the door. He already knew who it was. Yang Fan sat cross-legged on the bed, summoning the soul-breaking spear in his palm. The absorption of the 50,000-year soul ring not only allowed him to obtain the 4th soul ring, but also pushed his level to level 44. Just as he was about to practice, there was a gentle knock on the door. Xiao Fan, are you asleep? Yang Wudi is not a fool. Of course he would not believe the 3-year experience told by his grandson during the day. At least more than half of it was enough for him to expose it in person. The reason he did not do so was that he hoped to understand the truth through secret observation. First, he did not want Yang Fan to go astray, and second, he did not want Yang Fan to be harmed by bad people. However, after observing outside for a while, he did not find any clues. This is not a bad thing for him. Yang Fan returned and became a soul sect master at the age of 9. He had a perverted soul ring ratio, and there was no trace of evil cultivation on his body. All this showed that he was moving in a good direction. The door slowly opened. Yang Wudi saw his grandson and still couldn't hide the smile on his face. Yang Wudi entered the room and placed a rectangular wooden box on the table. The wooden box was not big. It was only the length of Yang Fan's forearm, and the whole box was blood red, with some irregular and strange patterns on it. Grandpa, what is this? Such a beautiful wooden box already showed that the things inside were definitely not simple. Open it. Yang Fan couldn't wait to get the gift that his grandfather had carefully prepared. The moment the wooden box was opened, Yang Fan felt the bursting breath coming from his nose. Then, he saw a fiery red plant lying quietly in the wooden box. Fire spirit grass? Yang Fan said the name of this herb at a glance, and it was 10,000 years old. Fire spirit grass is the most characteristic representative of fire attribute herbs, and it is suitable for any attacking soul master. In most cases, it can replace any fire attribute herb for refining medicine. It can be said to be a panacea among fire attribute herbs. Thinking back to the time when Yang Fan was looking for such a fire spirit herb, he spent more than half a year in the Soul Beast Forest, but in the end he still found nothing. Although this fire spirit herb is not as good as the fairy grade herb you gave Grandpa, it is very suitable for you. In fact, Yang Wudi prepared a lot of things for Yang Fan, from 1 ring to 3 rings. What he never expected was that Yang Fan actually became a soul master in the 3 years he was away. This matter still makes him feel like he is dreaming. It is precisely because of this abnormal phenomenon that happened to Yang Fan that the only thing he could show off in the end was this fire spirit herb. Thank you, Grandpa. For others, this may be just a 10,000-year-old herb, but it is not for him. With the reserves in his current storage soul guide, with this fire spirit herb, He can have at least 5 different 3rd grade pills to choose from. Don't thank me. I want to thank you on behalf of our family. If it weren't for the recipe for the blood clotting powder you left behind, our POUE clan wouldn't have the good life we have now, and Grandpa wouldn't have obtained this 10,000-year-old fire spirit grass by chance. As Yang Wudi spoke, a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. If things had gone on as they have in the past 2 years, perhaps in 10 or 20 years, the POUE clan would have been able to join the ranks of first-class families. But if the POUE clan can't get through the current difficulties, the efforts of the past 3 years will probably be in vain. Although Yang Fan didn't know what his grandfather was thinking at the moment, it was not difficult to see from his expression that it must be related to the blood clotting powder worth 300,000 gold soul coins that destroyed the family. However, he said nothing. "Let's go. Grandpa will take you to a place." Although Yang Fan didn't know what his grandfather was going to do, he put on his coat and followed him out. Half an hour later, the grandfather and grandson came to a small hillside. Yang Fan was very familiar with this place. It was the back mountain of Yunluo City, where he had been training his body since he was 3 years old. This is also the place where he witnessed how he became a congenital full soul power. Come. Let Grandpa try how strong you are now. Yang Fan's current level really surprised Yang Wudi, and even now, when he thinks back on it, it still makes his heart waver. But he is also worried that his grandson is an embroidered pillow blown up by the immortal herbs. "Grandpa, then I'm going to start." Yang Fan's fighting spirit was completely ignited at this moment. Of course he understood what Grandpa meant. That's why he had to show his 100% strength. Soul-breaking spear in hand, Yang Fan pushed hard with his feet and rushed out like lightning. "Come on." Yang Wuda's eyes flashed with satisfaction. "Go forward." Although this brat has not been in the family for 3 years, he has realized the true essence of the soul-breaking spear. Retreat. Yang Wudi did not intend to release his martial soul. In his opinion, no matter how abnormal Yang Fan's talent is, he is just a small soul master. He gathered soul power in his palm and only needed one palm to easily repel the boy and at the same time let him know how thick and long Yang Fan was. But is it really like this? Yang Fan's 4 rings are fully activated. When all 4 amplification skills are activated, Yang Fan's strength is explosively increased by several times. Especially the 4th soul skill he just acquired, Explosion. The 400% all attribute amplification of this skill made him have the momentum comparable to that of a soul emperor in an instant. Stab. This shot did retreat. But the person who retreated was Yang Wudi. Yang Wudi was shocked. Yang Fan's level and soul rings were enough to surprise him, but what he didn't expect was Yang Fan's current strength. "Grandson, did you hide a soul ring?" If Yang Fan's face and the soul rings on his body were covered, he would believe it, even if he said that the opponent was a soul king. "Grandpa, don't be distracted. I'm going to use all my strength now." Yang Fan didn't exaggerate. He knew that his grandfather would definitely underestimate him when facing him, and he didn't use all his strength in the shot just now. "Good boy. Grandpa wants to see how strong you are today." Yang Wudi's embarrassed look was filled with joy that could not be concealed. He did not feel depressed at all because of being stabbed back by Yang Fan's spear. Instead, he became more excited. If Yang Fan could knock him down today, it would be a great joy in life. This time, Yang Fan no longer held back. The blessing of the 4 amplification skills allowed him to stab out his most powerful spear. Yang Wudi's response was very simple, and he also stabbed out with a lightning fast spear. Use offense to resolve offense. This is the way of fighting of Grandpa Yang Wudi, and it can also be said to be the fighting method of the soul-breaking spear soul master. As the saying goes, an inch longer, an inch stronger. Grandpa's 2-foot-long spear was already in front of him, and his spear tip was more than a meter away from Grandpa. Within a few feet, Yang Fan retreated. He turned around suddenly and picked up the soul-breaking spear with force. Although the amplitude was not large, he still successfully avoided the attack. Immediately afterwards, his body turned suddenly, and flames rose above the soul-breaking spear. Flame. Yang Wuda's eyes trembled under the light of the fire. This was the first time he saw the actual effect of Yang Fan's soul-breaking spear after it had mutated. He was stunned for a moment. Yang Fan raised his spear upward, and the soul-breaking spear launched an attack like a fire dragon. Self-created soul skills? Yang Wudi was a person who didn't like to laugh, but at this moment, the corners of his mouth had risen to an exaggerated degree. Heh. Yang Wudi thrust forward with the soul-breaking spear in his hand, and then shook it hard. The soul power condensed on the tip of the spear instantly dispersed the flames, leaving only a piece of heat that slowly dissipated in the air. Good. Yang Wudi admitted that he had underestimated his grandson. How could this be a soul sect? The sharp flame just now had already demonstrated the strength of the Soul King level. His grandson was not an embroidered pillow. Under the appearance of flesh and blood was the strength of steel. Grandpa, I still haven't mastered the 9th soul skill of our POUE clan. Yang Fan was a little disappointed. The 3 years of training made him feel brave enough, but when he faced his grandfather, he realized that he still didn't have the courage to defuse attack with attack. Silly boy, if you didn't dodge just now, you would have a brain problem. Although our POUE clan has always taken a pure attack route, our ancestors didn't say that we should rush to die when we know we can't win. What we pot and spear soul masters call fighting forward is not only strength, but more importantly, momentum. When I stab, I must let the opponent know that you can hurt me, but I will definitely double my stab back at you. Yang Fan understood, but he didn't even know if he could do it. Tell grandpa, what is the name of the self-created soul skill just now? That shot was so amazing. If the elders and clansmen of the family saw it, they would definitely be more excited than him. But the reason why Yang Wudi called Yang Fan out in the dead of night was that he didn't want anyone except him to know Yang Fan's current situation. Chasing stars and grasping fire. This is the first fighting skill given to him by Yao Lao. But in most cases, it will be regarded as a self-created soul skill. What a good name. I never thought that your martial soul would possess flames after mutation. It seems that the fire spirit grass that grandpa prepared for you was right. Suddenly, Yang Wuda's expression became serious. Xiao Fan, the future of the family depends on you. The 9-year-old Yang Fan has already shown the talent and strength of a strong man. As long as he grows normally, even if there are no opportunities in the future, he can easily surpass him, and even hope to become the strongest in the history of the POUE clan. Yang Wudi was very relieved. The only thing he was worried about now was the fact that Yang Fan did not tell him the truth. It is certain that Yang Fan must have had someone to help him when hunting spirit rings, and it was definitely not that he picked up the leak when the spirit beasts fought. Go back. Grandpa will tell you a piece of news. Next month is the day for our 4 attribute sects to gather, and this time the location will be in our POUE clan. If those 3 old guys knew that you are back, they will definitely be happy. The location of the 4 attribute sects gatherings adopts a rotation system, and this year it happens to be in Douluo City. Yang Wudi had a smile on his face when he said it. The only pity is that Yang Fan can't show off his current strength to the other 3 old guys at the wine table. Next month. Yang Fan's expression suddenly became dazed. Time passed really quickly, and he had missed the gatherings of the 4 attribute sects twice without realizing it. He didn't like this kind of gathering between sects before, because Taelong always liked to show off in front of him. However, this time, the 4 attribute sect made Yang Fan feel more expectant. His grandpa Bei must be doing well recently. Chapter 81. 1 million gold soul coins, and the whole family will kneel. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, Yang Fan has been back to the POUE clan for 3 days, and the clan members have gradually become accustomed to his return. Because he no longer has the idea of escaping, his uncle who is responsible for guarding him naturally leaves him more private space. This day, Yang Fan was just about to go out, and he stopped unconsciously when he passed by the fighting soul arena. The blood coagulation powder has indeed changed the whole family. He still remembers that the fighting soul arena was pitifully small before, with a diameter of at most 30 meters, and it was only enough for the 1st and 2nd ring clan members to occasionally compete on it. Now the family's fighting soul arena has been expanded to 100 meters. Such a large space is enough for soul masters at the level of Soul Zhang to fight souls normally on it, and even soul kings can go up to compete. Yang Fan, come. Come up and practice. Let us see how strong you are in the past 3 years. Yang Fan's appearance quickly made him the focus of the whole audience. The genius boy of the family. It can be said that he has become the hope of the entire family at the moment of his martial soul awakening. So when he came back, the clan members couldn't wait to know what kind of achievements he had made in the past 3 years of training. However, the clan leader Yang Wudi told them that he had not yet reached the second ring, which made the clan members a little disappointed. You know, Yang Fan has full innate soul power. In the Douluo Continent, there has never been a soul master with full innate soul power who could not reach the second ring at the age of 9. But they couldn't say this. After all, in the history of the Poi clan, there has never been a soul master who could reach the second ring at the age of 9. Even their current clan leader Yang Wudi was only at the 19th level when he was 9 years old. No, I have something else to go out for. The third uncle of the family stood up reflexively when he heard it. I'll go with you. The third uncle can allow Yang Fan to move around in the family, but he can't accept this kid going out privately. In this regard, Yang Fan has no objection. 3 years of changes have changed the appearance of the small town of Yunluo City, and he now needs a tour guide who is familiar with his hometown to lead the way. After Yang Fan left, the clan members began to talk about it. You said Yang Fan is out there. Don't talk nonsense. Not reaching the second ring doesn't mean his strength is bad. He is still a leader among the little guys in our family. Yang Wudi's ambiguous answer and Yang Fan's avoidance of talking about his strength made the clan members begin to doubt. It has to be admitted that Yang Fan's talent is top notch among his peers. The kind that is directly maximum doubt. However, no one knows what he has experienced outside in the past 3 years. What if there is a vacuum period of cultivation outside in these 3 years? Looking at Yang Fan's gradually leaving back, the clan members also have a question mark about Yang Fan's strength in their hearts. On the other side, 3 old guys with melancholy faces sat in the family hall. No words. Only the sound of the second elder Yang Wushan smoking his pipe and the chaotic smoke. After a long time, Yang Wudi, the clan leader, finally spoke. Since the incident has already happened, we, the POUE clan, must take responsibility. Let's do this. After a night of discussion among the 3, they finally decided to take out 50,000 gold soul coins from the family to buy medicinal materials, to refine the blood coagulation powder in the shortest time, and send it to the buyer. The blood coagulation powder worth 50,000 gold soul coins will be used as compensation for the transportation accident. The purpose of doing this is to keep the sales channel that has just been opened. But if we do this, our family will only have 50,000 gold soul coins to use in working capital. This is a worry. The POUE clan originally planned to use this all-continent Soul Master Academy competition to promote the reputation of the blood coagulation powder. However, 50,000 startup funds are not enough to do anything. There is no way. We can only do this now. This is a decision made helplessly after weighing the pros and cons. Based on the current situation of the POUE clan, the room fell into silence again. It is hard to say whether this can keep the sales channel of the Xingluo nobles, but this accident has already wasted all the efforts of the POUE clan in the past 2 years. The stab of the Xiangjia sect was too fierce. Son of a bitch. The Xiangjia clan should pay for this with blood. The elder slammed the table angrily. His tone was full of anger towards the Xiangjia clan, and even more of reluctance and guilt for his failure in this escort. Okay, my old brother. Even if the whole clan goes out to settle accounts with the Xiangjia clan, can we get back the loss of 300,000? The POUE clan has indeed been much better than before in the past 2 years, but they have to admit that they are not the opponent of the Xiangjia clan, which ranks 6th. Stop arguing. Let's do this according to the method we discussed. After those guys buy the herbs, we will start to arrange for the clan members to start refining. 50,000 gold soul coins worth of herbs is not a small amount. Even if all the members of the POUE clan go out, it will take 5 days and 5 nights to refine. Not long after Yang Wudi finished speaking, a tall and strong clan member rushed in from outside. Clan leader, something happened. This short sentence made the faces of the 3 highest leaders of the family suddenly change. The elder couldn't wait to ask, what happened? The panicked look of the clan members made Yang Wudi and the other 2 feel bad. The Poe clan had just encountered an accident. If they encountered another wave at this time, it is very likely that the efforts of the entire family in the past few years would be in vain. The blood coagulation grass has been sold out. The pill recipe that Yao Lao prepared for the Poe clan was different, but the blood coagulation grass was still the most important ingredient in this pill recipe. It can be said that the other two herbs can be replaced, but the blood coagulation grass is absolutely not. It has been sold out. But Yang Wudi's head seemed to explode at this moment. The approaching Soul Master Academy Elite competition has indeed made the consumables of Douluo Continent hot recently, but how many Soul Master students are there in the entire continent? How could the most common hemostatic herb, blood coagulation grass, be sold out? The most exaggerated thing is that Douluo City is just a small town on the edge, and there is no high-level Soul Master Academy here. All kinds of signs made Yang Wudi feel that things were not as simple as he imagined. At this time, the second elder put down his pipe. Why don't you go to the next city to buy it? I went. I've already visited Qingfeng Town and Emu Cliff next door, and the result is that all the medicinal materials have been swept away. This news made the three people present completely unable to sit still. Premeditated. This must be a premeditated plot against the Poe clan. With the fame of blood coagulation powder in the Soul Master world, many people also know that blood coagulation grass is the main formula for refining blood coagulation powder. At this time, someone swept away all the blood coagulation grass, which means cutting off the main source of income for the Poe clan. Have you found out who it is? Yang Wudi had the answer in his mind when he asked the question. There is only one person in the entire Douluo Continent who likes to go against the Poe clan so much. I checked, but I didn't find anything. The owner of the medicinal material shop just said that a mysterious rich businessman came from another place last night and swept away all the blood coagulation grass in the entire Douluo city. The answers from other cities are basically the same. The middle-aged clan member became more and more depressed. The good days that the Poe clan had just seen seemed to vanish overnight. Son of a bitch. The Elephant Armor sect really doesn't intend to leave us any chance of survival. Yang Wudi and the other two elders knew it all. It was the Elephant Armor sect who did this. How much inventory do we have in our family's warehouse? The second elder in charge of the warehouse replied like a spoiled child. Less than 1,000 gold soul coins. The Poe clan is a small business. The working capital originally only had a few 100,000 gold soul coins, which was not enough for them to have the strength to get more inventory. The most important thing was that no one thought that one day someone would clear out the cheap and abundant common medicinal materials such as blood coagulation grass. Forget it. I'll go to Douluo City in person tomorrow. I can't take the tribe members to a farther city to buy medicinal materials. Wu Xian will stay to watch the tribe members to avoid accidents. Another unexpected change forced Yang Wudi to give up the plan he had just discussed. Things have happened, but life must go on. He now only hopes that he can get the other party's understanding after explaining the whole story to the buyer. At this time, the clan members who got the news outside gathered outside the family hall. They all knew what the shortage of blood coagulation grass meant. The whole family fell into a dead silence at this moment, and every clan member's face was gloomy and ugly. Ha ha ha. The third uncle of the family walked in from outside with a bright face, eating the snacks that Yang Fan bought for him. Standing under the gate of the family, he was as happy as a 3-year-old child. However, everyone couldn't laugh after seeing him. The clan members did not blame the third uncle. After all, the strongest of the middle-aged generation of the family did not know what happened to the family. No. Why are you all so stern? I'll tell you a good news. Before the third uncle finished speaking, the second elder had interrupted him sharply. The family is discussing matters. What does it look like to rush in rashly? The third uncle is a rough man. At this time, he was in high spirits and couldn't care about these things. He walked in carelessly and began to tell the story of Yang Fan taking him out. You don't know, Yang Fan is really promising now. As soon as I walked out of the gate of our Poe clan this morning, he took me to the largest medicine shop in Douluo City. After entering, he asked me if the herbs I ordered in advance were ready. I didn't take it seriously at the time, but not long after, the owner of the medicine shop took out a storage soul guide, which contained blood clotting grass worth a full 200,000 gold soul coins. Talking about these, the face of the third uncle of the family revealed a kind of unsatisfied feeling. Since leaving the Haitian sect, he has never experienced the pleasure of spending money. Although the person who paid was Yang Fan, the middle-aged man standing next to him was also trembling in his heart. What did you say? 200,000 gold soul coins? Did you sweep away all the blood-clotting grass in Douluo City? Yang Wudi and the other two elders stood up from their chairs uncalmly. They had realized that things were developing in a direction they dared not imagine. Yes, not only the medicine shops in our Douluo City, but also the nearby Qingfeng Town and Emu Cliff have been completely cleared out by us. A full 800,000. At this moment, the third uncle of the family has become a little fan of Yang Fan. For the Poi clan, who have had enough of hard times, the shock and excitement of spending 800,000 cannot be experienced without being there. The family fell into silence again, and the only thing that could be heard was the surprise mixed in the breathing. You kid are not lying to us, are you? The third uncle is a rough man. He usually doesn't lie, and he can't keep a secret in his heart. After listening to his vivid description, some people have begun to believe it, but the statement that Yang Fan can take out 800,000 gold soul coins makes the family elders half believe and half doubt. Yang Fan, take it out. The third uncle of the family is already unhappy at this moment. They are used to being poor and don't know the taste of meat. It's time to let them see what the world is like. When a storage soul guide was slowly taken out of Yang Fan's pocket, and the moment the soul power was injected, boxes of blood coagulation grass emerged from the soul guide. Yang Wudi was shocked. The whole sect was shocked. What the third uncle of the family said was true. The person who went shopping in Douluo City and several small towns around was Yang Fan. Soon, boxes of blood coagulation grass filled the whole yard. The blood coagulation grass worth 800,000 gold soul coins appeared in front of every member of the Poi clan at this moment. The clan members looked at so many blood coagulation grasses and Yang Fan who saved the family in times of crisis. They really wanted to kowtow to him. It's really blood coagulation grass. Yang Fan, this kid, actually bought so many medicinal herbs for our sect without saying a word. You must have made a fortune outside in the past 3 years. Yang Fan's operation has established his image in the hearts of the clan members. This time, his performance of saving the situation has made many clan members believe that Yang Fan is the only choice for the next clan leader. Whether Yang Fan has wasted his cultivation talent in the past 3 years, he is. Xiao Fan. How did you get these blood-clotting herbs? Yang Wudi knew his grandson strengthened the abnormal soul ring on his grandson, but he never knew that this kid was so rich. I bought it. I picked up a storage soul guide on the way back, and there were 1 million gold soul coins in it. Yang Fan did not lie this time. However, this statement was the most unbelievable for Yang Wudi in his 3 years of experience. Picked it up. Why hasn't he picked it up yet after living for more than 70 years? At this time, Yang Wudi did not dwell on Yang Fan's rhetoric. There are too many secrets in this kid, and many secrets cannot be known to the tribe members. Moving goods. Yang Wudi almost trembled as he said these 2 words. Xiao Fan, Grandpa must thank you on behalf of the tribe members. It is you who helped our Poyi tribe get through this difficult time. The 2 elders also did not believe Yang Fan's statement that he picked up 1 million gold soul coins, but they were no longer the high-spirited young man decades ago. There are many things to say. There are many things that cannot be said. Let me tell you that this book is currently updated twice a day, with 4,000 words each time. Don't accuse me of being lazy anymore. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 80 to the encounter between Yao Lao and Yang Wudi. The blood-clotting grass worth 800,000 gold soul coins was successfully put into storage. Yang Fan thought that the matter had been successfully resolved here, and the only thing left was to find an opportunity to go to the Xiangjia sect to settle accounts. However, Yang Fan, who had been taught by the old medicine man for many years, still overestimated the level of medicine refining of his clansmen. With the current ability of the Pou clan, it would take at least 1 month to successfully refine the medicinal materials worth 300,000 gold soul coins, and this would have missed the delivery time to the Xingluo nobles. After discussing with the two elders, Yang Wudi decided to make an improvement on the previous method. They decided to refine 100,000 blood clotting powders for the buyers of the Xingluo nobles first, and then after explaining the whole story, refine 250,000 blood clotting powders for them within a month. Although this method would make the Pou clan pay an extra 50,000 gold soul coins in the sweat of the clansmen, as long as the buyers agreed, they could keep the sales channel that had just been opened. This method was unanimously recognized by the clansmen. But Yang Fan didn't think so. Late at night, Yang Fan quietly lay by the window of his grandfather Yang Wudi. Before he made any noise, his grandfather's voice came from the room. "You little brat, you want to run away again." Although the third uncle of the family followed Yang Fan and made contributions to the family during the day, he was still taught a lesson by Yang Wudi. The reason was simple. A Soul Emperor could not keep an eye on Yang Fan, a little brat, and let him run out to clear out the blood-clotting grass in Yunluo City and several surrounding towns overnight. Isn't this embarrassing enough? Yang Wudi knew that Yang Fan had grown up in the past 3 years, so he let the strongest of the middle-aged generation of the family be the doorman, but he still underestimated this little brat Yang Fan. "Look at what you said. I came to you for something very important. You should leave quickly." After a brief silence in the room, Yang Wudi had already put on his clothes and walked out. "What's the matter?" Yang Fan did not explain, but just walked out with his grandfather. Starting from the family, walking out of Yunluo City, and entering the deep mountains behind Yunluo City, Yang Wudi saw that Yang Fan had not stopped yet, and his calm temperament made him unable to remain calm. "Xiao Fan, where are you taking grandpa?" Yang Fan suddenly stopped, turned around and looked at his grandfather, and said, "Grandpa, I want to tell you something." "Yes." "Grandpa promises that this matter will not be told to anyone." Yang Wudi promised. "When I was out training, I met a master who accepted me as his apprentice. Many of the things I have were taught by this master." Yang Wudi was surprised after hearing this, but he didn't seem that surprised. He had long guessed that there must be a strong man behind his grandson, otherwise he would not have 2 10,000-year spirit rings. "Grandpa, my master is a very powerful master of refining medicine. This is the only reason why he told his grandfather about the existence of Yao Lao. The Pou clan wants to open up the market among the crossing Luo nobles. If they want to take advantage of the spirit master competition to make the blood coagulation powder famous, they need to solve the problem of 300,000 blood coagulation powders at present. And the only one who can refine the blood coagulation grass into medicine in such a short time is Yao Lao, master of refining medicine." Yang Wudi has already understood the real purpose of his grandson taking him out of the family. At this moment, Yang Wudi had a little expectation for the alchemy master mentioned by Yang Fan. At this moment, a man in a black cloak came out from the darkness of the forest silently. There was no sound. Just the means of concealing his breath made Yang Wudi know that the person in front of him was definitely not an ordinary person. What surprised Yang Wudi the most was that the man in front of him seemed to have no feet or wings, but just walked out of the darkness like a ghost. If Yang Fan hadn't brought him here, Yang Wudi would have already shown the long spear in his hand. The man in the black cloak was Yao Lao. He used his fighting spirit to prop up a loose black cloak, and with the cover of the night, he looked like an old man standing in the jungle. "Who is your excellency?" Yang Wudi had long guessed that Yang Fan had a helper behind him, but when he really saw him, he was still a little surprised. "Is the person important?" Yao Lao said lightly. "I wonder why you want to accept Xiao Fan as your apprentice? I love talents. Who doesn't like a little guy with innate full soul power? If I can train him, won't I, as a teacher, become famous together with him?" Yao Lao's answer was not false. He accepted Yang Fan as his apprentice because he saw the little guy's hard work, and he did so in the hope that someone could practice the burning technique to help him reshape his body. However, as time went by, the situation on Douluo Continent made him gradually lose confidence in reshaping his body, and his energy was gradually all used to train Yang Fan. Yao Lao's answer made Yang Wudi believe it, but not completely. If the old man in front of him wanted to harm his grandson, he could have many ways. The simplest and most direct way was to pinch Yang Fan's throat, to make him submit obediently. However, this person not only did not do that, but even trained Yang Fan far beyond his peers. Even so, it still couldn't eliminate Yang Wudi's vigilance. The tragic experience of the Puyi clan made Yang Wudi unwilling to trust any outsider, except the 4 attribute sects. While the 2 old men were chatting, Yang Fan had already prepared 3 kinds of herbs for refining blood coagulation powder from the warehouse. Blood coagulation grass, black tongue orchid, and hibiscus. These 3 herbs are the herbs needed to refine ordinary blood coagulation powder. Cheap and numerous. As long as the Douluo Continent does not explode, there is basically no danger of extinction on this land. At this time, Yao Lao finally made a move. The cold white flame rose from his palm, and at the same time, he used the surging fighting spirit to roll the herbs into the air. At this moment, Yao Lao showed the level of the master of alchemy to the fullest. This kind of low-grade hemostatic medicine that Yang Wudi needed to spend time to study was even worse than a toy in Yao Lao's hands. In an instant, the special smell of blood coagulation powder was already in the air. The flame in Yao Lao's palm wandered among the herbs like a dragon, and the herbs that were just blood coagulation grass had turned into white powder that could stop bleeding wherever they passed. Yang Wudi was stunned. His eyes were full of surprise and astonishment, and it was the first time he knew that refining medicine could be so fun. Yang Wudi thought that his refining skills were well known in Douluo Continent, but he was nothing in front of this person. He was extremely surprised. Did his grandson worship a god as his master? Time passed by. The blood coagulation powder that took the Puyi clan a month to refine only took Yao Lao an hour. Seeing the medicinal materials worth hundreds of thousands of yuan turned into blood coagulation powder in a short time, Yang Wudi's heart could no longer be described as excited, surprised, and excited. His body was stiff. Your Majesty is righteous. Yang Wudi expresses his deep gratitude on behalf of the Puyi clan. Your Majesty's teaching of Xiao Fan makes Yang Wudi even more grateful. I don't know what your Majesty wants. Yang Wudi will definitely try his best to repay. Yao Lao's refining skills completely conquered Yang Wudi, and he subconsciously regarded Yao Lao as a titled Douluo. It would take a month's worth of medicine to refine the Puyi clan in such a short time. Even if he spent his whole life, he would not be able to match it. More importantly, Yao Lao's training of Yang Fan. The unconventional soul ring ratio is something that no soul master in Douluo Continent dares to dream of. Yang Wudi can now be sure that Yao Lao in front of him has no intention of harming Yang Fan, and will not choose to use this method to approach the Puyi clan for some purpose. The Puyi clan is not worthy at all. I don't need any return from you. I'm not helping your Puyi clan, but Yang Fan. The slightly arrogant answer did not make Yang Wudi feel uncomfortable. He is right. If it weren't for the face of his grandson Yang Fan, how could he choose to come forward to help the little Puyi clan? Your Majesty, please follow me back to the sect. Yang Wudi will definitely entertain your Majesty as a guest of honor. Yao Lao shook his head slightly and rejected Yang Wudi's invitation. Let's go. Just pretend that I have never appeared. Yao Lao hopes that both parties will keep enough distance for the time being. Because of what happened a few years ago, the Puyi clan doesn't like outsiders now, and he doesn't want to get involved in disputes with anyone other than Yang Fan. Your Majesty, take your leave. Yang Wudi didn't even have time to ask Yao Lao's name. He knew that the black cloak on the head of this master was the best answer for him. On the way back, Yang Wudi felt like he was dreaming, but the blood coagulation powder filled in the storage soul guide kept telling him how real the experience was. The image of Yao Lao refining medicine kept echoing in his mind, and the shock was something he had never experienced in his life. Xiao Fan. The pill recipe you left at home before was given by your master. He had previously suspected where Yang Fan got such a sophisticated pill recipe. Now he finally has an answer. Not only that, Yang Fan's various strengths that could not be explained by common sense. his spirit rings, and the rich merchants who swept the city of Yunluo all had answers because of Yao Lao's appearance, and it also made him know that Yang Fan was not alone when he left the family. He didn't say much about Yao Lao. If it weren't for the fact that the Pou clan was really in trouble this time, Yao Lao would not have chosen to show up on his own initiative. Your master is not simple. He is much stronger than Grandpa. If you follow him, you may really become the first titled Douluo in the history of our Pou clan. Yang Wudi's words were not flattery, but were sincere, and from the bottom of his heart. Since that His Majesty was able to let Yang Fan absorb for 1,000 years when he was in the first ring, and for 10,000 years when he was in the third ring, he might be able to help Yang Fan break the family's curse. Before, he and the other 3 clan leaders had discussed whether there were any hidden masters in the Douluo Continent. This question now has an answer. Yang Fan was lucky to meet such a powerful master after several lifetimes. Grandpa, what do you want to say about the blood coagulation powder? The reason why he asked his grandfather to see Yao Lao was because if he turned the blood coagulation grass into blood coagulation powder overnight, it would definitely make his grandfather, who was already suspicious, completely split. So with Yao Lao's consent, he chose to hand this difficult problem to his grandfather. Grandpa has lived for most of his life, can't he tell a lie? Grandpa will be ready to leave for Xingluo City early tomorrow morning, and you will go with Grandpa then. The appearance of Yao Lao has made Yang Wudi give up the idea of watching Yang Fan die. As long as the master is present, Yang Fan can leave the Pou clan quietly at any time. He brought Yang Fan with him this time because he wanted to let this kid go out and see the world. There is no business without fraud. Anyone who is involved in interests has 800 minds. The second point is to let Yang Fan understand the business ideas of the Pou clan in refining medicine in advance. Although Yang Fan is only 9 years old now, Yang Wudi has already regarded his grandson as the next leader of the family. The 9-year-old soul sect makes Yang Fan have no competitors at all. Okay, Yang Fan has not been in the family for a long time, and he cherishes the time with his grandfather very much. Of course, the reason why he followed was that he hoped that the Xiangjia sect would repeat the same trick, so that he would have a chance to collect the 300,000 debt. The highest level of lying is to say nothing. Yang Wudi did not tell the other 2 elders of the family what happened last night. This matter will be over for now. He will choose a suitable time to tell the 2 elders what happened last night. Of course, Yang Wudi did not forget his promise to Yao Lao. He would never tell anyone about Yao Lao's existence until he died. Early in the morning, Yang Wudi set off with his clansmen and Yang Fan. All the clansmen thought that Yang Wudi was going to explain the whole story to the buyer this time, so they did not see too much joy on the faces of the clansmen when they left. Of course, the filling of the warehouse with 800,000 gold soul coins and blood coagulation grass also made their faces no longer sad. Everyone knows that the Pou clan will definitely get better slowly in the future. On the way, Yang Fan deliberately walked at the end of the team with Yang Wudi. After learning from the last lesson, Yang Wudi never dared to joke about blood coagulation powder this time. He chose to put all the blood coagulation powder in the storage soul guide and keep it by himself. It could have been done before, but the reason for not doing so was not carelessness, but because he hoped that the Douluo Continent would be able to see the blood coagulation powder refined by the Pou clan, so as to use this method to become famous. But he did not expect to be ambushed by the Xiangjia clan on the way. Grandpa, did you eat the strange chrysanthemum I gave you? Although Yang Fan is currently only a soul sect, his powerful soul power does not mean that he cannot detect the aura of the strong. It has been the 4th day since he came back, but the aura of Grandpa Yang Wudi did not seem to have changed at all. Not yet. Yang Wudi also wanted to absorb this hard-earned immortal herb, but the family's trivial matters needed to be handled by him, the clan leader. There was no time at all. After we come back from Xingluo City this time, Grandpa will absorb the immortal herb you sent. Yang Wudi suddenly had an extra expectation in his heart. He also wanted to know whether the strange chrysanthemum that could make Yuguana Super Douluo would make him stronger after eating it. Chapter 83, Xingluo Zhu Family, Xingluo City. Perhaps because Grandpa Yang Wudi personally took action, this time the people of Xiangjia sect did not dare to show up and continue to make trouble. They arrived at Xingluo city smoothly. Yang Fan stood at the gate of the city, and the first thing he felt was an unprecedented majesty. The city wall was built according to the standard of the capital's main city. The 80-meter high city wall looked extremely majestic from the outside, and the thickness of the city wall was more than 30 meters, and it was repaired with hard granite. The team responsible for patrolling on the city wall wore special uniforms of the Xingluo Empire Army, and the captain and deputy captain of the patrol team were composed of soul kings and soul sects. Before entering the city, Yang Fan had already felt the military power of the Xingluo Empire and the solemnity of guarding the city. Just from the outside, it was far superior to the defense of the Xiandao Empire. As soon as he entered the city, he felt the heritage of the capital of the Xingluo Empire. The streets were wide and clean, and there were many shops. The streets were bustling with people, which was not comparable to the border city of Yunluo City. Yang Wuda's eyes wandered on the streets on both sides of Xingluo City, with a thoughtful look on his face. He had always hoped that the Poi clan could have a place of his own in the capital of the Xingluo Empire, which was also a symbol of the family's entry into the first-class power. On the way here, Yang Fan learned that the purpose of their trip was not only to deliver the blood coagulation powder that the Xingluo nobles had pre-ordered, but his grandfather also wanted to open up more markets in the Xingluo Empire. And their target this time was the Xingluo Zhu family. Although the Zhu family was a noble family in the Xingluo Empire, they could also be said to be a royal family. Because of the Xingluo Empire's martial soul fusion technique, the Nether White Tiger, the descendants of the Zhu family were destined to marry into the Xingluo royal family, which also determined the Zhu family's extraordinary status in the Xingluo Empire. When they were in the Soul Beast Forest, Yang Fan thought that the blood coagulation powder refined by the family had been popularized to the Xingluo Zhu family, but now it seems that he was wrong. The blood coagulation powder was only used on Zhu's Yu King, but it did not spread in the Zhu family. The delivery of the blood coagulation powder went very smoothly. The blood coagulation powder worth 300,000 gold soul coins was sold and earned 600,000. That's how lucrative it is. The special hemostatic medicine that is unique to Douluo Continent makes them have no competitors. That afternoon, Grandpa Yang Wudi brought him to the Xingluo Zhu family Xiao Fan. Don't run around after you go in later. Although the head of the Zhu family is a soul Douluo like him, the status of the Zhu family in the Xingluo Empire is far beyond that of the Poi clan. Yang Fan nodded in agreement, saying in his heart, this is the parent. No matter how his strength improves, no matter how great his achievements will be in the future, he will always be a child who never grows up in the eyes of the elders. Is this the Zhu family? The Zhu family's mansion is completely different from what he imagined before he came. The first thing that caught his eye was the two black doors of the Zhu family. The door is very simple. There is no other decoration, except the martial soul nether spirit cat carved on the door panel. There are 4 spirited soul masters standing on both sides of the door, and they immediately show a vigilant look when they see Yang Wudi and his grandson coming over. This is the Xingluo Zhu family. May I ask what you can do for me? The guard spoke stiffly but politely. Could this be the Zhu family? Yang Fan could actually hear the coldness of Zhu's Yu King's words in the tone of the guard. I'm Yang Wudi from the Poi clan, and I'm here to visit the head of the Zhu family. Please go in and report. Although the Poi clan can only be regarded as third-rate in the Douluo Continent, they are not unknown. When Yang Wudi introduced himself, the Zhu family guard couldn't help but look at him twice. Please wait. The tone of his speech was still cold, but it was 180 degrees better than before. Not long after, a middle-aged man who looked like a butler came out from inside. After a brief self-introduction, he led the grandfather and grandson into the Zhu family's gate. The first thing that caught his eye was the 2 fighting spirit arenas on the left and right, with a diameter of more than 100 meters. Going further in, there were still fighting spirit arenas. Going further, there were fighting spirit arenas again. The 8 fighting spirit arenas, after entering the door, simply made Yang Fan dumbfounded. He had always heard that the internal competition among the children of the Xingluo Zhu family was very fierce, but he didn't expect it to be so fierce. Yang Fan finally understood that the Xingluo Empire was still strong after 10,000 years, while the Xiandao Empire was gradually heading for destruction. The inherited martial spirit of the Xingluo royal family was the nether white tiger, while the inherited martial spirit of the Xiandao royal family was the swan, which had little attack power. But this was not the direct reason. What was more important was the atmosphere and gap between the two countries and their desire for martial spirits and strength. Of course, although the competition in the Xingluo Zhu family was fierce, it did not mean that everyone was a pawn in the Shura field. In order to select the best heir, the Zhu family would select the best children in the family to compete. Those who succeeded in the competition naturally became the next heir to the family, and those who failed in the competition naturally had no need to say more. Zhu Xuking and Zhu Zuan were the two competitors selected in this generation. In addition to these excellent competitors selected by the family, other family members also needed to compete, but there would not be too cruel an ending. Otherwise, only one person would die in the end, and the family would have no future. 3 minutes later, the grandfather and grandson finally came to the Zhu family's reception room under the leadership of the housekeeper. The reception room was also simple. There was almost no decoration except for a few tables, chairs, and benches. Yang Fan felt like he was in a strict military camp. At this time, a middle-aged man stood up from the main seat in the reception room. From the position he was standing, it was not difficult to see that this man was the boss of the Zhu family. Name: Zhu Feng. Yang Fan's eyebrows suddenly jumped. He was very surprised. Such a man who looked a little rough, and whose figure could barely be described as burly would have a martial soul like the nether spirit cat, and what was even more incredible was that he was actually a spirit master of the agility attack system. Standing on the left of Zhu Feng was Zhu Zuking, who had met in the Soul Beast Forest before. The two looked at each other, and their eyes couldn't help but jump. After all, the two had met once before, and fought against the 3,000-year-old Flame Tiger together. And standing on the right of the head of the family, Zhu Feng, was Zhu Zuking's biggest competitor. Zhu Zuan looked 6 or 7 years older than Zhu Zuking, and a murderous aura could be seen between his eyebrows. In fact, in the eyes of the Zhu family, the competition between the heirs was almost a foregone conclusion, and Zhu Zuking's appearance was just to inspire Zhu Zuan's fighting spirit. In addition to the Zhu sisters, Yang Fan also noticed the two males behind him. They also seemed to be competitors. Yang Fan guessed that the competition between the Zhu sisters was linked to the succession of the prince and would become the imperial concubine in the future, while the competition between the males might be the real succession of the head of the family. Patriarch Yang, I have heard of your name for a long time. Master Zhu, you are too polite. The two leaders exchanged pleasantries. Before this, Yang Wudi handed over the door sticker to the Zhu family, but Zhu Feng was not there at the time, so this meeting took place. After the greetings, Yang Wudi stated the purpose of this trip, and placed a bottle of blood coagulation powder in front of Zhu Feng. Master Zhu, you can find someone to try it out, and I guarantee that you will not be disappointed. Yang Wudi's face revealed a strong confidence, which was given to him by his previous experience. Before this, everyone who had used blood coagulation powder said it was good. Hemostatic powder. Zhu Feng took it in his hand, obviously not taking the inconspicuous white medicine bottle in front of him seriously, but in order not to reject Yang Wudi's face, he handed the hemostatic powder to Zhu Zuking behind him. Zhu Zuking naturally understood what he meant. She squatted down, rolled up her trouser legs, to reveal a scar on her calf that had just been left for a short time, and poured the hemostatic powder that she was very familiar with on it. It doesn't work. Yang Wudi's expression suddenly changed. Because this was the first time he heard someone say that hemostatic powder was not useful. Suddenly he realized that this trip to the Zhu family would not be as smooth as he imagined. Just as Zhu Zuking's cold evaluation had just fallen, a black shadow suddenly snatched the medicine bottle from her hand. It was Zhu Zuan. This woman is a ruthless person. I saw her use her sharp nails to gently scratch, and a wound about 5 centimeters long appeared on her arm. In an instant, blood gushed out. Zhu Zuan used Zhu Zuking's method just now to pour the hemostatic powder on the wound. The effect was immediate. Zhu Zuan proved to Zhu Feng with her actions that the blood coagulation powder had an immediate effect and cast a disdainful and murderous look at Zhu Zuking. It's really a good thing. Zuan did a good job. I'll go down to ask the second elder for a piece of 1000-year whale glue later. Yang Fan's eyes lit up when he heard about whale glue. Whale glue is a good thing. It is said that a piece of 1000-year whale glue can make a soul master reborn, and 10,000-year whale glue is rare. Although this statement is a bit exaggerated, it is enough to prove the value of whale glue for soul masters. Thank you, father. Zhu Zuan's excitement was hard to conceal, and at the same time, she did not forget to give Zhu Zuking another provocative look. Zhu Zuking just responded with a faint sneer. This kind of life has long been commonplace for her. No matter what she does, she will not be appreciated and affirmed by the family, because in the family, Zhu Zuan is the future heir, and she is destined to be a dead person. Even if she said that the blood coagulation powder she has been using is a good thing, she would not let her father look at it. Patriarch Yang, how many of these blood clotting powders do you have left? The Xingluo Zhu family really needs it. The cruel competition of the family makes it inevitable for the clan members to get injured, and if there is such a special hemostatic medicine, the soul master can recover in the shortest time. As many as you want. It was such a heroic and confident answer. Yang Wudi would never dare to say this before, but the blood clotting grass worth 500,000 gold soul coins in the warehouse and the hundreds of thousands of gold soul coins on his body gave him this confidence. Okay. Then my Xingluo Zhu family will temporarily purchase 100,000 bottles. With the population of the Zhu family, it is impossible to use up 100,000 bottles of blood clotting powder, even if they bleed to death. But Zhu Feng's goal is far more than the Zhu family. The reception room continued to negotiate future business. At this time, Yang Fan had long forgotten Yang Wuda's previous instructions and strolled around the Zhu family compound. The clear claw marks on the fighting spirit stage made Yang Fan feel the cruelty of the Zhu family's competition again. At this time, Yang Fan saw Zhu Zuking passing by hurriedly from the opposite side through the small window on the wall of the corridor. Hey, Yang Fan called Zhu Zuking, and the two of them were separated by a wall. Thank you. His grandfather didn't understand why Zhu Zuking said that the blood coagulation powder was not useful, but he still had a bottom line in his heart. I didn't help you. Although he heard Zhu Zuking say this, Yang Fan still thanked her from the bottom of his heart. If Zhu Zuking had said the wonderful use of the blood coagulation powder at the beginning, Zhu Zuan, who was against her, would have stood on the other side to attack. Yang Fan didn't dare to imagine whether the business between the Poe clan and the Zhu family could continue under that situation. Even if the negotiation was successful, it would not be as smooth as it is now. He took out a pill from the storage soul guide. After taking it, it will temporarily improve your own strength. The pill Yang Fan took out was called the Explosion Soul Pill, which was a third-grade pill refined by Yao Lao after research. He placed the pill on the windowsill. As for whether Zhu Zuking wanted it or not, whether to eat it or not, it was not his business. You came back just in time, brat. If you had come back 10 days or half a month later, not only would our Poe clan not have been able to overcome this difficulty, but we might not have been able to win the big buyer, the Xingluo Zhu family. On the way back, Grandpa behaved extremely out of control, which made Yang Fan wonder if he had become a parent. This is normal. After all, this is the largest business the family has received in 3 years. As long as a long-term cooperative relationship is established with the Xingluo Zhu family, the future of the Poe clan will surely be prosperous. The simulated training environment that they had always thought about, but did not dare to do before may also be gradually improved in 2 years. This is how a family grows. Not only does it require the inheritance of martial spirits, but financial support is also a crucial point. Yang Fan smiled. It is crucial that he can come back with millions of gold soul coins. But the person that the POE clan really wants to thank is not him. It is Yao Lao. He just did what a member of the clan should do, but Yao Lao is the key to turning the lives of the POE clan around. Yang Wudi also understands. He also thought about thanking Yang Fan's master, but what can the POE clan show? The blood coagulation powder that the family is most proud of was given by the hermit. He doesn't have a soul bone. According to Yang Fan, the most precious Kereng Tang Xianchu in his hand was also given by the master. Yang Wudi thought about bringing Yang Fan's master into the sect and giving him the status of a guest of the family. But it is obvious that such a master who doesn't like to show up in the Douluo Continent will not be involved in their worldly disputes, and if he really wants to win him over, it will make the POE clan look like a toad wanting to eat swan meat. After thinking about it, Yang Wudi decided to take advantage of this opportunity to come out of Yunluo City to visit the auction house in Xingluo City. As the saying goes, a small gift is worth a lot of sentiment. Maybe there is something that can be shown to express the gratitude of the POE clan. Chapter 84. You're the fucking name Dame Yu Bei. The layout and scale of Xingluo auction house are similar to those of Xiandao City. It is very familiar to Yang Fan. The same is true for Yang Wudi. Although the Posse clan is now in decline, Yang Wudi was also a frequent visitor to the auction house when he was young. Of course, there are many differences between Xingluo auction house and Xiandao auction house. There is no woman who costs 100,000 gold soul coins here, otherwise he would have a chance to buy one to honor his grandfather. Because of this also means that Xingluo auction house has fewer auction items that make people lose their ambition. The grandfather and grandson entered the auction house as VIPs and found a seat in the last row very tacitly. The front row is usually prepared for those who like to steal the limelight, and they are obviously not that kind of people. What a coincidence. As soon as Yang Fan came in, he saw that the auction table was auctioning a body armor. In Douluo Continent, due to the characteristics of martial spirits, cold weapons are not so popular, because soul masters have their own means of attack, and holding an iron lump in their hands will become restrained. But armor is different. A good piece of armor will not only not affect the release of the martial spirit, but also save the soul master's life at a critical moment. In the blink of an eye, a piece of body armor was successfully auctioned by a middle-aged man at a price of 300,000 gold soul coins. It's so expensive. This broken thing actually costs 300,000 gold soul coins. Yang Wudi, who was sitting in the last row, grumbled disdainfully. However, he had not stepped into the auction house for many years, and did not know that with the changes of the times, the prices of auction items in the auction house were also rising. With the end of the auction of the two items, Yang Wudi gradually realized how embarrassing it was to have hundreds of thousands of gold soul coins on him in the auction house. He wanted to express his gratitude to the peerless master on behalf of the POE clan, but it seemed to have died before it even started. The next item is a medicinal herb. Hearing the word herb, the eyes of the grandfather and grandson lit up. For others, a medicinal herb is just a medicinal herb, but for them, it has some extraordinary meaning. Perhaps the distinguished guests present don't know much about medicinal herbs, so let me introduce this 10,000-year-old medicinal herb. The host on the stage, who was in charge of the auction, slowly took off the red cloth on the top of the ranking. A basin-sized fiery red Ganoderma lucidum appeared in the glass cabinet below. Jin Yang's Yang Fan recognized it. This is a fire-attributed medicinal herb that usually lives in lava. The effect of this medicinal herb is actually to strengthen the body, and it is generally the favorite of beast soul masters. He had seen the 1,000-year-old Jin Yangzi several times when he was in Xiandao City, but this 10,000-year-old one was the first time he had seen it. Sure enough, good things usually appear in the auction house. Yang Fan recovered. At this time, the host on the stage had already explained the effects of the 10,000-year-old Jin Yangzi to the distinguished guests present. The next step is bidding. When the host said the starting price of 30,000 gold soul coins, the entire auction house instantly became lively. Obviously, after the host on the stage introduced the effects of Jin Yangzi, the wallets of many soul masters present began to be restless. In just a few minutes, the bidding price rose from 30,000 to 48,000. When the bidding price reached 50,000, silence fell in the auction hall. Although the host on the stage praised the efficacy of this Jinyangzi. When the price reached a certain height, most of the soul masters present still could not accept it. In their eyes, it was just a herb. "Grandpa, take it." Yang Wudi looked over in confusion. "What do you want this broken thing for?" Yang Wudi had to admit that Jinyangzi was indeed a good fire attribute herb, but it was far inferior to the fire spirit herb he gave Yang Fan before. It was also very expensive. Whether in terms of efficacy or cost performance, it was not worth being a fool. "Give it to my master." Yang Fan was not talking nonsense. In fact, he also looked down on this broken thing, but this was really the instruction given to him by Yao Lao just now. Nonsense. Yang Wudi did not believe his grandson's rhetoric. He would rather give nothing than to let him take such a 1,000-year-old herb as a thank you gift. 51,000. Yang Fan directly called out the price that had been silent for a long time. He didn't know why Yao Lao wanted this medicinal material, but Yao Lao must have a reason for doing so. Yang Fan chose to believe unconditionally. 52,000. At this time, another voice suddenly sounded. The source of the voice was in the middle of the front of the auction hall. The middle-aged man who just bid for the torso protector shouted out this price. However, Yang Fan's eyes fell on the figure sitting next to him. Daimyu Bei? Yang Fan was surprised. Although the teenagers next to the middle-aged man were wearing masks, how could a broken mask cover up a person's identity? Although Daimyu Bei now looked like he was only 11 or 12 years old, his hair color, body shape, and feeling made Yang Fan judge his identity. It can be seen that the middle-aged man who called the price should be Daimyu Bei's elder or bodyguard. A more appropriate term is guardian. This made Yang Fan even more surprised. This frustrated prince still had someone to protect him, but thinking about it carefully, it seemed reasonable. A playboy like Zhu Beng always has a Prince of Snowstar by his side, so it seems normal for Daimyu Bei to have one by his side. 53,000. Yang Fan was determined to get this Jinyangzi. 54,000. Almost in the next second, the middle-aged man once again overpowered Yang Fan. Daimyu Bei also showed his determination to get this Jinyangzi. Now he has been suppressed by Davis in the Xingluo royal family, and Davis always has priority in the cultivation resources of the royal family. This time, he finally got a herb that can strengthen the body. As a beast soul master, he will definitely not miss it. 55,000. 56,000. 57,000. 58,000. As the auction price continued to rise, the face of the middle-aged man next to Daimyu Bei became more and more gloomy. In Xingluo City, the only ones who dared to go against him like this were the old guys in Davis camp, but the man in front of him was obviously not one of them. When the auction price reached the terrifying 70,000 gold soul coins, Yang Fan still chose to give up. Daimyu Bei can get carried away, but he can't. Although millions of gold soul coins are the benefits he brought to the family, he can't use the family's future life to seek benefits for himself here. Give it up. Give it up. After the auction ended, Yang Fan saw Daimyu Bei slowly stand up from his seat. A pair of evil eyes under the mask looked over. Yang Fan felt the arrogance, disdain, and contempt projected over him. He smiled. A poor prince who was bullied on weekdays could do the heaven-defying operation of not daring to cause trouble is mediocre. After escaping to a foreign country, at this time, he could only find a sense of superiority from this little civilian. At this time, Grandpa Yang Wudi's rough big hand grabbed his wrist and signaled him not to move. Decades of tempering had long made Yang Wudi lose his youthful frivolous spirit. Because of this, he, the patriarch, can't let Yang Fan cause trouble at this time. They just established a long-term cooperative relationship with the Xingluo Zhu family yesterday. It is not wise to provoke the royal family at this time. Yang Fan patted his grandfather's old big hand, indicating that he would never mess around. Grandpa really underestimated him. Is Yang Fan the kind of person who would cause trouble in public? On the way back, Zhao Fan, why do you have to have that Jinyang Zhi? Yang Wudi said he couldn't understand. 70,000. Yang Wudi didn't feel sorry for Yang Fan spending so much money, but he couldn't accept that the money was spent on the handle of a knife. 70,000 gold soul coins can buy 2 fire spirit grasses that are better than Jinyang Zhi. Master told me before that I must buy Jinyang ZHI when I see it. In fact, he still doesn't know what the Jinyang ZHI is good for, but when Jinyang ZHI appeared on the auction table, Yao Lao used his soul power to convey this message to him. It's okay. Next time grandpa sees it, I will definitely get it for you. The grandfather and grandson walked and talked suddenly. There was a sound of fighting on the streets of Xingluo Empire. As soul masters, Yang Wudi and Yang Fan are particularly sensitive to this kind of sudden fight. The grandfather and grandson jumped onto the roof next to them at the same time, and then smiled at each other. It's the Xingluo royal family just now. Although Yang Wudi didn't know who Daimyo Bei was, anyone who was not blind could tell his identity through the evil-eyed white tiger spirit. Everyone says that the competition in the Xingluo royal family is fierce. Sure enough, this should be the competition between the princes for the succession to the throne. Yang Fan also thought so. It was too abnormal that a fight had occurred under the airtight military defense of Xingluo City without alerting the patrol team. Someone must have made a warning before this. At this time, the battle below had entered a white-hot stage. Daimyo Bei was blocked in the corner and beaten like a dog, and the soul saint next to him was already unable to take care of himself when facing the siege of two soul masters of the same level. Judging from the current situation, if nothing unexpected happened, the third prince of the Xingluo Empire would die. Grandpa, let's go down and get him. A bold idea rose in Yang Fan's heart. Don't mess around. This is the business of the Xingluo royal family. We should not interfere. After leaving the Haoshan sect, Yang Wudi promised his clansmen that he would not belong to any faction in the future. Who said we are going to interfere in their royal family's affairs? Look at the storage soul guide that fell on the ground. It contains the Jinyangzi we want. Yang Fan said that he would never take sides. He just wanted to go down and pick up some equipment while the two sides were fighting. Nonsense. What if someone finds out? Yang Wudi did not finish the rest of his words. He believed that the smart Yang Fan could understand. Once the Poi clan is exposed, it will be impossible not to take sides. Grandpa, I'm just going down to pick up the storage soul guide that fell on the ground, and I don't need to activate my martial soul the whole time. If you are found out, can these few cowards below stop you, a soul fighter? The evil in Yang Wudi's heart was successfully aroused by Yang Fan at this moment. Chapter 85 The Yang family's ninth soul ring. Grandpa will go down and get it back for you. Yang Wudi was finally tempted. Although Jinyangzi is not as good as Hualin KO, it is also one of the top medicinal herbs that can strengthen the body. He was tempted. But how could he, as a grandfather, let a junior go down and take risks? Don't. Your soul power and moves are too obvious. Once you are forced to take action, your identity will definitely be exposed. You should stay up there to support me. If he gets into trouble down there, he can still ask his grandfather to help him. But if his grandfather is besieged after going down, then it will be Yao Lao who will be exposed. After weighing the pros and cons, be careful. Grandpa will protect you from behind. Yang Wudi suddenly smiled in his heart. He saw the young and frivolous self many years ago in Yang Fan. That's what young people should be like. None of the powerful people with titles on Douluo Continent were law-abiding and timid when they were young. Yang Wudi suddenly realized that he could not use his current old mentality to solidify his grandson's thinking and actions. Grandpa, I'm going. As soon as the voice fell, Yang Fan lightly jumped down from a building over 30 meters high. The surge of soul power made him not even move. He had only one goal, the storage soul guide. Take it and leave. Just like he promised his grandfather before he came down. He would never interfere in the factional disputes among the Xingluo royal family. The Poi clan did not have this ability, and he did not have this ability. From the moment he jumped down, Yang Fan's attention did not shift from the storage soul guide that fell on the ground. He thought, well, in order to integrate into the current hot environment, he deliberately chose the same black mask as the killers present, but his height of 9 years old still attracted the attention of the people around him at the moment he jumped down. Everyone present became wary and hostile to him. Seeing this, Yang Fan kicked Daimyo Bei's head with 2 feet. You are called Daimyo Bei? Seeing that it was a friendly army, the people around him immediately let down their guard. The chaos around them entered a white-hot stage again after a moment of stagnation. Yang Fan took this opportunity to roll over and easily got the storage soul guide device left on the ground. Slip, slip. No matter who the hell he's, Yang Fan left this place of trouble without looking back at this moment. No, that's not our man. Who is he? The assassins targeting Dame Bei realized that the masked guy just now was not their man when they saw Yang Fan, who was late and left early. However, as Yang Fan jumped onto the roof, everything was too late. What should we do? Don't worry about him. He doesn't know who we are. The task they received was to kill the third prince Dame Bei. As for the employer behind him, it was obvious, even if no one said it. Faced with such an important task, they couldn't interrupt it halfway because of a guy who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Got it? Yang Fan shook a storage soul guide device in the shape of a jade pendant. Easily got it. You kid. You reacted quite quickly. Yang Wudi was amused by Yang Fan's wit after he went down. Being able to make the assassin mistake Yang Fan for a friendly force in such a dangerous situation in a split second, such a quick mind, is far better than his peers. After the joke, Yang Wuda's expression suddenly became serious. Leave here quickly. Xingluo City, a place of trouble. The leaving Yang Wudi said was not just to stay away from this lively area at the moment, but to leave the city as soon as possible. Late at night, the dogs in Xingluo City have all gone to bed, but Yang Fan is still full of energy. Yang Fan opened the storage soul guide he picked up. There are really a lot of good things in it. The first thing that caught his eye was hundreds of thousands of gold soul coins. Although Dame Bei is a poor prince, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. As a member of the Xingluo royal family, it must be no problem for him to take out millions of gold soul coins casually. Master, this torso protective gear is also there. In addition to the gold soul coins, there are only two things in the storage soul guide: Jinyangzi and torso protective gear. It can be seen that Dame Bei only brought money this time. He had seen Jinyangzi more than once before, so Yang Fan focused all his attention on the torso protector in his hand. This is a black soft armor. Yang Fan couldn't figure out what material it was made of, but when he put his hand on it, he could feel a little heavy. Put it on. This soft armor should help you resist the attack of the Soul King. After all, it is worth 300,000 gold soul coins. It still has some use. By the way, Master, why did you ask me to bid for that Jinyangzi at the auction today? Until now, Yang Fan still didn't understand what the magical use of a 10,000-year-old Jinyangzi was. But he knew that what Yao Lao asked him to do must have a deep meaning. Want to know? Yao Lao showed a meaningful smile on his face. Then he said, Golden Sun ZHI is called Fire Ganoderma in my world. This herb is mediocre when it is 1,000 years old, and it can't even be considered a top-grade fire-attributed herb. However, after reaching 10,000 years, a kind of Ganoderma lucidum liquid will gradually be produced in the fire Ganoderma. This Ganoderma lucidum liquid can only be extracted under a certain high temperature quenching, and the extracted Ganoderma lucidum liquid has many functions, one of which is that the cultivator can be protected from the erosion of the fire after taking it. You will definitely use it in the future. Yao Lao understood that it was normal for the soul masters of Douluo Continent not to know, because it is difficult to see the extreme flames that can extract the Ganoderma lucidum liquid on the soul masters. Naturally they would not know that Golden Sun ZHI has such a wonderful use. I see. Yang Fan said that he still needed to follow Yao Lao to learn more on the road of cultivation. Early in the morning, in the puzzled eyes of the tribesmen, Yang Wudi announced the matter of leaving Xingluo City. The approaching Soul Master competition made the tribesmen want to stay and see the world, but the decision of the tribe leader Yang Wudi ruthlessly broke the fantasy in their hearts. Before leaving, Yang Fan accidentally got the news about Dame Bei. It's normal that this guy was not beaten to death. Dame Bei, like ZHU's Yu King, was selected as a tool to stimulate the potential of his brothers and sisters. He is a chess piece. He is a civilian player, and the game experience of Davis and ZHU Xuan, two recharged players. Although Dame Bei is a sacrifice selected by the Xingluo royal family, he must be exploited after his value is exhausted. The family will allow them to fight each other, but they will not watch two chess pieces die easily, and let ZHU Xuan and Davis lose their competitors too early. After the family's cavalry left Xingluo City, Yang Fan's mind gradually withdrew. It took a total of 10 days from Xingluo City to Yunluo City, passing through 6 cities. The approaching Soul Master Academy Elite competition has made the entire Douluo Continent very lively, but any city that can host the Soul Master competition is currently overcrowded. Among them were participating students, various clans and families, idle soul masters, merchants, and nobles. In order to return to the clan as soon as possible to deal with the next affairs and avoid unnecessary conflicts, Yang Wudi always chose to settle in some relatively quiet towns. That night, a surge of soul power suddenly rushed into the sky. Yang Fan, who was practicing, jumped up like a spring. Soul power and fighting spirit began to surge in his body almost at the same time. "It's your grandfather's room." Yao Lao was also awakened by this sudden movement, but when he calmed down, his face was less worried. "Grandpa, what's wrong?" "Clan leader, what happened?" Yang Fan and the clan members who heard the movement rushed over, and they couldn't help but be shocked when they saw the scene in the room. The windows of the room had been shattered, and a large hole with a diameter of about 2 meters appeared on the roof. Even the walls of the hotel had dense cracks. Obviously, this hotel will be rebuilt. Nothing. I lost my concentration when I was practicing, which caused my soul power to overflow. Although Yang Wudi tried his best to cover it up, Yang Fan still noticed the strangeness in his eyes. Strange. Why did he feel that his grandfather was so excited? Could it be Yang Wudi's hotel was obviously no longer able to accommodate people? After paying the innkeeper, he was forced to squeeze into the same room with Yang Fan. After the tribe members left, only the grandfather and grandson were left in the room. Before Yang Fan had time to ask, Yang Wudi had already pinched his shoulders excitedly. "Xiao Fan. Grandpa." Grandpa broke through. "The Kirang Tangshan chrysanthemum you gave Grandpa is indeed a rare fairy product." Just tonight, while it was late at night and everyone was asleep, Yang Wudi finally couldn't hold back his temper. He ate the Kirang Tangshan chrysanthemum. This fairy herb did not disappoint him. After successfully absorbing it, he jumped from the 81st level to the 84th level Soul Douluo. Because of his excitement, he failed to restrain his soul power at the critical moment of his concentration, which led to the overflow of his soul power. This is why the loud noise happened late at night. Fortunately, he reacted in time, otherwise this small hotel would have been razed to the ground. Level 84. Yang Fan remembered that his grandfather had told him before that he was about to reach the threshold of level 82. So this plant of strange chrysanthemum helped his grandfather to level up by 2 levels. It's not unacceptable. You know, after a soul master reaches a level of soul saint, it will become extremely difficult to level up each level. This fairy herb can help a soul fighter level up by 2 levels, which has proved its value. Yang Fan originally planned to refine this fairy herb into a pill and let his grandfather take it, but Yao Lao told him that some medicinal materials are not suitable for being tempered by the high temperature of fire, such as the strange chrysanthemum that his grandfather took. Yes, Grandpa is now level 84. Yang Wudi's tone was trembling at this time. It has been more than 3 years since he was promoted to Soul Douluo. However, after spending so much time, he could only barely touch the threshold of level 82. But now, a fairy grass directly pushed him to the level of level 84. This is undoubtedly equivalent to shortening his cultivation time by nearly 10 years. More importantly, as a soul master who has been refining medicine for a lifetime, Yang Wudi certainly understands that the medicinal properties of fairy herbs will remain in the body for a long time after taking them, and the benefit they bring to him is the improvement of his cultivation speed in the future. He suddenly had hope in his heart. Maybe one day he can really touch the barrier of title Douluo and truly understand why the Poe clan cannot be promoted to title Douluo. Hehe, the changes in the family and the improvement of strength finally released Yang Wudi's heart that had been suppressed for many years. He himself didn't know how long he hadn't laughed like this. The only pity is that now he can only share this joy with Yang Fan, but can't announce it to the entire Poe clan. Grandpa, release your martial spirit, so I can see it. Release your martial spirit? Yang Wudi didn't understand what the brat was up to, but he still released his martial spirit after a moment of daze. The 10-foot-long spear was not fully released under his control, but the 9 spirit rings on his body were particularly intimidating. Just this ratio of spirit rings can suppress the opponent in terms of momentum. Yang Fan focused on the 9th spirit ring on the outermost circle of Grandpa Yang Wudi's body. This was the first time he saw this spirit ring that came with the Soul Saint at such a close distance. Although it was black, the color looked deeper than other 10,000-year spirit rings. Grandpa once said that the appearance of this spirit ring was not useless. When it appeared, it also brought improvements to the soul-breaking spear Soul Master and the martial spirit, making them stronger than the Soul Masters of the same level after reaching the Soul Saint. However, the disadvantage of this inherent spirit ring was that the soul-breaking spear Soul Master could never become a titled Douluo. At the beginning, the ancestors of the Puyi clan believed that the family's Soul Masters were not strong enough, so they could not become titled Douluo. However, a few hundred years ago, a Soul Master who reached level 89 at the age of 70 appeared in the family, but he failed to break through again when he lived to the age of 150. From then on, the curse of the Puyi clan began. I have seen it. It's time to go to bed now. Yang Wudi knew what his grandson was thinking. Because of this, he was more determined to touch the title Douluo barrier. Even if he could not break this curse, he had to leave something for Yang Fan. Otherwise he, the 73rd head of the Yang family, would be sorry for the first innate full soul power in the family. The next day, Master, did you see the soul ring on my grandfather yesterday? I saw it. Do you have any ideas? No. When it comes to alchemy, Yao Chen is very good at it. But when it comes to the research of soul masters and martial spirits, Yao Chen, like Yang Fan, can only be regarded as a 9-year-old child at most. It is not easy for him to come up with a way to break the curse of the Puyi clan overnight. Master, do you think it's because the self-born soul ring occupies the position of the 9th soul ring that it can't absorb and break through again? This is Yang Fan's guess. It's possible. Yao Lao also thought about it last night, and there is a high probability that this is the problem. If this is really the reason, it means that the self-born soul ring must be removed first, but according to his experience, removing the soul ring will inevitably greatly reduce the cultivator's cultivation. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is how to remove the soul ring on the Soul Master, while saving the Soul Master's life. Chapter 86, Reunion. The unresponsive white crane. On the way back, Yang Fan had been thinking about the soul rings of the Puyi clan. He even had a terrible idea in his mind. Blow up the ring. But then he thought about it again. The soul ring is a part of the Soul Master. If the soul ring explodes, the strength will be greatly reduced at best, and the Soul Master will die directly at worst. Of course, the ring explosion is true. This is one of the unique skills of the Haoshan sect. It is said that after the soul ring is exploded, the power in the soul ring will burst out completely, and it will be fed back to the Soul Master himself, and integrated into the attack. It is one of the trump cards of the Haoshan sect Soul Master and a unique skill that can fight across levels. It is said that after a ring explosion, it takes 3 days to restore the soul ring, and the next use needs to be separated by 36 days, otherwise the soul ring will be at risk of being completely exploded. In other words, the soul ring can indeed be permanently exploded. As for the consequences of being permanently exploded, it is unknown. If the power in the soul ring can be permanently fed back to the Soul Master after it is permanently exploded, it will be a perfect evolution of the Soul Master's cultivation. On the way back, Yang Fan found an opportunity to tell Yao Lao his idea. Yao Lao's answer was just 3 words, crazy, and Yao Lao also asked him a question, how to explode the ring. Yang Fan said he didn't know. I'm afraid that only the Haoshan sect in the entire Douluo Continent can answer this question. However, this sect's unique skills that are passed down from one line to another, and even the Haoshan clan members themselves are not qualified to learn, will naturally not flow into the Douluo Continent. Time flies. Unknowingly, the family's horse team has returned to Yunluo City. Before they had time to step into the clan gate, the clan members hurried over to tell Yang Wudi a piece of news. Bei is here with the clan members. The arrival of the minimum clan did not surprise Yang Fan at all. Calculating the time carefully, there are only less than 10 days left before the 4 attribute sect gathering. According to the old tradition of the 4 attribute sect gathering, Bei, who has the best relationship with his grandfather, will definitely arrive in advance and leave last. Old white bird? Hahaha. Yang Wudi handed the things in his hand to the clan members beside him and strode towards the reception room. The clan members looked puzzled. They hadn't heard such a hearty laugh from the clan leader for a long time. After asking the clan members who went to Xingluo City, they learned that the trip to Xingluo City was very smooth. Not only did they preserve the sales channel between the Xingluo nobles, but they also made the Xingluo Zhu family the largest customer of the Poi clan. However, only the grandfather and grandson knew the specific operation. Old white bird, I didn't expect you to arrive so early. Before Yang Wudi appeared, a hearty laugh came from outside. Bei is Yang Wudi's best brother on Douluo Continent. Only in front of this good brother, Yang Wudi will show unprecedented ease. Old goat. Yang Fan couldn't help laughing in his heart after hearing this title. Because on Douluo Continent, only 3 other clan leaders would call his grandfather like this. The reason why his grandfather got such a nickname had nothing to do with his martial spirit, but was entirely because of his stubborn temper like a goat. The two hugged each other and exchanged pleasantries. The last time he saw Bei he was in the Soul Beast Forest. Over a year had not brought any significant changes to Bei. Instead, Bei Chengxiang, who was standing next to him, had grown a lot taller. Bei Chengxiang was now 7 years old and had become a true soul master. Hey, is this kid Yang Fan? Bei arrived yesterday with the minimum clan. After arriving, he couldn't help but hear about the recent events of the Pio clan. Grandpa Bei, it would have been fine if Yang Fan didn't say hello. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Bei's face change. You little brat. You left without saying goodbye. Do you know how worried your grandpa and the entire Pio clan are? If you dare to run around again next time, Grandpa Bei won't forgive you. It stands to reason that when old friends meet, they will inevitably ask about the cultivation status of the younger generation. However, Bei chose to avoid talking about this issue, because he had already learned about Yang Fan's current situation from the Pio clan. A soul master with 1 ring at the age of 9 is not bad in Douluo Continent, but adding a condition of full innate soul power in front of it seems a bit lax. But he can understand it. Yang Fan must have suffered a lot when he was alone outside for 3 years, and his cultivation naturally fell behind. The mistake was that this kid shouldn't have run out to play. Bei looked at Yang Fan standing in front of him and suddenly felt a little distressed. Just as he was about to touch Yang Fan's head, he was interrupted by Yang Wudi next to him. Xiao Fan, take Xiang out to play. Your grandfather Bei and I still have a lot to talk about. Play? What to play? She is just a little girl. Although Yang Fan felt that a mature male like him could not play with a little girl, as the host of the party, he still took the little girl out of the living room. Bei Chengxiang, who was taken out alone, was a little restrained and shy, but she still mustered up the courage the next moment. Yang Fan, I heard that you are a fire attribute soul master. Bei Chengxiang asked with her head tilted. What's the matter? It was not surprising that Bei Chengxiang knew that he was a fire attribute soul master. The fact that his martial soul mutated and brought fire was known to the tribe the day after he came back, but they didn't know his true strength. Then can you bake pancakes? Just put the pancakes in the palm of your hand and heat them up, and the pancakes will become crispy after baking. Bei Chengxiang's little face was full of longing, and it can be seen that she has tried her best to describe it. What did you say? Oh my god. He couldn't even imagine how poor the life of the minimum family was that could make Bei Chengxiang miss a flask so much. Can you do it? Bei Chengxiang's expression now was saying to him, I have pancakes, do you have fire? Yes. But you have to tell me something first. Yang Fan guessed correctly. Bei Chengxiang really took out 2 pancakes from the small bag on her waist. Ask. The little face raised, as if saying, 100 questions are okay. Grandpa Bei's crystal blood dragon ginseng should be there, right? Bei Chengxiang's face suddenly changed, and she stuffed the 2 pancakes she had just taken out of the bag back. I won't eat it anymore. Looking at Bei Chengxiang who left in a hurry, Yang Fan was a little dumbfounded. A 7-year-old girl is not that easy to fool. However, Yang Fan analyzed that the crystal blood dragon ginseng must be in Grandpa Bei's body because the minimum family, which was so poor that they were peeing blood, had no place to store this crystal blood dragon ginseng. In the evening of the same day, Yang Fan took the initiative to come to Bei's room. Grandpa Bei, I'll bring you some hot water and ask if you need anything else. How can an old man like me be so precious? Seeing that Yang Fan had no intention of leaving, Bei said again, anything else? No. Yang Fan just walked out and turned back unwillingly. Grandpa Bei, I saw a good thing in the Soul Beast forest some time ago. After wearing it, it can increase speed. You are a pure mind type soul master. Help me see what this is. Yang Fan took off the bead on his body while speaking. Is this the Swift Wind Bead? Yin Wind Bead, Swift Wind Bead. Although the names are different, it is not difficult to hear that Bei and Yao Lao are talking about the same thing. This little thing can indeed increase the speed of soul masters to a certain extent. After saying that, Bei directly tested the effect of the Yin Wind Bead in the room. At this moment, the Yin Feng Pearl played a real role in Bei's hands. The speed of a pure agility soul Douluo is terrifying, and with the blessing of the Yin Feng Pearl, Yang Fan was already dazzled. Yang Fan knew that Bei was in the room, but the speed was so fast that he couldn't even see the after image. Not bad. This is really a good thing. This kind of pendant that increases speed may not be too tempting for ordinary soul masters, but it is hard to resist for a pure agility soul master like Bei. At this time, Bei's face suddenly sank. Are you planning to take the crystal blood dragon ginseng? The matter was exposed. Yang Fan simply stopped pretending. Grandpa Bei, can I take this swift wind pearl in exchange for the crystal blood dragon ginseng in your hand? Yang Fan smiled. Humph, the old one can't get it out of me. Now it's my turn to do it? No exchange. This result was within Yang Fan's expectations. Although the crystal blood dragon ginseng will not play any role in Bei's hands, its own value is incomparable to the swift wind pearl. I'll trade you the 10,000-year-old fire spirit grass. No. Fire spirit grass plus the gale pearl. No. Add a 10,000-year-old golden sun Ganoderma. No. Yang Fan's scalp was numb. It was said that his grandfather had a bad temper, and he saw that Bei's stubborn temper was no less. Forced to do nothing, Yang Fan could only choose to use his ultimate move. He took out a snow white and crystal clear 8-petal orchid from the storage soul guide. This time he didn't say anything. He used the fairy grass to shock Bei's soul directly, and he really didn't believe that such a fairy herb couldn't take down this old man. What is this? The moment the 8-petal fairy orchid appeared in the room, Bei's old eyes flashed with a different brilliance. Although he couldn't name the orchid, he could also feel that it was definitely not an ordinary product. This thing is called the 8-petal fairy orchid. After taking it, it can greatly increase the strength of the soul master, and it also has the wonderful effect of strengthening the foundation and removing impurities from the body. In terms of quality, the 8-petal fairy orchid is definitely better than the crystal blood dragon ginseng. But in order to restore Yao Lao's soul, Yang Fan was willing to do this loss-making business. Of course. This is also because the owner of the crystal blood dragon ginseng is his grandfather Bei, his grandfather's best brother. If it was someone else, Yang Fan might have already planned to buy it for free. Good stuff. It's really a rare fairy product. The old Yang family has really become prosperous in the past 2 years. The family actually has this rare fairy grass. Now you can exchange it. Whether in terms of quality or the effect on soul masters, the 8-petal fairy orchid in front of him is far superior to the crystal blood dragon ginseng. No one has a reason to refuse, unless this person has a bubble in his head. No exchange. No exchange? Yang Fan was so angry that he put away the 8-petal fairy orchid and turned away. The old man is nothing. He finally knows why the minimum family, who owns the soul Douluo, is so poor. Bei doesn't know how to do business. If the minimum family had a more flexible mind, they wouldn't be like this. He doesn't understand. Is the crystal blood dragon ginseng really that important to the old man? Is there some unknown sad love story in it? What his grandfather said was indeed true. Bei regarded the crystal blood dragon ginseng as more important than his own life. Stinky boy. Although grandpa doesn't know where you got that orchid, you must remember not to show off to outsiders at any time. Yang Fan understood. Such a fairy-grade herb was enough to stir up a bloody storm on the Douluo Continent. Chapter 87. The Elephant Armor Sect arrives. Yang Fan's soul attack. Xiao Fanfan, Grandpa Niu is here. Niu Gao's rough and hearty voice could be heard from a long distance. The arrival of the Yu clan also meant the reunion of the 4 attribute sects after 2 years. Grandpa Niu, Yang Fan, as a junior, stood behind the clan members and greeted them from a distance. Stinky boy, don't run away this time, stay at home and practice well. The 3 clan leaders knew that Yang Fan had innate full soul power, but no one would mention it in broad daylight. Such a full talent is too sensitive. After making a few jokes with this missing person who returned, the clan leaders hugged and walked into the reception room of the Po clan. 3 uncles, you have to give in to my dad later. The gatherings of the 4 clan leaders often start with happiness and end with anger. No other reason. It was because the 4 of them boasted after drinking too much, and no one would give in to anyone, and in the end they overturned the table and smashed the bowls. However, after sobering up, the 4 of them were as good as brothers. Topics only arise between people of the same age. Old guys play with old guys, middle-aged people communicate with middle-aged people, and the rest are just underage children like them. Yang Fan wanted to go back to his room to practice and figure out Beihe's weaknesses. However, the 3rd uncle of the family handed him the glorious task of entertaining Bei Chengxiang and others. According to the conventions of the 4 clans, Taelong should jump out and show off at this time. What level are you now? I'm now level 29, and I will become a soul master in a short time. Before others could answer, Taelong had already handed over his background, his eyes full of expectations. Taelong is 6 years older than him. Becoming a soul master before the age of 16 is considered a little talent in Douluo Continent. Normal practice can make him a soul saint, and it may be a bit far-fetched to surpass his grandfather Titan. What level are you now? There were only 4 people present. Except for Taelong, no one was willing to reveal their current practice status. Bei Chengxiang, who just turned 7, has awakened her martial spirit for only a year, and has not yet reached the bottleneck of the 1st ring. In her heart, she does not like the martial spirit without attack power, the spine-tailed swift. The other one is Niu Xian. He is the grandson of Niu Gao of the Yu clan, and is 2 years older than him. However, his innate 3rd level soul power almost caused his family's inherited martial spirit, the plate armor giant rhino, to mutate, not to mention his future cultivation path. Yang Fan estimated that he should have just reached the 1st ring at the age of 11 this year. Such a cultivation talent and improvement speed destined Niu Xian to be impossible to become the future patriarch of the Yu clan. The chat continued. At this time, Taelong had not yet discovered how annoying he was. I have now entered Xiandao City's Blue Tyrant Academy. Do you know this academy? That is the best civilian Soul Master Academy in Xiandao City. After this session of the Soul Master Academy Elite competition is over, I will be the next chief disciple of the academy. Taelong was bragging, and what he said was not entirely wrong. Because of the limitations of the 5 elemental academies, many soul masters martial souls cannot enroll, and the Xiandao Royal Academy, an aristocratic academy where dandy boys gather, is not favored by Titan. The outside is boasting, and the inside of the room is no less. After a few jars of wine, the faces of the 4 clan leaders are obviously drunk. My stinky boy is really good. He just turned 15 this year, and will soon be a soul master. With Taelong's talent, it will be no problem for him to become a soul Douluo in the future. If this kid encounters any opportunities or noble guidance, he may become the first title Douluo of our power clan. Yang Wudi picked up the wine glass and drank it all. Well, yes, there is a chance. Old goat. Since Yang Fan, the stinky boy, has returned safely this time, don't let him leave again. Practice well. Don't waste the talent of innate full soul power. There is still a great chance to surpass Taelong in the future. When only 4 people were present, Yang Fan dared to put the matter of innate full soul power on the wine table. Although the talent is good. However, being 9 years old and still a ring is not what one wants. Yeah, right. In the past, Yang Wudi might have flipped the table by now. Why did Yang Fan surpass Taelong? However, Yang Wudi now just wanted to cooperate with Taitan's performance and turn a blind eye. People are often like this. When they have no money, they will brag about themselves as much as possible, for fear that others will see their poverty. However, when they really have money, they will think about how to cover up the fact that they are rich, because they are afraid of being remembered. Old goat. I heard that your POE clan has been targeted by the Xiangjia sect recently. The old faces of the 4 people at the table changed color as the topic changed. These bastards destroyed our goods worth 300,000 gold soul coins some time ago. When this was said, the other 2 people besides Beihe were quite surprised. 300,000 gold soul coins. Even the Li clan, which is now settled in Xiandao City, can't take out so much cash at one time. Without these 300,000 goods, what will the POE clan do in the future? Bragging is bragging. But when the brothers' families really encountered difficulties, Taitan's expression and tone were extremely resolute. Don't worry. This matter has passed. I went to Xingluo City some time ago and explained the whole story to the buyer. Although the matter has passed, the hatred can never be erased. Humph, the bastards of the Elephant Armor sect rely on the support of the Spirit Hall to do whatever they want all day long. Sooner or later, I, Taitan, will deal with these bastards. The anger is real. However, the current 4 attribute sects are far from having the ability to settle accounts with the Elephant Armor sect. Hu Yansin came to me some time ago and wanted my Yu clan to submit to his Elephant Armor sect. I'll go to hell. Niu Gao, who was furious, crushed the wine glass in his hand into powder. The Elephant Armor sect has been thinking about the Yu clan for a long time. The reason why they want to accept it is because the Yu clan and the Elephant Armor sect are both sects known for their defense. The difference is that the Elephant Armor sect is more powerful. Okay, let's not talk about these bastards. Drowning sorrow with wine. After drinking the wine, the worries in the hearts of several people seem to be numbed with the infusion of alcohol. On the other side, Tailong, who doesn't brag, is not so annoying to get along with. Yang Fan took the 3 people to walk around Yunluo City for a long time, bought a lot of things, and Tailong paid for them all. Just tell me what you want to eat. We are all brothers and sisters. There is no need to be so polite to me. Yang Fan, where is the delicious food in Yunluo City? I will treat you to dinner later. Yang Fan did not answer. His attention was all focused on the street corner less than 100 meters away from them. His expression was a little solemn. Why don't you talk? As soon as Tailong finished speaking, he realized that the corner of the street was wrong. When he turned around, a group of people in khaki clothes had appeared at the end of the street. Xiangjia sect. When Yang Fan saw this group of people, a flash of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Yo, who do I think it is? You 4 attribute sects are gathering in this remote place again. A total of 8 Diamond Mammoth Spirit Masters appeared in front of him. All of them were the young generation of the Elephant Armor sect. The oldest was about 20 years old, and the youngest was already 8 or 9 years old. Standing in the center was Hu Yanli. Is there anything wrong? Tailong took a step forward and blocked the other 3 behind him. Don't say it. At this time, Tailong fully demonstrated the spirit and courage of an elder brother of the family. Tailong could be considered tall and strong in front of Yang Fan and others, but in front of those young people of the Elephant Armor sect who were more than 2 meters tall, he was like a chicken cub. The difference in height and body shape made Niu Xian and Bai Chengxiang behind him feel a strong sense of oppression. Tailong, you have nothing to do here. The Elephant Armor Academy and the Blue Tyrant Academy both belong to the Xiandao competition area, and because of the conflict between the Power Clan and the Elephant Armor sect, Hu Yanli and Tailong became old acquaintances. I'm looking for Niu Xian. Hu Yanli's eyes passed Tailong and projected on Niu Xian behind him. Niu Xian gradually became taciturn in the sect because of his poor cultivation talent. Because of this, his character gradually became cowardly. Facing Hu Yanli's gaze, he didn't even dare to look up and look at him. Niu Xian doesn't have time. Tailong couldn't agree when he heard that it was aimed at Niu Xian. If Niu Xian was bullied today, wouldn't he, the big brother, be laughed at? You want to be beaten, right? The Soul Masters of the Elephant Armor sect didn't mind taking care of Tailong while targeting Niu Xian. They were even happy to do it. Don't you want to stand up for Niu Xian? As long as you can beat me, I'll let you pass through here today. Facing Hu Yanli's declaration of war, Tai Long nodded and agreed without any hesitation. Yang Fan was helpless. This guy has strong limbs and a simple mind. He accepted the declaration of war without asking why the Elephant Armor sect targeted Yu Xiaogang. The fighting spirit contract has been concluded. Both sides have already started to fight on the streets of Yunluo City. At this time, Yang Fan can clearly see the young generation of the Elephant Armor sect's smug and ferocious faces. "Hey!" Tai Long shouted, and 2 yellow spirit rings suddenly flashed at this moment. The possession of the powerful gorilla made his muscles bulge, and his height increased accordingly. His originally broad chest is now more obvious. Looking at the opposite side, Hu Yanli released the inherited martial spirit of the Elephant Armor sect, the Diamond Mammoth, almost at the same time. Tai Long's body is indeed strong, but after releasing the martial spirit, he seems so small in front of Hu Yanli, who is nearly 2 meters tall. 3 rings? This is what surprised Tai Long the most. He is the same age as Hu Yanli, but when they met last time, this guy was also a great spirit master like him. Obviously, such a change is unexpected for Tai Long at the moment. "Do you think everyone is as useless as you?" Hu Yanli's eyes are full of disdain. The quality of the Diamond Mammoth martial spirit is already above that of the mighty ape, and the difference in levels creates an insurmountable gap between them. Let's speak with our fists. The difference in spirit rings did not make Tai Long feel timid, but on the contrary, ignited a higher fighting spirit. Grandpa said when he was drinking last time, now he can even compete with the Soul Master. He can do it. Humph, you're looking for death. Speed is the most obvious shortcoming of the Diamond Mammoth Spirit Master, so at the beginning of the battle Hu Yanli was not in a hurry, but waited for Tai Long's attack. Yang Fan thought that this guy would not be fooled, but he still overestimated this guy's amazing brain. Tai Long made a move, at a disadvantage in spirit rings. He knew that he could not fight a protracted war, so he showed all his strength at the beginning. The first spirit skill, Rock Defense. Douluo Continent knows that the Power Clan takes the pure strength route of cultivation. Because of this, the mighty ape spirit masters will adopt a single fighting method of punching to the flesh, which leads to them needing a stronger physique. Therefore, their first soul skills are often to enhance physical strength. Second soul skill, Explosive Force. Tai Long jumped high, and his sandbag-sized fist smashed down towards Hu Yanli's face. At this moment, the first soul ring on Hu Yanli's body suddenly flashed, and his whole body was covered with a layer of earth yellow soul power. As a Diamond Mammoth Soul Master known as the first defensive sect in Douluo Continent, his first soul skill is naturally defense. Copper Wall and Iron Wall. Just like the name of this soul skill, Hu Yanli blocked Tai Long's attack outside the defense. With a punch, Tai Long was directly blasted more than 10 meters away. However, at the moment when Tai Long fell to the ground, this guy actually jumped up like a spring and cast a look in the direction of Yang Fan and others. Indicated that he was fine. This guy's really tough. Yang Fan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Sure enough, the physical strength of Beast Soul Masters is far stronger than that of Weapon Soul Masters in most cases. If a great Soul Master of the Poe clan had been hit by this punch, he would probably not be able to get up now. Raw, Tai Long's soul power burst out, and his own momentum suddenly increased at this moment. He rushed towards Hu Yanli, who was less than 20 meters away. However, before he could get close this time, Hu Yanli's third soul ring began to flash. Death Suppression. Before Hu Yanli released his soul skill, Yang Fan had already called out the name. He had seen this soul skill before, when he killed Hu Yanhei in the Soul Beast Forest. It was the signature skill of the Xiangjia sect Soul Master, to make up for his lack of speed. Tai Long is in danger. As expected, a strong aura silently enveloped Tai Long's rushing body, and the strong pressure locked him firmly. Tai Long is a pure power type Soul Master, but the difference in the quality of his martial soul and the difference of one soul ring made him unable to break free from the suppression of Hu Yanli's third soul skill, even if he tried his best. Seeing Hu Yanli's huge body leaping high and about to fall on him, Tai Long knew that he had no chance. At this moment, Yang Fan took action. Soul power surged out from his head, pressing down on Hu Yanli in midair like a mountain and an ocean. Chapter 88, Fight. The battle between spear and shield. But, Hu Yanli's head seemed to explode in the air. The mental shock made him dazed for a moment, and the world was spinning in front of him. It was this moment that Taelong seized the opportunity. Raw, the power that burst out of his whole body, allowed him to break free from Hu Yanli's third soul skill, the death-crushing kill, and then he punched Hu Yanli, who was about to fall to the ground. Wow. Hu Yanli fell to the ground and spit out blood. On the surface, it seemed that Taelong's punch made Hu Yanli bleed. In fact, it was not. For Hu Yanli, who had strong defensive power, Taelong's small fist hitting his chest did not hurt him at all. This was completely a mental injury. The defense of the Diamond Mammoth martial spirit is indeed strong, but this martial spirit is only strong in the blessing of physical strength. As for soul power, this is an attribute that most soul masters in Douluo Continent will ignore. Ali, how are you? Seeing Hu Yanli being beaten and vomiting blood, the young men of the Elephant Armor sect were no longer calm. This time they came to cause trouble for the Four Attribute sect, but they were beaten and bled. That's not all. The most important thing is that, if Hu Yanli is left with a hidden disease, because of this injury, the angry young man of the Elephant Armor sect has gradually lost his mind, and even wants to rush forward, to let Taelong know what the world is like. At this time, Yang Fan stood up. Having lost the fighting spirit bet, does the 6th ranked Elephant Armor sect Soul Master in Douluo Continent intend to break the rules? The Soul Master pays the most attention to the fighting spirit bet. Once the bet is established, no matter what the result is, it will be recognized by both Soul Masters. And if someone tries to break the bet, after it is established, it will be despised by the entire Soul Master circle. Yang Fan's words are undoubtedly equivalent to a blow to the angry Elephant Armor sect Soul Master. Let them calm down instantly. Let's go. In fact, something has changed. The oldest youth weighed the pros and cons, and decided to take Hu Yanli back, to heal his injuries first. He was puzzled. Although Hu Yanli is not a strong man, Taelong is even weaker. How could he be beaten to vomit blood with one punch? That's why the Soul Masters of the Elephant Armor sect were even more worried about Hu Yanli's injury. HMPH. Taelong clenched his fists heavily. No one knew how fast his heartbeat was. Unbelievable. He actually punched Hu Yanli, who had been promoted to Soul Master, and made him spit blood. Grandpa was not lying to him. He really had the strength to wrestle with Soul Masters. So powerful. Bei Cheng Xiang's involuntary praise made Taelong lose himself. He laughed. If these bastards cause trouble for you in the future, I will beat them back for you. Yang Fan. You said that very well. While showing off himself, Taelong did not forget to express his gratitude to Yang Fan. If it weren't for Yang Fan's words just now, they might have been beaten up by the Soul Masters of the Elephant Armor sect. Oh. Yang Fan responded calmly. Now he had no time to pay attention to Taelong at all. It shouldn't be. This was the first time he used his soul power to attack the enemy. The reason for adopting such an attack method was entirely inspired by Yao Lao's use of soul power to severely injure soul beasts in the Soul Beast Forest. His first soul attack was very successful. Yang Fan was excited because he had caused complete damage to Hu Yanli this time. But not entirely. Although it was the first time, Yang Fan felt that his soul attack just now should not be so weak. Don't forget, he is a man who relies on soul power to break the illusion of time. If his years of hard work on soul power only made Hu Yanli, who is at the Soul Master level, spit out blood, this soul attack is too weak. Yang Fan had a bold guess in his mind. Soul bone. The original book mentioned that Hu Yanli had a soul bone on his head when he participated in the Soul Master competition, but no one knew when he absorbed it. If it was the head soul bone that helped Hu Yanli resist the soul attack just now, it would be easy to explain. Thinking of this, Yang Fan felt a little inexplicably excited. After the four returned to the sect, no one mentioned the conflict with the younger generation of the Xiangjia sect. However, that afternoon, the leader of the Xiangjia sect, Hu Yansen, brought his clansmen to block the gate of the Poi clan. Hu Yansen took the lead and stood at the front. His huge body gave people a strong sense of oppression. A special light appeared on his dark buttocks. Standing at the door of the Poyi clan, he was like a mountain of meat, blocking more than half of the view of the gate. Today is a day when our four attribute sects gather. May I ask if Sect Master Hu Yan has anything to say? Yang Wudi did not give Hu Yansen any good face. This is because the PoE clan is weak now, otherwise they would have settled new and old grudges with the Xiangjia sect today. I have something to say. Hu Yansen's big eyes like a cow swept through the crowd and finally set his eyes on Taelong in the crowd. The Li clan has no other advantages. It's just protecting its shortcomings. Seeing that the Xiangjia sect put pressure on his grandson, Taitan jumped out to block Taelong in front of him to resist the pressure. Old boy, if you have something to say, just say it. If you have something to say, just fart. Don't get in the way of our 4 attribute sects here. The clan leaders of the 4 attribute sects all showed hostility towards Hu Yansen at this time. This little bastard from the power clan used dirty tricks to hurt my grandson Ali, so I, as a grandfather, came here today to get revenge. Taitan was the first to be surprised. Although he likes to brag on weekdays, how strong is his grandson? After a brief understanding of the matter, the 4 clan leaders figured out the whole story. Taitan and then Yu Gao looked at Taelong with a little admiration in their eyes. Yang Wudi and Beihe looked at Yang Fan in the corner. At this time, Yang Wudi had already seen through everything. Good boy, well done. Humph, your grandson is not strong enough, but you blame us. Hu Yansen, you are old. Do you still want to break the fighting spirit bet? Taitan's tone was full of sarcasm. How many years have it been? He can't remember how long it has been since the power clan got the upper hand on the elephant armor sect. Hahaha, Hu Yansen laughed instead of getting angry. Such a scene seemed to be within his expectation. I, Hu Yansen, have been wandering around all my life, and I have always regarded bets as more important than my own life. I, Hu Yansen, came here today to make another bet with you. If I win, I will make that little bastard kneel down and apologize to Ali. Hu Yansen was so arrogant that he didn't even say what his conditions would be if he lost. Why? In addition to the support of the Spirit Hall, there is another more important reason. Titan is not his opponent at all. The Diamond Mammoth Spirit is not only good at defense, but also strength. This is the real reason why the Elephant Armor sect can rank 6th in Douluo Continent. It can be said that Hu Yansen can beat Titan in terms of defense, strength and level. What? You don't dare now? If you don't dare, you can ask someone else to respond to this declaration of war. Hasn't the chief of the Yu clan, Yu Gao, always said that your plate armored giant rhinoceros is the most defensive martial spirit? Why don't we come out and compete? We can make a bet. If you lose, you will bring the Yu clan to our Xiangjia sect. Yu Gao's face was as hen. This was not the first time that the Xiangjia sect used means to make the Yu clan surrender. These bastards did everything they could. They tried to use means to force the Yu clan into a desperate situation and then force them to join. What? You don't dare anymore? Are the old guys of the 4 attribute sects not as brave as a younger generation? Hu Yansen's voice, along with the infusion of soul power, reached the ears of every member of the 4 attribute sect. This naked humiliation had long been enough for the members of the 4 attribute sects, but with their current strength, they could not compete with the Wuhan Hall behind the Xiangjia sect. I'll do it. No one expected that someone would actually stand up at this time. This person was Yang Wudi. Yang Wudi is a man who values loyalty and faith. He cannot allow someone to break into the PoE clan's home and crush the guest's head and take a shit. Old goat, don't be impulsive. The other 3 clan leaders did not expect Yang Wudi to stand up at this time. The 4 attribute sect has suffered enough grievances, and it really doesn't care about this one more. Don't worry. I know my limits. As the clan leader of the PoE clan, Yang Wudi has long lost the youthful frivolity of his youth. The reason why he dared to stand up and fight has his own confidence. His confidence is the immortal herb he took not long ago. According to the information he has currently, Hu Yansen is an 88th level Soul Douluo, and he has reached the 84th level after taking the Kirang Tong Xianju. Although there is a gap, it is not enough to be described as a chasm. Yang Wudi, Hu Yansen's copper bell-sized eyes narrowed slightly. Among the 4 clan leaders, the only one he feared was Yang Wudi. Even if he had a defense comparable to that of a titled Douluo, he had to avoid the sharp attack that was so frightening. What? You wouldn't dare? If it was me? The 2 poles reversed. Hu Yansen's fighting spirit was instantly ignited. Okay, I'll fight you. Although Hu Yanzhen was wary of Yang Wudi, he was not afraid. He, a soul fighter at level 88, didn't believe that he couldn't control Yang Wudi, who had just been promoted to soul fighter. You can fight, but we have to change the bet. If you win, I'll tell you the medicine refining method of the Poe clan. If you lose, the Xiangjia sect can no longer cause trouble for the 4 attribute sects. Yang Wudi made this decision after careful consideration. It was not Yang Wudi's style to take the medicine prescription given to the Poe clan by others to make a bet. The reason why he made such a decision in the end was entirely because of Yang Fan's affirmative eyes. Regardless of winning or losing, Yang Wudi would definitely apologize after the matter was over. Okay, deal. Faced with such a bet, Hu Yanzhen agreed without thinking. It was said that which of the 4 attribute sects that were affiliated with the Haoshan sect made the greatest contribution. It must be the Poe clan. The Strength clan's specialty is forging, the Defense clan's specialty is architecture, and the Agility clan's specialty is intelligence. Only the Poe clan's medicine refining has become the main source of income for the Haoshan sect. It is said that the Haoshan sect once asked the Poe clan to hand over the medicine refining method because Yang Wudi's refusal led to the estrangement of the relationship between the two sides. And at this time, Yang Wudi was willing to take the initiative to contribute it. Old Goat, the other 3 clan leaders were already anxious. If Yang Wudi handed over the medicine refining method, the Poe clan would have no way to survive with the monopoly of the Xiangjia sect on the market. The members of the Poe clan were so nervous that they didn't even dare to breathe. The fate of the entire family now depended on Yang Wudi's thoughts. The bet is done, no need to talk about it. Yang Wudi's decision seemed reckless, but in fact it still left a way out for himself. Speaking of refining medicine, Yang Wudi had never obeyed anyone, except Yang Fan's master on the Douluo Continent. I think that he spent a full 2 months studying the pill recipe before refining it. Even if Hu Yanzhen got it, this old guy didn't have the ability to refine the blood coagulation powder. The only thing that Yang Wudi couldn't let go of was that he had used the prescription given by Master Yang Fan as a bet. This made him feel that the prescription for the blood coagulation powder was entrusted to the wrong person. The scene of the fight between the soul-breaking spear soul masters was enough to shock people. The two sides were located in the back mountain outside Yunluo City, which was the place where Yang Fan practiced when he was a child. The two sides opened their positions and there was no more nonsense as before. Yang Wudi's momentum burst out, and a long spear appeared in his right hand. The spear was dark and flashed with a cold luster. The shaft of the soul-breaking spear was 8 feet long, and the remaining 4 feet was occupied by the wide spear tip. After reaching the soul Douluo level, the soul-breaking spear was as thick as his arm. At this moment, 9 soul rings flashed up and down around Grandpa's body, blooming with an incomparable and gorgeous brilliance. This was the first time Yang Fan saw Grandpa's martial soul released in full glory. Although the distance was hundreds of meters, he could still clearly feel the fierce attack of the soul-breaking spear. At this time, Hu Yanzhen on the other side had also released his martial spirit. The possession of the diamond mammoth martial spirit made him involuntarily let out a loud cry. Hu Yanzhen's body was originally tall, about 2.5 meters. However, after releasing his martial spirit, his body swelled again, reaching a full 3 meters, looking like a small hill. Long spear in hand, Yang Wudi launched an attack at the first opportunity. Grandpa said that the essence of fighting for a soul-breaking spear soul master is to never let oneself be passive. Yang Wudi suddenly roared, and the long spear swung forward. When the tip of the spear pointed directly at Hu Yanzhen, he seemed to be integrated with the spear. The sudden burst of powerful momentum even made the air with a diameter of 100 meters solidify instantly, and the extremely sharp and terrifying aura rushed straight to Hu Yanzhen's chest. Follow the spear. Without any extra movements, he stabbed straight at Hu Yanzhen. Hu Yanzhen's counterattack was also without any extra movements. The first 2 soul rings on his body suddenly flashed. The first soul skill, Iron Wall. The second soul skill, Mammoth Strength. As a family inherited martial soul, the first 3 soul rings of the Diamond Mammoth Soul Master are surprisingly consistent. Ding, the teeth grinding sound quickly spread to 100 meters away along with the fluctuations in the air, making the young people watching the fight dizzy. Just one shot. Let this gambling fight show some clues. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89, Obtaining the Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng. The flesh on Hu Yansen's face twitched violently, and he felt that his entire arm was almost unconscious. Why did this old guy do that? He underestimated Yang Wudi too much. This old guy's strength is not just 3 years after he was promoted to Sol Douluo. Why? Was the previous intelligence wrong, or did Yang Wudi's strength increase dramatically in the past few years? This old goat? The other 3 clan leaders who were watching the battle were even more surprised at this time. It can be said that no one on the Douluo Continent knows Yang Wudi's strength level better than the 3 of them. Even the members of the Puyi clan can't compare. 2 years ago, Yang Wudi was still an 81st level Sol Douluo, and they had a competition when they gathered at that time. But today, the strength shown by the old goat is definitely not 81st level, let alone 82nd level. What has this old guy experienced in the past 2 years? In response to Titan's question, the other 2 clan leaders could only shake their heads. They only knew that Yang Wudi's strength had increased dramatically during this period of time, and finally understood why Yang Wudi dared to have a head-on fight with Hu Yansen. The battle continues. Hu Yansen's 6th soul ring suddenly spread. At this moment, he dared not be careless anymore. With the blessing of this soul ring, his right fist was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it became like a large water tank, and even Hu Yansen's nearly 3-meter tall burly body was seriously out of balance. A punch. Hu Yansen's thick right fist went down. In an instant, the earth yellow soul power condensed on his fist, and the fierce fist wind made the surrounding yellow sand roll westward. The target was Yang Wudi. At this time, Yang Fan had already seen the horror of Hu Yansen's punch, but his grandfather Yang Wudi turned a blind eye. The change of the opponent did not change Yang Wudi's actions at all. Just stab you. At this time, the first soul ring on Yang Wudi's body lit up, and a burst of explosive energy suddenly burst out from him. The first soul skill, shock. The fist wind that had originally enveloped him was shattered with the release of the first soul skill. At this time, a gun stabbed out. The 6th soul ring on his body also flashed at the same time. The broad spear tip flashed with cold light, and the attack power suddenly rose to a frightening level in an instant. It was this simple spear that made Hu Yansen switch from attack to defense. The big fist, that had not yet landed, instantly changed direction and slapped the spear tip of the soul-breaking spear. His punch just now could have seriously injured Yang Wudi, but if he really did that, the soul-breaking spear would have pierced his chest directly in the next second. Hu Yansen was scared. In this kind of battle of exchanging injuries for injuries, he had to avoid the sharp edge. However, at this moment, Yang Wudi's fierce attack came again. One shot, another shot. His attacks always looked so simple, but they appeared just right. Every time Hu Yansen wanted to attack, the broad spear blade of the soul-breaking spear would pierce his throat or heart, forcing him to switch from attack to defense. After dozens of rounds, Yang Wudi had gradually gained the upper hand. Old goat, good job. Stab him. Seeing that the situation on the field was tilting towards the Puyi clan, the other 3 clan leaders who were watching the battle were extremely excited at this time. Yang Fan's heartbeat was also accelerating. This was the first time he watched his grandfather Yang Wudi's battle so closely. This seemingly simple and unpretentious attack method was so simple and effective. This is the essence of the soul-breaking spear. In comparison, his previous use of the soul-breaking spear seemed too fancy. No wonder his grandfather said that he was still far behind in the attainments of the soul-breaking spear. This battle really made him see the gap like a chasm. Roar. Hu Yansen let out a long roar to the sky, and a black light completely enveloped his huge body. Under this layer of black light, his body began to change drastically. His body leaned forward, his limbs were replaced by thick elephant legs, and his head turned into an elephant head at a speed visible to the naked eye, and 2 thick and sturdy tusks curved upwards grew out of his mouth. In an instant, Hu Yansen's body disappeared, and what appeared in front of him was a giant diamond mammoth with a body length of more than 10 meters. The true body of the martial soul. This is the soul skill that the strong soul masters of Douluo Continent least want to release. The weak period after the release of the martial soul true body is what no soul master wants to go through, and the release of this soul skill often means danger and a fight to the death. However, Hu Yansen had to do this at this time. He couldn't lose. Not only because he was determined to get the blood coagulation powder, but also because he couldn't give up suppressing the 4 attribute sects. There are 2 reasons why the Elephant Armor sect targeted the 4 attribute sects. The first is to please the Wuhan Hall. The second is to hope that the 4 attribute sects will become affiliated sects of the Elephant Armor sect when they are forced into a desperate situation, thereby enhancing the status of the Elephant Armor sect in Douluo Continent. If he loses, bang, the black rendering spread from the soul-breaking spear to Yang Wudi, and the 7th soul ring flashing with black light instantly enveloped the man and the spear. The form of the soul-breaking spear did not change greatly. It was still the same size as before, but the entire soul-breaking spear completely turned into a black flame form. Just after Hu Yansen released the martial soul true body, Yang Wudi also activated his 7th soul skill. Although the 2 were 4 levels apart, they were fighting back and forth. Yang Wudi had calculated it. The power contained in his 9th soul ring could make up for the 3-level gap, and the remaining level was left to the soul-breaking spear's unstoppable attack and courage. Looking for death. Yang Wudi's attack route, which had never changed, finally annoyed Hu Yansen. At this moment, he resolutely used his 8th soul skill. The giant diamond mammoth, which had already exceeded 10 meters, became larger again, and in the blink of an eye it reached a terrifying 15 meters. At this moment, the surface of the giant diamond mammoth's body also appeared a granite-like earth yellow defense, and the momentum that suddenly surged several times was visible to the naked eye. Giant God's Fury. This is the name of Hu Yansen's strongest skill. It can be seen that this is a skill that completely increases all attributes. It is probably because of this skill that the Elephant Armor sect has achieved the 6th position among the sects. The black flames burning on Yang Wudi's body suddenly rose. His 8th soul ring also lit up, and at the same time, the other 6 soul rings besides the martial soul body also flashed together. Because the martial soul attacks of the Poyi clan gradually became single, they gradually tended to increase the soul skills under the continuous evolution of the clan. This has an obvious benefit. 8 rings open at the same time. This is completely incomparable to active skills. Yang Wudi's eyes have turned blood red at this time. New hatred and old grudges are on this shot. Swish, the white gun tip fell on the huge body of the diamond mammoth, just like piercing a steel plate. Sparks flew. The bodies of the diamond mammoth and Yang Wudi flew back almost at the same time. In midair, Hu Yansen's soul power could no longer support the state of the martial soul's true body. The moment he landed, he had become a fat man with a height of 2 meters and 5 meters. Pale face, shortness of breath. The oozing blood has dyed his left shoulder red. Old goat, how are you? Yang Wudi on the other side was also not feeling well. He fell to the ground and vomited 2 mouthfuls of fresh water. Seeing that everyone was about to come forward, he raised his hand to stop them. The fight has not ended yet. The insertion of one party means the surrender of this gambling fight. Yang Wudi stood up from the ground holding the soul-breaking spear and said to Hu Yansen with a sharp look, "You lost. Don't let me see you and the people of the Elephant Armor sect in Yunluo City again." Yes, Hu Yansen lost. After the last collision, Hu Yansen's soul power could no longer support the mammoth body and entered a weak state. However, although Yang Wudi vomited blood, his martial soul body was still there. Hu Yansen's face was as hen. I don't know if it was because of weakness or anger. His lips began to tremble violently. Then, a mouthful of old blood gushed out from his chest. Sect Master, how are you? The people of the Elephant Armor sect wanted to avenge Hu Yansen, but how could they be the opponents of the 4 attribute sect now? They had no choice but to leave unwillingly. After the people of the Elephant Armor sect left, Yang Wudi could no longer support his body. He wanted to stab Hu Yansen in the throat just now, but he was already at the end of his strength. Old goat, don't scare us. Grandpa, clan leader, No matter how everyone shouted, the unconscious Yang Wudi could not respond to them. After checking, the 3 clan leaders told everyone that it was Yang Wudi who was trying to maintain the state of his martial soul body, which caused his body to be overloaded and fainted. Although Yang Fan has not yet reached the state of Soul Saint, he also knows that if the soul power is not able to support the state of Soul Master, it will consume the potential for future cultivation. Take him back first. Under the protection of the other 3 clan leaders, Yang Wudi was taken back to the Poyi clan. Night. Yang Fan found an excuse to send the other 3 clan leaders away. Master, my grandpa should be fine. Good guy. A few days ago, he just gave the old man a fairy grade herb. It is estimated that the effect of the medicine has not been fully absorbed before it was tossed away by the martial soul body this time. This is not what he is most worried about. He is afraid that the overdraft of his physical potential this time will make his grandfather unable to touch the barrier of the title Douluo again. Don't worry, it's not a big problem. If the foundation of a soul master is damaged just because of excessive use of the spirit body, then the soul masters on your Douluo Continent are too fragile. Just leave it to the master. This sentence made Yang Fan feel very relieved. To be honest, looking at the anxious look of the other 3 clan leaders just now, Yang Fan felt that if Yao Lao was not around, his grandfather's situation would be really unpredictable. Take out the 8-petal fairy orchid that you used to strengthen the foundation and nourish the essence. A good cook cannot cook without rice. Although Yao Lao has a way, it must be done under certain conditions. Need to use fairy herbs. Yang Fan was stunned after hearing this. Does his grandfather's body already need fairy herbs to save it? Silly boy, don't be so nervous. Don't you always hope that your grandfather will become a titled Douluo? This is an opportunity. Yao Lao did not have any extra explanations, and Yang Fan did not choose to ask more questions at this time. He believed in Yao Lao. So when Yao Lao needed it, he did not hesitate to take out the treasured 8-petal fairy orchid from the storage soul guide. At this moment, Yao Lao's most precious black magic cauldron appeared in front of Yang Fan again. Master, are you going to refine it here? He was not worried about anything else, but he was afraid that the 3 clan leaders would suddenly appear at this time. 8-petal fairy orchid is a very soft and warm medicinal material. It is very easy to absorb after taking it. That's why this medicinal material will produce a strong elixir energy during the process of refining it into elixir, and that will be of great benefit to Soul Masters. Yang Fan understood. He went to guard outside. No one will be allowed to approach Grandpa's room tonight. Go. Yao Lao saw that his apprentice understood what he meant, and he couldn't help but smile knowingly. Yang Fan, why are you running out instead of taking care of the old goat in the room? Beihe's tone was a little blaming. He said that he would stay to take care of the old goat, but the stinky boy insisted on fulfilling his filial piety and went into an eggplant field. The elder told me that Grandpa needs to rest in this condition. I'm afraid of making any noise inside, so I'm standing outside for a while. Seeing that Beihe didn't suspect anything, Yang Fan hurriedly changed the subject. Grandpa Bei, is there something wrong? Beihe's expression suddenly became serious, and then he took out the crystal blood dragon ginseng that he treasured. Yang Fan understood what Beihe meant, but he was still a little surprised. Why? Do you think Grandpa really can't bear to part with such a broken ginseng? Grandpa Bei and your grandfather liked to fight when they were young, and neither of them would give in to the other. The more he wanted something, the more I couldn't let him get it. Talking about the past, Beihe's old eyes were full of nostalgia. If it weren't for the Haitian sex forced incident, their 4 sects would not have ended up like this. Suddenly, Beihe's face turned serious again. Give this crystal blood dragon ginseng to that old thing. I don't want to have no one to quarrel with for the next few decades. Yang Fan looked at the crystal blood dragon ginseng in his hand, and after hesitating again and again, he still didn't choose to take it. Grandpa Bei, I have given you the 8-petal fairy orchid that I wanted to exchange with you. Yang Fan really wanted this 10,000-year-old crystal blood dragon ginseng. He could use any tricks, deceptions, but he didn't want to use Grandpa Yang Wudi's body and their decades of brotherhood to make a fuss. You little brat, you are filial. Beihe's face suddenly showed joy. He almost forgot that Yang Fan had a fairy herb in his hand that was more precious than the crystal blood dragon ginseng. He had seen that herb before. It could indeed make up for the loss of the old goat's body this time. You kid wanted this crystal blood dragon ginseng in grandpa's hand for yourself, right? Why? Because I want to become a titled Douluo. Beihe's expression changed again. After a long time, he slowly said, then grandpa will give it to you. The two rough men, Tang and then Yu Xiaogang, could not see it, but they could not escape Beihe's discerning eyes. Yang Fan, this little brat, is not as simple as he looks on the surface. If Yang Fan's cultivation really stagnated, even if Yang Wudi earned 10 million gold soul coins, he would not be the same face as he was at the party. Are you really going to give it to me? When has grandpa ever gone back on his word? The reason why the minimum family lives in such poverty now is not only because of the self-proclaimed noble sharp-tailed swift martial spirit, but also because of the white crane's character of being decisive. Chapter 90. Yao Lao's soul recovers. From late night to early morning, Yao Lao spent a night refining the 8-petal fairy orchid into a pill. The quality of the 8-petal fairy orchid is not as good as Yin, who has the blood of the blue silver emperor and the 100,000-year soul bone. Grade 5. Although the pill refined from the 8-petal fairy orchid did not reach the 6th grade, the improvement for Yang Wudi was visible to the naked eye. I'm level 86. After waking up, Yang Wudi felt like he had a big dream. He overdrew his body and supported his martial soul true body in the hope that through a gambling fight, the entire Poyi clan could exchange for a piece of peace. As for the consequences, he had thought about it. He really wanted to touch the barrier of the title Douluo, not only for Yang Fan, but also for himself. It can only be said that between the two of them and the clan members, he chose the latter. But he didn't expect that it was because of his decision that he got a blessing in disguise. Level 86. In just half a month, he was promoted 5 levels in a row, which he would never dare to think of half a month ago. If he was asked at this time yesterday whether he could touch the barrier of the title Douluo, he would not dare to say a word. But if he was asked now, he could. As long as he did not die suddenly, he would definitely reach level 89 in his lifetime. But as for whether he could become a titled Douluo, he had no confidence at all. Xiao Fan. This is another request from your master. Yang Wudi could not think of a second possibility. Yang Fan did not hide it, and there was no need to hide it. The only person who could refine high quality elixirs in the original Douluo Continent was probably Yao Lao. Your master is really a god. Yang Wudi had never sincerely admired anyone until Yao Lao appeared. Because of this, Yang Wudi no longer knew how to repay the kindness of this hermit master. Grandpa, the effect of this elixir will last for a long time, which will be of great benefit to your future cultivation. Yao Lao explained to him after successfully refining it. His grandfather's strong support for the spirit body did shake the foundation, which is why this medicine can play the greatest role. He didn't understand it very well, but he had his own understanding. It should be similar to exercising muscles. It is to tear the muscle fibers first, and then repair them to form thicker muscle fibers. Yang Fan didn't know if it was correct, but he understood it this way for the time being. Yeah. After Yang Wudi woke up, he became aware of his own situation. If the Kirang Tang Xianju he took before was effective in the present, then the 8-petal fairy orchid he took this time was in the future. Because of this, he dared to say that if he didn't die suddenly in the next 10 years, he would have touched the barrier of the title Douluo. Xiao Fan. Thank your master for me. Although he didn't have any substantial rewards to give to Yao Lao now, he must have the proper etiquette. Don't worry, Grandpa, I've already thanked you. Yang Fan said. Stinky boy. Hu Yansen's grandson was injured by you, right? Even if Yang Fan didn't say it, he could guess it. Taelong is not as strong as Hu Yanli and his defense is not as good as his. He knows. This time, Yang Fan let Taelong take the blame. Well done. After this time, I'm afraid that the Elephant Armor sect will never be able to jump up again in Douluo Continent. Yang Fan nodded in agreement. The value of gambling in the world of soul masters is self-evident. The Elephant Armor sect fled this time, and it will be difficult for them to target the 4 attribute sects in the future. Not only that, what will the spirit hall think after hearing about this? The Elephant Armor sect, which ranks 6th in Douluo Continent, was dealt with by a second-rate family. It is difficult for the spirit hall to look up to them. The news of Yang Wudi's awakening quickly spread in the Puyi clan. After learning that the clan leader did not have a hidden disease, the clan members cheered. For the Puyi clan, winning the gambling fight is certainly a pleasure, but Yang Wudi was not injured, which made them even happier. On the other side, Yao Lao held a 20-centimeter long, thumb-thick blood-colored ginseng. His expression was solemn and a little dull. "Master, what are you still hesitating about? Crystal blood dragon ginseng, 10,000-year spiritual soul bone, 10,000-year holy soul grass that awakens a soul. All the things have been gathered, and he doesn't know what Yao Lao is still hesitating about. This old man is always vigorous and resolute in other people's affairs, but becomes hesitant when it comes to his own affairs." "Thank you, Master Fanzi." Yang Fan was slightly startled and said, "Master, this is too polite. Yao Lao did so much for him, and he only prepared 3 insignificant things for Yao Lao. If he really wants to repay him, he may not be able to use them in his lifetime. Master, when do you plan to start refining?" To be honest, he didn't know what Yao Lao was thinking, but he was already a little impatient. Yao Lao raised his eyebrows slightly. Today, this old man was obviously more excited than anyone else, but he was still pretending to be calm here. It was late at night again. The master and apprentice left the Puyi clan under the cover of night. In order to refine this pill, Yao Lao specially chose the location in the woods behind the mountain of Yunluo City. According to Yao Lao, the warm-natured fairy herb, the 8-petal fairy orchid, can be refined in the room, but the pill that repairs the soul is easy to produce strange phenomena. After the master and the apprentice came to the woods behind the mountain of Yunluo City, they stopped at the same time. This place is very familiar to Yang Fan, and the same is true for Yao Lao. The master and the apprentice have spent 3 unforgettable years together in this forest with a radius of less than 10 kilometers. "Master, I will help you protect the law." Yao Lao helped him do this in the past, and this time it was his apprentice's turn. The reason why Yao Lao chose the forest behind the mountain is not only quiet, but also more importantly, safety. There are no famous soul masters in Yunluo City except the Puyi clan, so there will be almost no accidents in this situation. Late at night, in the quiet woods, only the faint sound of the breeze blowing the leaves can be heard. Yao Lao, who was suspended in the air, waved his hand, and the black demon cauldron appeared in front of him. Soul bone, dragon ginseng, medicinal herbs. Although he was refining the elixir that was closely related to him, Yao Lao's calm eyes showed no ripples. Perhaps this was the cultivation of a high-level alchemist. If it were him, he would probably be so nervous that his hands would tremble. Boom. A white flame rose from his palm, and under the control of Yao Lao's powerful soul power, it continued to burn at the black magic cauldron. This step is called preheating. Effect at the beginning, he didn't know how many furnaces had exploded in order to control this step. Then Yang Fan saw Yao Lao holding the 10,000-year-old intelligent head soul bone with his fighting spirit, and placing it in the black magic cauldron. After refining for about half an hour, it was the crystal blood dragon ginseng and the 10,000-year-old holy soul grass. Time passed by minute. Yang Fan had already seen the solemnity on Yao Lao's face, and because of this, he dared not be careless. His task was to create a safe environment for Yao Lao to refine medicine. At dawn, a trace of elixir energy overflowed from the black magic cauldron, and the fragrance was fragrant and overflowing. Yang Fan, who had 30 months of experience in alchemy, knew that this was the last stage of alchemy, condensing the pill. As long as this process was completed, the pill that could repair Yao Lao's soul would also be produced. At this moment, a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky, and the sky, that had just gradually brightened, suddenly darkened. Yang Fan's heart was hanging in his throat. Pill thunder? He had experienced this kind of phenomenon once before, when he was refining the 6th grade pill blue silver soul bone pill. A small pill thunder was formed, because of Yun's spiritual consciousness. Just such a small pill thunder made Yao Lao take the risk of damaging his soul. According to Yao Lao, even a titled Douluo could not take the real pill thunder. Don't worry, it can't come down. The pill that Yao Lao refined this time was also of the 6th grade. Although it would cause abnormal changes in the sky, it would not form pill thunder. But in such a short time, he had no time to explain to Yang Fan, so he could only warn the kid not to worry. However, Yang Fan's heart was still hanging, and Yao Lao's reminder rang in his ears again. We are in trouble. Yao Lao was not a serious person, but this time he saw a heavy and serious look on the old man's face that he had never seen before. Even when he faced Gudibo before, he had never seen such a look. When Yang Fan heard Yao Lao's reminder, he almost subconsciously covered his face with a mask. However, the next second, trouble appeared. Who are you? Yang Fan's face was extremely ugly when he saw the people coming. Xiangjia sect. It's really a narrow road for enemies. It must be the abnormal sky phenomenon during the alchemy that attracted these grandsons. A day and a night have passed since the gambling fight. According to human thinking, these grandsons should have left Yunluo City long ago. At this time, Yao Lao was still in the final stage of alchemy, and Yang Fan could only rely on himself. Hunter. Although Yang Fan's voice was deliberately low, he could still hear that he was young. Hunter? Then what are you doing? The soul masters of Xiangjia sect were indeed attracted by the abnormal sky phenomenon. As soul masters, they could feel that there was something wrong under this sky. Cooking soul beasts. Yang Fan wanted to find an excuse to send these soul masters away, but Yao Lao and the alchemy furnace behind him were too strange. Cooking soul beasts. Then I'll go over and take a look. One of the soul masters was about to step forward, but Yang Fan had already taken a step forward. The black Xuantian ruler was inserted into the soil in front of him. Everyone is not a fool. The soul masters of the elephant armor sect knew that there must be good things in the black demon cauldron, and Yang Fan also knew that these bastards were just after the elixir. Catch him. A dull and deep voice came from Hu Yansen's mouth. Although this old guy was stabbed by his grandfather, it was not fatal. It can even be said that his injury was much lighter than his grandfather's. The moment Hu Yansen gave the order, 2 soul masters from the elephant armor sect walked towards Yang Fan at the same time, one on the left and one on the right. Their speed was not fast, but every step forward could give people a strong pressure. As they moved forward, their soul rings appeared one after another. 1, 2, 3, 5 standard soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. Facing the pressure from the 2 soul kings, Yang Fan immediately used his best fighting skills. With the Xuantian ruler in hand, he swept the 2 soul kings who rushed towards him. How could the 2 diamond mammoth soul masters dodge such an inconspicuous attack? And they had no ability to dodge Yang Fan's lightning attack. The 2 soul kings activated their first soul skill, copper wall, iron wall, without any communication. In their opinion, this was enough respect for Yang Fan. However, when the orange-red flames fell on them, their faces changed instantly. The burning sensation that was so intense that it reached the bone marrow made their souls tremble uncontrollably, and their burly bodies fell heavily on the tree trunk. What kind of way is this? Hu Yansen had never seen such a wild training method. No martial soul, no soul ring, no soul skill, but released a terrifying skill that even soul kings could not resist. At this moment, no one from the elephant armor sect dared to underestimate the little man in front of them. Mystifying. Hu Yansen, who was in a weak state due to releasing his martial soul, did not want to take action. But he could not help it in the face of this situation. He also wanted to see who the masked little man in front of him was. As he spoke, the soul force burst out of his body and swept along. The next second, the black mask covering Yang Fan's face was torn apart, and his not so handsome face was exposed to the eyes of the Xiangjia sect's soul master. Is it you? Although Yang Fan had been away from the family for 3 years, he was still on the list of Xiangjia sect because of his identity as Yang Wudi's grandson. Because of this, Xiangjia sect showed unprecedented surprise when they saw Yang Fan. According to the information he had, Yang Wudi's grandson ran away from home after his martial soul awakened. He has not returned for 3 years. So in his subconscious mind, he always thought that Yang Fan should be like the son of Liao Yu's family, a waste who left in anger because he could not bear the humiliation of the family. However, this guess was wrong. The facts told him that Yang Wudi's grandson was definitely not as simple as he looked. How old is Yang Fan? 9 years old. A kid who has only been a soul master for 3 years can actually force back to Soul Kings? No matter what unconventional means Yang Fan used just now, it was enough to shock Hu Yanzhen. It was their misfortune that such a genius appeared in the Puyi clan, but it was a blessing for him to meet him today. Hu Yanzhen. It hasn't even been 2 days. Do you want to break the bet? Hu Yanzhen laughed. You little bastard are not qualified to make a bet with me. When the bet was mentioned, Hu Yanzhen was angry. Because of this bet, that he thought he would win, he lost everything in the spirit hall. However, today he turned around and ushered in a new turning point. It was Yang Fan. From the attack that was able to force back the two Soul Kings just now, it can be judged that Yang Fan is an absolute genius. What he has to do is to hand such a genius over to the hands of the spirit hall. Boy, give up. What Hu Yanzhen wants to do now is to capture Yang Fan and the weird old man behind him. You are worthy? Just when Hu Yanzhen was about to make a move, Yao Lao's soul appeared silently behind Yang Fan. Master, you. Yang Fan could clearly feel that Yao Lao's soul was much stronger than before. Needless to say, Yao Lao succeeded, and he had already swallowed the pill that he had successfully refined. This pill restored his soul from the early stage of the spiritual realm to the middle stage of the spiritual realm. Although it is still far from the middle stage of the heavenly realm in his heyday, it is enough to deal with these guys in front of him. The previous leave application is invalid, and the little author has found time to code it out. It's not too much to ask for a monthly ticket. Chapter 91. Instant Kill. Yao Lao's True Strength. Who are you? Hu Yanzhen's contempt disappeared. The sudden appearance of Yao Lao in front of him put too much pressure on him, so much that it was not comparable to that of Soul Douluo like Yang Wudi. There was only one possibility. The person standing in front of him was a titled Douluo. However, Douluo Continent made him know the names of all titled Douluos, but he had no impression of the one in front of him. Could it be a hidden title that only appeared in the spirit hall? This idea was immediately extinguished by Hu Yanzhen as soon as it was born. Absolutely impossible. If it was really someone from the spirit hall, it would be impossible for him to have such a strong hostility towards him, and it would be even more impossible for him not to make any moves after knowing Yang Fan's identity and strength. Hu Yanzhen's heart became more and more confused about Yao Lao's identity. My identity is not something that a scoundrel like you can inquire about. After saying that, a ball of white flame rose in Yao Lao's palm. Yang Fan could clearly feel that the bone spirit cold fire at this time was several times stronger than before. The strong and cold breath instantly found the people of the Elephant Armor clan under Yao Lao's precise control. Boom. In the blink of an eye, Yang Fan saw the members of the Elephant Armor clan standing in front of him turned into ashes in the instant they were enveloped by the ball of white flames. Yes. One by one, the living people were gone. The only one left was Hu Yanzhen, who was still struggling. However, at this time, the leader of the Elephant Armor clan had been suppressed and could not do any extra work, let alone release his spirit. Who are you? If you kill me today, the spirit hall will not let you go tomorrow. Hu Yanzhen tried to use the power of the spirit hall to make Yao Lao surrender. Spirit hall? However, let alone the spirit hall, the entire Douluo Continent might make Yao Lao afraid. Yao Lao's eyes suddenly opened, and his originally black eyes had turned pale at this time. Yang Fan did not see what Yao Lao did, but the next second Hu Yanzhen's huge body shook violently. The white flames instantly enveloped the next second. The leader of the Elephant Armor clan followed the footsteps of his clansmen. Turned to ash, drifting in the wind. Hu Yanzhen's defense is indeed comparable to that of a titled Douluo, but the white flame in Yao Lao's palm is a strange fire. How could Hu Yanzhen's mortal body resist it? Yang Fan watched Hu Yanzhen's 2.5 meters tall body being burned to ash in an instant. He was stunned. Is this Yao Lao's strength? A level 88 defensive soul Douluo could be killed instantly. Master, what strength have you recovered to now? Yao Lao smiled softly. At present, I can barely reach the middle stage of the spirit realm. Thinking of how weak he was when he was first swept into the Douluo Continent by the turbulence of time and space, and looking at him now, Yao Lao suddenly felt confident. Maybe one day he can reshape his body and become the medicine venerable who is popular in Zhongzhou. Middle stage of the spirit realm. Yang Fan remembered that Yao Lao had said before that his soul power was in the early stage of the spirit realm. Master, I feel that you should be a super Douluo now. He was not flattering, but speaking the truth. It is said in Douluo Continent that Hu Yanzhen's defense is comparable to that of a titled Douluo, and this statement is definitely not groundless. It is difficult to kill a titled Douluo's defense soul Douluo in seconds if one's strength is not up to the level of a super Douluo. Maybe Yao Lao did not have an accurate concept of what level his strength had reached in Douluo Continent. He only knew that if he went to the Yin Yang Eye of Ice and Fire that Yang Fan mentioned next time, he could completely defeat it. Master, surprise. Although the entire Xiangjia sect was reduced to ashes, Yang Fan found light in the ashes. Soulbone. From the appearance and shape, it cannot be seen that this is a 10,000-year-old head soulbone. And it is a defensive skull. Most of the head soul bones in Douluo Continent increase spirit and wisdom. Head soul bones that increase defense are actually rare. Yang Fan guessed that this soul bone was most likely dropped from Hu Yanla's head. Master, thanks to your mercy, otherwise this soul bone might have been reduced to ashes as well. Yang Fan said, not as fragile as you think. It will take several hours to refine the soul bone into an elixir. If it is as bad as you say, how can the soul masters on Douluo Continent spare no effort to snatch the soul bone? The elixir is refined. The master and the apprentice took advantage of the sky before it was completely bright and quietly returned to the Poe clan. As for the Xiangjia clan, they didn't know. Yang Fan said that this matter had nothing to do with them. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed quietly. The four sects are saying goodbye again. No matter how unhappy the four clan leaders were during this period, the expressions on their faces when they parted were all reluctant. The Li clan left. The Yu clan left. And when the minimum clan left, Yang Fan prepared a gift for them. 10 bottles of foundation building spirit liquid. It's short to take from someone. The minimum clan gave him a crystal blood dragon ginseng when they were the poorest and most difficult. If he didn't make any expression, it would be too inhuman. However, Beihi's temper, if he gave him money, it would be like slapping him in the face. After much thought, only the foundation building spirit liquid is the best choice. No matter how noble Beihi is, can he refuse to practice? Even if he thinks he is noble, can he still make the children of the Poe clan suffer? Yang Fan's idea is right. This old man is completely irresistible to the medicine that can stimulate the potential of the young people in the family. He accepted it. During this period of time, the news of the gambling fight between the Poe clan and the Xiangjia sect spread in Douluo Continent. One is the Xiangjia sect, which is known as the strongest defense, and the other is the Poe clan, which specializes in attack. The result of the gambling fight between the two sides instantly attracted the attention of many people. When it was learned that Yang Wudi of the Poe clan narrowly defeated Hu Yanzhen, the entire Soul Master world was shocked. You know, Hu Yanzhen is an 88th level Soul Douluo, and his family ranks 6th in Douluo Continent. Of course, many people don't believe this result completely. They are all waiting for Hu Yanzhen, the head of the Xiangjia sect, to show up, but this old guy actually disappeared at this critical moment. This made those who questioned the result of the gambling fight gradually lean towards the Poe clan. Hu Yanzhen's disappearance also made more spirit masters begin to disdain the Jia sect. Losing is losing. Can hiding change the fact that you lost the bet? At the same time, this bet also made the entire Douluo Continent know the Poe clan. Everyone knows that the Poe clan did not fall into despair because of the abandonment of the Haoshan sect. They have been developing silently over the years. For the Poe clan, fame is a good thing, but also a bad thing. Chapter 92, 100,000-year-old soul beast, the soft bone rabbit. The Poe clan. Clan leader Yang Wudi and 2 elders sat in the family's not very big living room. After our Poe clan became famous this time, I'm afraid it will attract more attention from the sects under the spirit hall. Dogs always have to please the master. The 3 top leaders of the family gathered together today to discuss how to go in the future. This step will be taken sooner or later. If the Puyi clan wants to turn things around, there will always be a day when the whole Douluo Continent will notice it. Unless they keep being dogs. The Continental Soul Master Academy Elite Competition will start in 3 days. Announce it tomorrow. Our Puyi clan will provide free healing medicines for the students participating in this Soul Master Academy Elite Competition. As soon as Yang Wudi's decision was made, the eyes of the two elders immediately lit up. They certainly understood Yang's intention. The two clan leaders agreed with this method without hesitation. Well, let's do it this way. Yang Wudi did this not only to deal with the troubles that the Puyi clan might encounter after it suddenly became famous. It was also for the future of the Puyi clan. He calculated it. There are not many participating students from the Soul Master Academy of the whole continent. Even if they eat and take away, the Puyi clan will only have to pay 50,000 gold soul coins. However, if everything goes well, this Soul Master Academy competition of the whole continent can let the entire Douluo Continent know about the blood coagulation powder of the Puyi clan. This is what Yang Wudi wants to achieve. Okay, I will pass this message to every member of the clan first and let them take action. Tomorrow I will contact the organizing committee of the Xingluo division of the Soul Master Academy Elite Competition. Although the Puyi clan is in decline, every member of the clan has a high degree of execution. When the family's order was issued, the entire Puyi clan has begun to act. On the other side, Yang Fan decided to leave the Puyi clan again and go for his next training. This decision was not a whim, but a decision he had carefully considered before returning to the Puyi clan. He wants to become stronger. To do this, he must constantly look for flames that can be swallowed by him, so that the burning art can evolve. He also needs to obtain more soul bones to refine high quality pills. These Yunluo City can't give him. Stinky boy, have you really made up your mind? This time Yang Wudi did not refuse. Because he knew that Yang Fan had an amazing master behind him, and it would be safer for this kid to follow his master than to follow him. I've decided. Yang Fan nodded. This decision has never changed in his mind from beginning to end. Let's go now that we've made up our minds. Grandpa will go to Xiandao City to see you when there's a chance. Unlike before, this time when Yang Fan left, he told his grandfather where he might go. Of course, he only told his grandfather. The next day, Yang Fan left. He left Yunluo City quietly without alerting anyone. The route Yang Fan chose this time was the same as before. He went through the Xingdao Great Forest and then entered the Xiandao Empire. Master, do you have any good ideas for my next stage of cultivation? Yang Fan asked. Good ideas. Find the flame that can evolve his burning art and constantly hone his fighting spirit and soul power. There is no shortcut to cultivation. All Yao Lao can do is to prevent Yang Fan from taking detours in this process. This has already made him far ahead of most practitioners. Okay. Yang Fan decided to go to Xiandao City to find Huo Wu first and gave her the answer he had given more than a month ago. He decided to join the Blazing Fire Academy temporarily. He has not decided whether to participate in the next Soul Master Academy to obtain a soul bone, but there is no harm in putting a name in advance. Blazing Fire Academy. With a history of hundreds of years, the old academy has a deep attainment in fire attribute martial spirits. There is always something to guide him, a soul master with the same fire attribute. Joining the Blazing Fire Academy was his decision, after discussing with Yao Lao, and it was also the idea of his grandfather Yang Wudi. The only thing that is not confident at the moment is that after giving Grandpa 2 immortal herbs, the inventory seems not so full. But it seems that there is no rush. At most, he can go to the Yin Yang Eye of Ice and Fire to dig 2 more. Anyway, their master and apprentice are strong this time, and they don't have to worry about Dugubo not giving them after they go. Night. A bonfire was burning in the Soul Beast Forest. After 10 days, Yang Fan has successfully entered the territory of the Xiandao Empire. Master? How can I tell if there is beast fire in the Soul Beast's body? Just like the last time with the explosive flame tiger, if it wasn't for Yao Lao's reminder, he would have no idea that the beast had beast fire in its body. Flame. The quality of the flames released by soul beasts with the origin fire will be much higher. This is one of the criteria for judging whether they have the origin fire in their bodies. Yao Lao said it simply, but Yang Fan was really confused. After all, his soul power was insufficient, and he lacked experience with beast fire. The quality of the flames released by the 30,000-year-old explosive flame tiger is naturally much higher than that of the 3,000-year-old one. However, the essential difference between them, in fact, you don't have to worry too much about this issue. If you don't grasp it, you can just melt the corpse of the soul beast and you will understand everything. Although the method is stupid, it is intuitive and effective. It is most suitable for an inexperienced rookie like him. The master and apprentice talked and laughed suddenly. The strange sound in the soul beast forest made Yang Fan's nerves tense instantly. Push the palm outward. The burst of fighting spirit extinguished the bonfire in front of him, and the surroundings fell into darkness. Not long after, a figure was moving in the dark. Although it was in the dark, Yang Fan could still see that it was a pink figure. Xiao Wu. With his keenness as a time traveler, Yang Fan had guessed the identity of this pink figure from her figure. That's right, it was Xiao Wu. At this time, Xiao Wu had also stopped, and her experience as a 100,000-year soul beast seemed to have made her discover something. This little girl is not ordinary. It's really fresh. Although Yao Lao was not a titled Douluo, he still discovered Xiao Wu's identity as a soul beast at a glance. The reason why a 100,000-year soul beast has nowhere to hide in front of a titled Douluo is not because of soul power, but the soul power's detection of the opponent. Why didn't Gudibo discover Xiao Wu's identity in the original work? In the final analysis, it was because he was too green. This is actually a soul beast in human form. Even the experienced Yao Lao was surprised at this time. After all, this kind of thing is really too rare. Yes. Yang Fan took a bite of the pancake and inexplicably felt a hint of sweetness. Chapter 93 Slaughter. Is it a human or a soul beast? Xiao Wu's doubtful voice kept echoing in her heart. She had just heard a sound in the soul beast forest around her, but now it disappeared. Could it be that she had an illusion because of running for a long time? You know, although she is now only equivalent to a human second-ring great soul master, her perception of the soul beast forest is incomparable to that of a human soul saint. After standing in the soul beast forest for a while and making sure that there was no unusual movement around, Xiao Wu's hanging heart gradually let go. From Notting City to here, she ran on the road for a whole day. The illusion that just appeared also made her think of taking a rest in the soul beast forest. Anyway, it is impossible to reach the center of the soul beast forest tonight. Maybe Erming will come to pick her up during the rest time. That guy has been secretly in love with her for a long time. Xiao San is really disloyal. After the 100,000-year soul beast transforms, it must be with a human soul master to practice normally. She originally regarded Tang San, a soul master with good talent, as her practice partner, but this guy left Notting College quietly a year ago. It was not until Tang San wrote to her later that she knew that Tang San had followed the master to Shrek Academy in Soto City. However, Tang San wrote her another letter not long ago, inviting her to enter Shrek Academy, and said that the Dean of Shrek had already taken a fancy to her talent. Are you kidding? She is a 100,000-year-old soul beast. In terms of talent, how many soul masters in the entire Douluo Continent can compare with her? However, she still decided to find Tang San. Before that, she needed to go back to the soul beast forest. Firstly to share what she saw and heard with Daming and Erming, and secondly to go back to worship her mother. Just when Xiao Wu was about to get up and leave, Yang Fan, who came from the dark, suddenly appeared in front of her. Who are you? Although Xiao Wu could not see Yang Fan's face, she could feel that the person under the mask should be very young. Because of this, her vigilance in her heart became stronger. You know, in the soul beast forest, even a soul saint could not appear in front of him quietly, and this mysterious black shadow actually did it. 100,000-year soft bone rabbit Yang Fan almost drooled when he saw this pink figure. When is the best time to kill a 100,000-year soul beast? Of course, it is after they transform, especially when they are young, because at other times, they can't be defeated at all. Even if they can be defeated, it is easy for them to escape in the environment of the soul beast forest. Who are you? At this time, Xiao Wu was extremely nervous, feeling like someone was strangling her throat. She is a 100,000-year soul beast. However, this identity is known to only Daming and Erming in Douluo Continent. She subconsciously thought that Yang Fan standing in front of her was also a 100,000-year soul beast in human form, which could explain the fact that she might have exposed her soul beast identity at some point. However, it was not the case. She did not find any signs of soul beasts on the black in front of her. This is a human soul master. After this conclusion came into her mind, Xiao Wu's heart was instantly raised to her throat. Titled Douluo? Exclamation mark. Even if the guy in front of him is not, there must be a title Douluo hidden behind him. It must be like this. The breath of her soul beast was captured by the titled Douluo on the Douluo Continent. At this moment, Xiao Wu's face was as hen. People are at the mercy of others. Now she is no longer the 100,000-year soul beast before, but a great soul master in the human world. Brother, how do you know that my martial soul is a soft bone rabbit? Xiao Wu suddenly changed 180 degrees. She prayed in her heart that the person standing in front of her just said a joke. At the same time, she also hoped to win a chance of survival by delaying time. Slut rabbit, look at the ruler. Yang Fan's answer was simple and sharp. He was going to smash her with the black Xuantian ruler in his hand. In the face of beauty and strength, Yang Fan chose the latter without hesitation. Xiao Wu was prepared. Just when Yang Fan was about to launch an attack, her two long legs exerted force, allowing her body to instantly ricochet back dozens of meters. This time, she successfully avoided Yang Fan's powerful ruler. Even if you want my spirit ring and spirit bone, you don't have to be so anxious. Actually, I can sacrifice. Xiao Wu's solemn face squeezed out a trace of relaxation. Showdown. Since her identity has been completely exposed, there is no need for her to pretend anymore. Yang Fan's attack became more powerful. Sacrifice? I'll go to hell. This slutty rabbit really thinks he is the same as Boule. Flame devouring wave ruler. When the earth level fighting skills were performed, the air around them fluctuated violently. At this time, the second spirit ring on Xiao Wu's body suddenly flashed, and her eyes suddenly turned pink. Charm. This is Xiao Wu's second spirit skill. As a melee attack spirit master, this is her key spirit skill to approach the opponent. However, she regretted releasing this spirit skill the next second. Her brain was dizzy, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of her mouth. She was backfired. There is only one possibility for a mental attack to be backfired. The opponent's mental power is far superior to that of the releaser. At this moment, Yang Fan's attack arrived. The fighting spirit condensed by the flame-devouring wave ruler hit Xiao Wu on the head. The battle is over. The lively rabbit died in the blink of an eye, and its brains were sprayed all over the floor. Xiao Wu's body gradually turned into a rabbit because of the dissipation of energy. Be a human in the next life. Any soul master with a normal mind could not resist the temptation of a 100,000-year soul beast. Yang Fan was no exception. With a sharp blade in hand, Yang Fan successfully took out the 100,000-year left arm soul bone. Under normal circumstances, such a 100,000-year soul bone can shorten the soul master's training by 5 to 10 years. This is why soul masters fight for their lives to get it. The soul bone was taken out. The red soul ring representing 100,000 years also slowly floated out from Xiao Wu's body. Yang Fan looked at the soul ring hanging in the air and felt pity in his heart, but it was not that pity. It was a pity that the 100,000-year soul ring that the soul master world dreamed of getting could not be absorbed in front of him. He could only watch it drift away in his eyes. It was not a pity because of the spirit ring. The soft bone rabbit can only be regarded as a third-rate spirit beast in Douluo Continent. It is not strong. If he absorbs such a spirit ring, it will change the purest attack route of his soul-breaking spear. So will he really absorb it? But, in an instant, the air of the entire spirit beast suddenly solidified, and the atmosphere took a sharp turn for the worse. This feeling made Yang Fan unable to describe it. He felt that his whole body was irrigated by the swamp. Master, run. Chapter 94 I am going to die. Yao Lao's soul power is far beyond Yang Fan's. However, he was still trying to figure out where this powerful force came from. Yang Fan had already started to run with him. Although he didn't know, Yao Lao had already felt the horror of this breath. It was more terrifying than any soul master he had met in Douluo Continent. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Yang Fan had actually thought of this situation before he took action, so he didn't waste any time at all. However, he didn't expect the Titan giant ape to come so quickly. His body only ran 100 meters away, and the extremely strong breath had already descended on his head. When this breath fell, his martial soul was instantly forced out, solidified, suffocated. Not to mention continuing to run, it became extremely difficult for him to take a step forward. Is this the strength of the Titan giant ape? Before he saw the huge body, he had already felt a greater pressure than the Soul Saint. Stinky boy, you go first. Master stays to stop him. Yao Lao has now also noticed the toughness of the newcomer, and it is even stronger than he had imagined before. Master, be careful. Yang Fan didn't say anything nonsense at this time, and he didn't try to be humble. He knew, in this clash between strong men, if he stayed, he would only become a burden to Yao Lao. Puff, the white flames burst out from Yao Lao's soul. In just a moment, Yang Fan felt a relief he had never felt before. He knew this was Yao Lao helping him to withstand all the pressure. Master, I'll wait for you in front. Yang Fan said. Don't wait for me. Don't look back. Yang Fan heard an unprecedented heaviness in Yao Lao's tone. The escape continued. Yang Fan used his peripheral vision to see the water tank like trees being blown off in the middle, and the surrounding sand and stones were flying. The only thing he couldn't feel was the strong pressure just now. The strength of the fighting master allowed him to run thousands of meters away in just a few seconds. At this time, he couldn't help but look back. Thunder rolled and dark clouds gathered. The lightning tornado formed by the terrifying aura seemed to tear the entire sky apart. In the thunder clouds, he vaguely saw a dark shadow as dark as a hill, and also saw a dazzling white dot. Master. Yang Fan gritted his teeth, turned around resolutely, and continued to run. Yang Fan cursed himself in his heart as a waste, because now the only thing he could do was to run away. Only when he escaped to a safe place, Yao Lao would find a way to get away. Otherwise, hey, master? In the blink of an eye, Yao Lao appeared beside him. Yang Fan was surprised and happy. At this moment, his mood could not be described in words. Master can't beat him. Although he had worked hard to refine a soul repairing pill before, it only improved his soul, not reached its peak. The reason is that there is no physical support. The Titan giant ape is a creature that does not require high intelligence when attacking, but in the state of soul, it is difficult for him to exert his original strength in the storm turbulence. The gap between the two has been revealed. Smelly boy, lend me your body. Yao Lao didn't say any extra nonsense. Now, if they want to escape from this soul beast forest, the master and the disciple can only think of one thing each. The master and the disciple have combined more than once or twice. As soon as Yang Fan relaxed, Yao Lao came in directly. Bang! Yao Lao, who was controlling Yang Fan's body, turned back in a flash and punched the Titan ape that was chasing him. Yao Lao didn't want to sit down and fight back. Although he now has physical support, Yang Fan's physical strength is only stronger than that of a fighting master. The collision of powerful auras will make this kid never wake up again. Yao Lao punched the strong wind released by the Titan ape, and with the help of the reverse thrust, the master and the disciple were sent 1,000 meters away. At this time, Yao Lao used his most skilled fighting skill, Xian Luoju. Xian Luoju. The Yao family's family fighting skill has a total of 12 levels. After practicing to the 10th level, you can use fighting spirit to transform into Xian Luo wings. Yao Lao soared up. When he appeared at an altitude of 2,000 meters, he felt the gravity exerted by the Titan ape gradually weakened. Fortunately, before that, he had used a soul repairing pill to improve his strength. Otherwise, today, both of them, the master and the disciple, would become a pile of fesses in the Xingdao Great Forest. Master, that was close. Even though he was thousands of meters high, Yang Fan still had lingering fears. That was the Titan giant ape. Just now, a careless move could have turned him into a pool of meat paste. However, today's calamity also made him realize the power of strength. 100,000-year soul beast has already died here, so how strong would a 99 level titled Douluo be? So divine? Cultivation is not always smooth sailing. Opportunities and risks always coexist. Yang Fan agreed deeply. If he hadn't encountered such a calamity, how could he have obtained 100,000-year left arm soul bone? That was the Titan giant ape you told Master about just now, right? It was indeed very strong. I have to admit that the Titan giant ape is equivalent to the high quality 6th level magic beast on the Douluo Continent. Yeah. This was also the first time Yang Fan saw the Titan giant ape. The shock he brought was incomparable to that of a human titled Douluo. In the early morning, the master and his apprentice appeared in Qingfeng town on the outskirts of the Soul Beast forest. As soon as he entered the town, Yang Fan received a piece of news. There was a powerful soul beast of unknown age and species on the outskirts of the Soul Beast forest going crazy. This news was brought back by a soul sage with considerable strength from the Stardao Great Forest. Come to think of it, a dog suddenly saw the goddess he had secretly loved for tens of thousands of years suddenly had her brains knocked out. No one can stand this. Brother, are you also going to the Stardao Great Forest to hunt for soul rings? Don't go. I don't know what's wrong with the Stardao Great Forest recently. A powerful soul beast suddenly appeared on the outskirts. From last night to now, only one soul master who went in ran back. If it weren't for this soul sage who ran back, the soul masters in the entire outskirts of the town would still be kept in the dark until now. Brother, go back. Listen to advice, and eat a full meal. Like most soul masters, Yang Fan was successfully persuaded to leave after arriving in the town. He didn't even dare to stay for a moment. He had to leave. Not to mention the spirit masters in the outlying towns. The merchants living in the towns were now ready to flee with their families. In the long history of Douluo Continent, there were many beast tides, and the first to suffer from each beast tide was definitely the outlying towns of the spirit beast forest. Of course, there were also a few spirit masters who were ready to seek wealth in danger. As for their next fate, Yang Fan really couldn't comment. Chapter 95. Xingdao? I won't go, even if I call you dad. From afar, Yang Fan saw the majestic shadow of Xiandao City again, and at the same time, a different emotion rose in his heart. This prosperous metropolis carried his 3 years of cultivation, and witnessed his promotion from Daoqi to Daoshi. What a coincidence. Yang Fan just walked to the outskirts of Xiandao City, and ran into the members of Chihuo Academy wearing fiery red school uniforms. Normal. In order for the Soul Masters to practice with peace of mind, the 5 major elemental academies all chose to build their academies in the suburbs outside the city. Yang Fan, where have you been recently? Huo Wu took 2 steps at a time. He had agreed to give her an answer about whether to join Chihuo Academy, but this guy disappeared. I'm going home. Yang Fan said. You left Xiandao City without saying a word. You are so disloyal. Huo Wu glanced at him. Yang Fan's departure made her look for him in Xiandao City for a long time, and she thought he was dead. Hey, are you willing to come to our Chihuo Academy? Huo Wu said quickly. Her straightforward personality made her never beat around the bush when dealing with things. As she asked the question directly, the eyes of other members of the Chihuo Academy were all focused on Yang Fan. Thanks to Huo Wu, the members of the next team of Chihuo Academy already knew that there was a young guy who could beat Huo Wu, and it was even very likely that he would join Chihuo Academy. Yeah, I'm already here. Yang Fan smiled and shrugged. Really? Facing the invitation of Chihuo Academy, a well-established fire-attributed academy with a history of hundreds of years, he had no reason to refuse. You guy. Since I met you, I finally heard you say something happy. Huo Wu smiled. In her heart, she hoped that Yang Fan could join Chihuo Academy, although this would probably threaten her position in the Chihuo Academy team. But she didn't care. You must be Yang Fan. I'm Huo Ran, a teacher at Chihuo Academy, and welcome to school. Standing in front of Yang Fan was a young man wearing black framed glasses. He had a delicate appearance and a tall figure. Huo Ran! Exclamation mark. Judging from the name, he should be a member of the Huo family. However, this middle-aged man named Huo Ran is not as irritable as other members of the Huo family. The word polite is very suitable for him. Teacher Huo Ran, since Yang Fan has joined our Chihuo Academy, why not let him go with us? No one objected to Huo Wu's proposal, and there was a hint of expectation in their eyes when they looked at Yang Fan. It seemed that they were going to strip him naked. Are you going to the Soul Beast Forest to hunt for soul rings? Yang Fan had guessed the purpose of this group of teachers and students by looking at their posture, and it was very likely to go to the Xingdao Great Forest. Yes. Let's go together. Huo Wu and Huo Washang had already obtained their third soul ring under the guidance of their family elders. The reason why they went with them this time was not only to help other students hunt for soul rings, but also for a more important purpose. Experience. I think I'd better not go there recently. I just came from Qingfeng Town. I heard that a very powerful soul beast appeared on the outskirts of Xingdao Great Forest recently. Many soul masters have died at its hands. This news caused a subtle change in the expressions of the teachers and students present. Powerful soul beast. How can a powerful soul beast appear on the outskirts of the soul beast forest? The distribution of soul beasts in the forest is very obvious and simple. From the outside to the inside, there are the 100-year soul beast area, the 1000-year soul beast area, and the 10,000-year soul beast area. The powerful soul beasts in the soul beast forest will almost never appear on the outskirts of the forest. How should I know? Maybe this soul beast is in heat. Huo Wu suddenly came up at this time, and her pair of fiery red eyes seemed to see through Yang Fan. Are you afraid? Yang Fan smiled. Yes. He was really scared. Recently, even if he was called daddy, he would not go to Xingdao Great Forest again. Student Yang Fan. Did the powerful soul beast you mentioned appear near Qingfeng Town? Yang Fan nodded slightly. It was like this. When I came from Qingfeng Town, he thought that the Titan giant ape should not leave the place where Xiao Wu's brain was splattered. But he didn't dare to guarantee it. After all, how can humans guess the thinking of soul beasts? Student Yang Fan just came back today, so you should take a rest first, and then go to handle the admission procedures. As a teacher of the academy, Huo Ran must ensure the safety of every student. However, the holiday is coming. Hunting soul rings for students is also the first commitment of the academy. Huo Ran weighed it and went. Although Yang Fan's reminder did not dispel the plan of Chihuo Academy, it also made them change their strategy. There are powerful soul beasts near Qingfeng Town, so they don't go to Qingfeng Town. The Xingdao Great Forest spans the two empires of Xiandao and Xingluo. Is there no place for these two students to hunt soul rings? See you later. Everything that needs to be said has been said. Yang Fan can only pray that his future teammates can return safely. After returning to Xiandao City, the first thing Yang Fan did was to go to the city to buy medicinal herbs. This time when he returned to the Poe clan, he had already given all the 1 million gold soul coins on him to the family. However, when he left, Grandpa Yang Wudi still stuffed him with another 200,000. In Grandpa's words, without the 1 million gold soul coins he provided, there would be no Poe clan today. He is the future of the family. Master, what kind of elixir are we going to refine with the 100,000 year soul bone we got in the Xingdao Great Forest? Yang Fan thought about it and decided to refine it. Although Xiao Wu's 100,000 year soul bone can provide a soul master with a teleport and an invincible golden body, but that was provided to Tang San under the condition of her sacrifice. Can he still provide these two perverted life-saving skills when he forcibly absorbs it? This question must be marked with a big question mark. Yang Fan dare not gamble. He is afraid of becoming a clown. And in terms of attributes, the 100,000 year soul bone of the soft bone rabbit is not very compatible with him with the fire attribute. He believes that such a 100,000 year left arm soul bone can play a greater role in the hands of Yao Lao. I haven't thought about it yet. You don't have to worry about this soul bone for now. It won't be easy to refine. Yao Lao showed a meaningful smile on his face. Yang Fan knew. Once Yao Lao showed this look on his face, there must be some premeditated plan in the old man's mind. He just hoped it wasn't bad news. What you have to do now is to focus all your attention on the soul bone we got from the elephant armor sect before. Although the quality of that soul bone was not good, it was a soul bone that was hard to come by. Yang Fan's face suddenly brightened. He knew that Yao Lao was ready to refine the elixir. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 96 Dugubo, are you a human being? Dragon Bone Pill? From the name, it should be a pill that improves physical strength. The 4th grade Dragon Bone Pill. Its main function is to improve the strength of the practitioner's bones. It is a preparation for your next soul ring absorption. Yang Fan's eyes suddenly lit up. Master, can the Dragon Bone Pill allow me to absorb a 100,000-year soul ring? If it were before, Yang Fan might not have thought of such wild ideas. But everything has changed since he came into contact with the 100,000-year soul ring. There are thousands of soul masters in Douluo Continent. Which one does not want to absorb a 100,000-year soul ring in his lifetime? Impossible. Yao Lao gave a very affirmative negative answer. The theory of Douluo Continent is not completely wrong. The 5th soul ring of an ordinary soul master has a lifespan of 12,000 years. This is not only due to the shock of the soul, but also the lifespan of the body's strength. The reason why Yang Fan can absorb a 50,000-year soul ring at the 4th soul ring is because both the soul and the body can withstand the impact of a 50,000-year soul ring. However, 100,000 years, which is equivalent to the power of a title Douluo, is far beyond the ability of ordinary soul masters to withstand. Can't it? Yang Fan was a little disappointed. He thought that, when he was a soul king, he could put on a red soul ring and show off in front of his grandfather. Stinky boy, how can it be so easy? Even if you can really absorb a 100,000-year soul ring, where can we, the master and disciple, find a 100,000-year soul beast? Even if we really find it, it's hard to say who will kill whom at that time. That's right. For example, 2 days ago, a titan ape chased them like a dog. Master, what are the medicinal materials for refining the 4th grade Dragon Bone Pill? Let's get back to the point. Yang Fan only knew that the Dragon Bone Pill needed the soul bone on Hu Yanla's head. As for the other ingredients, he also knew that the medicinal materials used to refine the pill together with the soul bone must be very difficult to find. To refine the Dragon Bone Pill, you need 10 pieces of dragon ZHR leaves, a soul bone, and a 10,000-year dragon bone flower. He knew about dragon ZHR leaves, but he had never seen or even heard of the 10,000-year dragon bone flower. Yang Fan guessed that it was probably the name used on the Douluo Continent. At this time, Yang Fan saw an intriguing smile on Yao Lao's lips. This smile is not simple. Dragon Ganoderma leaves. You still have a lot of them in your hands now. As for the so-called dragon bone flower, it actually grows together with dragon Ganoderma leaves. Ice fire yin yang eyes? Yang Fan finally understood the deep meaning of Yao Lao's smile. There is actually nothing to worry about going to Ice Fire Yin Yang Eyes. With Yao Lao's current strength, he will be completely defeated if he meets Gudubo again. Then let's go now. Do it as soon as you say it. The place that the master and apprentice lost in the Stardao Great Forest must be regained in the Sunset Forest this time. Silly boy. How can you be so impatient? Aren't you going to buy the herbs on your prescription? Yao Lao saw the 10,000-year-old dragon bone flower when he was at the Ice Fire Yin Yang Eyes last time. However, in front of many excellent quality herbs, that dragon bone flower does not seem so dazzling. It was not until Yang Fan got the deafened skull from the elephant armor sect that the previously neglected dragon bone flower suddenly jumped into his mind. Yang Fan glanced at the densely packed prescriptions. Things have their priorities. He entered the city's largest medicine store as quickly as possible to buy goods. In the past, he would definitely eat and take, and more or less get some back from the store owner. However, this time he simply did not have the leisure to do so. I'm really sorry. Because of the recent Soul Master competition, the Millennium Soul returning grass in the store has been sold out. If there is stock, our store can notify you as soon as possible. Because Yang Fan is an old customer, he received preferential treatment from the pharmacy. If it were someone else, who cares about you? Anyway, this kind of medicinal material is not difficult to sell. I can give you one. Just at this moment, a girl's voice sounded beside Yang Fan. This voice was so ethereal and scary. Thank you. Go ask the store owner for the money. He gave the medicine shop 1,000 gold soul coins, but the medicine shop didn't give him the medicine. Instead, a girl next to him whose face he couldn't see clearly gave him the medicine. then his money should naturally fall into the girl's pocket. Yang Fan didn't know whether the kind girl who gave him the soul restoring grass was still thinking, but now he had already run 2 blocks away. Yang Fan's actions were swift and resolute. On the morning of the second day, he had already enjoyed the breeze of the sunset forest. He was familiar with this soul beast forest. He had also practiced hard in the sunset forest for a period of time. Yang Fan walked in the sunset forest, and his steps were more or less a little bit of indifference. Recalling the past, when he first came to the sunset forest, he was timid, for fear that Douluo would discover the traces of their master and apprentice. Now that he came to the sunset forest again, he had begun to pray that Douluo would be at home. Otherwise, Yang Fan would not feel at ease holding this immortal herb. Here we are. With the old medicine man leading the way, the poison barrier set by Douluo on the periphery of the yin-yang eye of ice and fire was completely ineffective. Standing above the valley again, Yang Fan was surprised to find that the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire below were as full of vitality as before. The only difference was that the medicinal materials of yin-yang eyes of ice and fire had become less lush after the last baptism. It seems that poisoned Douluo is also a person who loves medicinal herbs. Yao Lao couldn't help but sigh. When he first came here, Douluo asked him to fight in the sky outside, and he had such a guess in his mind at that time. Now seeing the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire that were well maintained, Yao Lao had already made a conclusion about Douluo. The situation suddenly changed. The sudden change of the atmosphere made Yang Fan sure that Douluo, who was in this forest, had come. As expected. Although Yao Lao's strength is strong, this forest is Douluo's home after all. And after the painful experience of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire being robbed last time, Douluo must have been more vigilant. The next second, Douluo appeared. Seeing the black figure standing above the valley, his old teeth were almost broken. It was really hard to hold it. Although this figure was much taller than before, he was still recognized by Douluo at a glance. You again. Douluo's eyebrows jumped wildly. He looked angry. Dark green soul power surged out from around his body, causing the entire soul beast forest to change suddenly. A pair of emerald green eyes seemed to say, "Are you a human?" Even if the black figure standing opposite the valley did not say a word, he could still guess the purpose of this beast appearing here. Chapter 97. Is this the romance of grass lovers? I can't stand it anymore. Douluo will never allow anyone to shit on his head one after another. Once, there will be 2. Will there be 3 next time? Want to steal herbs? Then you'll have to see if you can get past me. Douluo's slender body stretched out in the wind, and the 9 soul rings on his body lit up at the same time. He is no longer the same person. Recently, he has shown signs of a breakthrough. Although he hasn't completely broken through, the improvement of his strength is a subtle process. Obviously, today's battle has to be fought, even if he doesn't want to. Yao Lao, who possessed Yang Fan's body, also had a surge of fighting spirit at this time. In an instant, the battle started. Douluo took the lead in launching an attack, and the first 3 soul rings on his body quietly lit up. A ball of emerald green light shot out from his palm. Improvement? Yao Lao casually threw out a white flame. While chatting and laughing, he had easily dissolved Douluo's green phosphorus snake king poison. Fire overcomes poison. What's more, he is the king of fire. What is this? Although it was just a fight between strong men, Douluo had already felt that Yao Lao was no longer the same as before. He had improved. So had his opponent. What was even more ridiculous was that his improvement was so insignificant in front of his opponent. Roar. Douluo looked up to the sky and roared loudly, and the 7th soul ring on his body expanded rapidly at this moment. In the blink of an eye, his body had been completely replaced by a giant green python. The giant green python was tens of meters long and as thick as a water tank. The flashing scales on its body looked extremely hard. A pair of lantern-like green eyes were even more green and creepy. As the giant green python swallowed clouds and spit out mist, one cloud of poisonous mist after another spewed out of his mouth. Why is Douluo the #1 group attacker in Douluo Continent? This is the reason. At this moment, Douluo's huge green eyes suddenly flashed, and then a cloud of green and purple poisonous mist spit out of his mouth. This cloud of mist was caused by his 6th soul skill, the green phosphorus snake king poison. being released in the state of the spirit's true body. Even a titled Douluo like Yu Guan had to avoid its sharp edge. However, Yao Lao stretched out his hands, and under the control of his soul power, the white flames in his palms actually formed a white dragon. The white dragon is not big. It can even be described as tiny in the face of the huge green phosphorus snake king. However, wherever such a small white dragon passed, the green phosphorus snake king's poison melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. Du Gubo was depressed. There is indeed mutual growth and mutual restraint between spirits. But he has lived for decades and never thought that one day his green phosphorus snake king would be completely restrained by others in all directions. Du Gubo knew very well that if he continued to fight, it would probably end the same as last time. Even worse than last time. At this time, he made an extremely difficult decision in his heart. The 8th and 9th soul rings lit up. This is the two strongest skills that Du Gubo relies on the most and establishes his title of Poison Douluo. However, these two powerful skills were rarely used after he was promoted to title Douluo. Because this skill is too terrifying. The wide range can easily destroy a city. Wait a minute. Yao Lao knew what Du Gubo wanted to do now. The old man wanted to destroy this forest, including the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire in this valley. His strength was indeed far superior to Du Gubo's, but facing the situation in front of him, he was in a soul state and could not stop Du Gubo from destroying the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. You are also a person who loves flowers and plants. If you destroy this place, you will never be able to cure the poison in your body. Du Gubo finally stopped his actions. He had guarded the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire below the valley for several years, and he was also very unwilling to let him destroy it like this. But what really stopped Du Gubo from releasing the killer weapon was not the immortal herbs. Do you have a way to detoxify? Du Gubo was not doing it for himself, but for his only granddaughter. After the martial spirit of the people of the green phosphorus snake king family awakens, the toxicity in their bodies will also be activated. In the process of cultivation, this potential toxicity in the body will gradually grow. I don't know how many people in the green phosphorus snake king family died suddenly because they could not suppress the toxicity in their bodies during the process of cultivation. The reason why he is still alive is because of his strength as a titled Douluo. Even so, whenever it rains and the wind blows, his body is like being eaten by billions of ants. His only granddaughter is in a worse situation than him now. Du Guyan, who just reached the 3rd ring of Soul Master this year, has already shown signs of invading the muscle layer. If no measures are taken, it is very likely that, after reaching the Soul Master level, the strength will not be able to suppress the toxins in the body. Of course, I swear by the herbs under the valley that I can help you get rid of the green phosphorus snake king poison that has invaded your bone marrow. Du Gubo snorted coldly, don't lie to me. Du Gubo knew very well where his current strength as a titled Douluo came from. Success is poison, and failure is also poison. If the green phosphorus snake king poison in his body is removed, then he, Du Gubo, is equivalent to a sick cat without fangs. Even so, he still had a little trust in the old man Yao, who he had only met twice. He himself didn't know why. Maybe it was because both of them were people who loved flowers and plants. Of course it's impossible to get rid of it so easily. I can help you suppress the poison in your body into poison pills first, so that you can be protected from snake venom in the future. As for the problem of poison pills later, I will help you slowly dissolve it with medicine. Du Gubo was suspended in the air. At this time, he didn't say a word, and it seemed that two little people were fighting in his heart. Why should I believe you? I can suppress the snake venom in your body first. The price is my medicine garden below, right? There is no free lunch in the world. If it weren't for his plan to destroy this place, how could this old guy ask him to help him detoxify? I only want one plant. Du Gubo pondered for a long time. In the end, he chose to take a risk. For himself, and even more for his granddaughter. A strong man who is far stronger than him doesn't seem to have the need to deceive him. More importantly, from beginning to end, he didn't feel the murderous intent shown by this mysterious man towards him. Of course, Du Gubo chose to believe it, because Yao Lao didn't completely clear the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire last time. He even filled all the holes he dug before leaving. Okay, I promise you, As long as you can suppress the green phosphorus snake king poison in my body, I will give you 2 more plants. Yang Fan, who was hiding in the body, was stunned. While chatting and laughing, the 2 old men made such a life and death oath. Not simple. Is this the romance of grass lovers? He was right. Last time, the 2 old men had already developed feelings for each other in the sky above the yin yang eye of ice and fire. Chapter 98. The ice and fire yin and yang are not simple at the moment. Yao Lao did what he said. If he wanted to help Douluo suppress the green phosphorus snake king poison in his body into a poison pill, the first thing to do was to draw out the poison that had invaded the bone marrow. To do this, he would need the help of an item. Pills. Douluo's current physical condition had no other good way except for pills. This old guy was lucky. If the green phosphorus snake king poison invaded his heart in a few years, Douluo's life would end here. If it was outside, even Yao Lao could only say that he was powerless against the poison in Douluo's body. But this is the yin yang eye of ice and fire. That one is poisonous. Do you want to kill me? Douluo knew that all the things in the medicine garden were good, but he didn't know which one was good for him. This was the saddest thing. Otherwise, with his current strength as a titled Douluo and the blessing of the immortal great herbs, it would definitely not be difficult for him to be promoted to a super Douluo in his lifetime. Don't you know how to fight poison with poison? At this time, Yao Lao was unwilling to pay attention to this layman. His eyes wandered in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. Fortunately, Douluo didn't understand anything. The 10,000-year dragon bone flower that didn't jump into his field of vision 2 years ago was still there, and because of the characteristics of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, this 10,000-year dragon bone flower has now grown stronger. Soon, Yao Lao collected all the herbs: golden snake and scorpion flower, flying star flower and leaf grass, and Xuantian Gong. 2 of the immortal herbs looked like they were poisonous enough to kill people, and the other Xuantian Gong had a feeling that Yang Fan couldn't describe. At this time, Yao Lao took out his beloved black magic cauldron from the ring. Good stuff. Douluo's praise almost blurted out. Although he couldn't call the name of the medicine cauldron, he could feel the mystery like the abyss from it. If it wasn't for a professional medicine refiner, it would be absolutely impossible to have a medicine cauldron of this quality. At this moment, Douluo's trust in Yao Lao inexplicably increased. Why are you still here? Yao Lao's expression was filled with a trace of dissatisfaction. Why? Could it be that I will steal your alchemy method? Douluo was very angry. He was a titled Douluo, but he was still disdainful to steal other people's things. Even if this thing was a special skill. This is a habit of mine when I make alchemy. If you want to suppress the snake venom in your body, come back tomorrow morning. Yao Lao was not afraid that Douluo would steal his knowledge. Don't say he looked down on Douluo Continent. Without his hand-in-hand teaching, no one on Douluo Continent could understand this alchemy method. Yao Lao didn't want to leave his back to a stranger when he was making alchemy. He was really scared. Even Yang Fan had to observe him for many years before he had the idea of accepting a disciple. HMPH. Douluo was so angry that he left with a wave of his sleeves. The slight good impression that he had just had on Yao Lao disappeared at this moment. Night. A light green pill condensed in the black magic cauldron and slowly floated above the medicine cauldron with the rising of Dao Qi. The pill Qi dissipated and the green pill became clearer. Master, can such a 5th grade pill suppress the green phosphorus snake king poison in Douluo's body into a poison pill? Yang Fan expressed some doubts. Of course not. The effect of this pill is only to continuously release the snake venom in Douluo's bone marrow. As for suppressing it into a poison pill, it is entirely the business of him, the titled Douluo. Yao Lao looked up at the sky and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. After his soul power reached the middle stage of the spiritual realm, his speed of refining pills also increased. Originally, he wanted Douluo to come to get the medicine early tomorrow morning, but it was already a pill at night. Silly boy. Don't you understand why I want to help Douluo detoxify? Indeed. With his current strength, he can completely rob it. Although it is unlikely that the entire ice and fire yin-yang eyes will be protected when Douluo releases the strongest attack, it is not difficult to take away the 10,000-year dragon bone flower. However, Yao Lao did not do so. Master knows that you work hard to improve yourself for yourself, and for the PoE clan to turn over. You did nothing wrong. Working hard to cultivate can indeed improve yourself, but if you want to turn over the entire family, it is not enough to rely on yourself. Douluo has a grudge against the spirit hall. Such a person may be a good helper for the PoE clan. Once upon a time, when he left the Yao clan, he also wanted to make a name for himself on the Douluo Continent with his passion. But as he experienced more and more, he gradually understood what it meant to be alone. Yang Fan wanted to fight against the spirit hall, but his strength alone was far from enough. Thank you, Master. Yang Fan was moved. Yao Lao thought he didn't understand, but in fact he knew everything. But when he was still in the reverie stage, Yao Lao had already done this for him. Yao Lao was right. Douluo is really a rare good player against the spirit hall. Douluo may not be able to beat any title Douluo on the Douluo Continent, but this old man can beat the opponent with only title Douluo left. But Master, how should I win over Douluo to help the PoE clan? Even if Douluo is the weakest among the title Douluo, he may not look down on the PoE clan. Even if he helps him detoxify successfully, it is Yao Lao's kindness that people remember, not the PoE clan. What's more, Douluo didn't know there was a person like Yang Fan from the beginning to the end. Don't worry about it. You have done him a lot of favors, so are you afraid that he won't pay it back? Yao Lao smiled. This is why he was able to get along well in Zhongzhou before. Okay. Yang Fan also knew that he must not rush to develop the power of the PoE clan. After Douluo's poison is cured, isn't there Douluo Yan? There is a long way to go. As long as his alchemy skills are gradually improved, is there any worry that a strong man like Douluo will not take the initiative to find him? After thinking this through, Yang Fan sat cross-legged on the ground and began to practice. Very good. Yao Lao was very satisfied after sensing the emotional changes of his beloved disciple. This kid is always so worry-free. After Yang Fan gradually entered the state of cultivation, Yao Lao focused his attention on the two-colored pool of water in the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. His expression was solemn. The last time he came, he felt that there seemed to be something in the yin-yang eye of ice and fire that was pulling his soul. However, his soul power was not enough last time, and he could not make a conclusion about this looming feeling. But this time, he dared to say that there must be something under the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. This thing is not simple. Chapter 99. Yao Lao's soul leaves his body, scaring Douluo. Early in the morning, the humidity in the Soul Beast Forest made the special atmosphere of ice and fire in the valley even stronger. Fortunately, Yang Fan's physical strength is still good, otherwise he might feel uncomfortable if he stayed here for a night. Can this little pill really suppress the snake venom in my body? Douluo's heart was complicated at this time. The green little pill in his palm gave him an indescribable feeling. If he didn't have a deep understanding of the medicine garden he had guarded for decades, he would now suspect that Yao Lao had replaced the medicinal materials during the process of refining the elixir. That's right. He smelled the smell of 3 kinds of medicinal materials from this pill. Although he couldn't name the 3 medicinal materials, he was very sure that this pill was made of those 3 medicinal materials. He could feel that this green pill itself was still poisonous, but this poison made him feel that it was not so deadly. Amazing. He has been playing with poison all his life, but this is the first time he has seen such an operation. Although he didn't want to admit it, he had to say that he was not as good as the masked old man in front of him in the study of poison. No. Douluo was about to explode. Yao Lao said, this pill can draw out the snake venom in your bone marrow. As for how to compress it into a poison pill, I don't need to teach you, right? Of course. Douluo just couldn't do anything about the snake venom that had penetrated deep into his bone marrow, but if the snake venom was drawn out, he would be in control. However, Douluo was still frightened when he held this pill he had never seen before. Why? Are you afraid of death? Yao Lao's provocation worked immediately. Douluo's hesitant eyes instantly became firm as iron. HMPH. The next second, Douluo had already put the pill into his mouth. In fact, just now, he really felt fear in his heart. He thought about it again. It's not right. If this old man really wanted his life, there was no need to go to great lengths to refine a pill. The pill entered his throat and instantly made Du Gubo feel the changes in his body. A cool breath instantly exploded in his body. Under the pull of this breath, the green phosphorus snake king poison in his bones also became agitated. At this moment, he felt as if cracks appeared in the bones of his body, and the endless flow of the green phosphorus snake king poison was overflowing. The changes in his body were conveying a message to Du Gubo. There was a solution to the green phosphorus snake king poison that had troubled him for decades. Du Gubo was surprised. He couldn't imagine that such a seemingly inconspicuous green pill could have such great magic. At this moment, Du Gubo sat cross-legged on the ground and began to suppress the green phosphorus snake king poison in his body. He had started suppressing the green phosphorus snake king poison since the day he became a soul master. This kind of thing can be said to be handy for him. Your snake venom has penetrated into your bone marrow for more than a day or two. It is definitely not something that can be done overnight. To pull it all out, take another pill in half a year to completely eliminate it. With Yao Lao's strength, he could completely eliminate the green phosphorus snake king poison that penetrated into Du Gubo's bone marrow at one time. However, he did not do so. Taking the pill in multiple times seemed to be a greater favor to Du Gubo. More importantly, Yao Lao had a plan in mind, and this plan might use Du Gubo. The title Douluo. Soon, Du Gubo had completed the first suppression of the green phosphorus snake king poison in his body. I never accept favors for nothing. In addition to the 10,000-year-old dragon bone flower you want, you can choose some more. Shocked, Du Gubo had never thought that the elixir would have such an immediate effect on his green phosphorus snake king. Since you said so, I won't be polite. Du Gubo's mouth twitched suddenly. A very bad premonition suddenly arose in his heart. He regretted that he had made a promise that he shouldn't have made because he was too excited. However, okay. But you have to help me save another person. This person is not someone else, but my only granddaughter. He and I are both troubled by the green phosphorus snake king poison. Du Gubo can now feel the effect of the green elixir. His granddaughter is saved. No problem. Yao Lao agreed very decisively. For him, this kind of easy thing is still worried that Du Gubo will not come to him. Where should I go to find you in 3 months? Although he was a little embarrassed, Du Gubo still asked. This old man came and went without a trace. Until now, he didn't even know the face under the mask, let alone which sect he belonged to. That's not urgent. Before that, I need your help. As he spoke, a phantom suddenly appeared behind Yang Fan, and the next second Yao Lao's soul appeared. Who are you? Du Gubo was shocked by this sudden scene and his martial soul was scared out. He had lived for most of his life, but this was the first time he had seen such a strange phenomenon. Is this a human? What? You don't recognize him now? It would have been better if Yao Lao didn't speak. As soon as he spoke, Du Gubo was shocked. It can be confirmed that this floating and incorporeal thing is not a human, let alone a martial soul. Are you a human or a ghost? It is difficult for Du Gubo to accept that there are such strange things in this world. I'm neither a human nor a ghost. I can only be regarded as a remnant soul that resides in someone else's body. Call me Yao Chen if you want. Du Gubo's gaze shifted from Yao Lao's soul to Yang Fan. If this is a soul that resides in someone else's body, then who is standing in front of him now? At this time, Yang Fan took off his mask, revealing his slightly immature face. Senior Debu. Yao Lao's sudden appearance was not a whim decision, but the result of careful consideration last night. If the Poyi clan really wants a title Douluo like Du Gubo to become a helper against the Spirit Hall, then the two sides must have a day to face each other. Isn't this a great opportunity? Exclamation mark. What are you doing? Du Gubo's amazing brain is no longer enough at this time. He understands what Yao Lao said, but this kind of thing is too difficult to accept. Even if this is already a fact in front of him. Stop talking nonsense. The reason I showed up is to ask you for help. Yao Lao focused his attention on the pool of ice and fire yin yang eyes. He was now certain that there was something underneath, and it was this mysterious thing that made this valley a treasure land. Just like the strange fire, the appearance of strange fire can often affect the terrain and environment of an entire area, even the vegetation or the cultivation of the fighting master. The same is true for this yin yang eye of ice and fire. He was just not sure what the mysterious thing underneath was, but he thought it should be related to the two attributes of ice and fire. Chapter 100, The Power of Strange Fire. What? Go down. I think you are crazy. Douluo simply didn't dare to think about it. The many immortal herbs in the yin yang eyes of ice and fire were not something he dared to touch easily, and the old medicine man in front of him actually told him to jump into the hot spring. It is called a hot spring, but this pool of water formed by the fusion of ice and fire is extremely poisonous. He once tried it with a soul beast. He kicked the soul beast into the pool with 1 foot, and within 3 seconds, the body was gone. Even Yang Fan, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but tremble in his heart when he heard the decision of the old medicine man. As a time traveler, he can be said to be very familiar with the yin yang eyes of ice and fire. The original book mentioned that the 2 dragon masters, the Water Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King, of the 9 Dragon Kings, fell at the same time, and their bodies sank into the sunset forest, which gave rise to the yin yang eyes of ice and fire today. The reason why so many immortal herbs can grow next to the yin yang eyes of ice and fire is all due to the nourishment of the bodies of the Water Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King. The conclusion that the old medicine man said there is something below should not be wrong. But we are the ones who want to go down. But we didn't say we would take you with us. Yao Lao was very sure that there must be something down there, but he was not sure whether it was what Yang Fan needed. But with Yang Fan's current strength, how could he feel at ease letting this kid go down alone? Don't blame me for not stopping you if you want to die. Not to mention not taking him with him. Even kneeling down would not necessarily make Douluo go with him to die. After we go down, you stay here to help us guard this hot spring. This is why Yao Lao took the initiative to show up. After they go down, someone must guard the retreat above the yin yang eye of ice and fire to ensure that there is no risk of error. And this person can only be Douluo, who is extremely familiar with the yin yang eye of ice and fire. Are you really going to go down? Until this moment, Douluo's heart was still a little unbelievable. He knew that he had guarded the yin yang eye of ice and fire for decades. This is a road of death and no life. Even a peak Douluo at level 99 would not survive for an hour if he jumped into the hot spring. Can you help me with this favor? Yao Lao was helpless. If he had a choice, this person would definitely not be Douluo. Of course, he also had a backup plan. In the green pill that Douluo took, if this old guy wanted to cause trouble, he would die the moment he attacked them. If everyone was safe, then he would defuse this time bomb in the pill half a year later. No way. It was not as good as he imagined for him to hand over his escape route to an old man he had only met twice. Don't worry. I will stand up there to collect your bodies. Having said that, but Douluo didn't want the master and apprentice to encounter any misfortune from the bottom of his heart. It didn't matter whether his snake venom could be completely eliminated. The key was his granddaughter Yan'an. Master, do we really have to jump in like this? Yang Fan's scalp was numb. In the original work, Tang San swam in the yin yang eye of ice and fire to speed up the absorption of the ice and fire immortal grass and improve his body strength, but this kid only swam for a while and came up after jumping in. He admitted that he was stronger than Tang San now, but in front of the powerful corpses of the Water Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King, it should be considered equality for all beings. You little brat. Do you really think Master is stupid? After saying that, Yao Lao took out a bottle of red liquid from his ring. It was the Ganoderma lucidum liquid extracted from the Jinyangzi that they failed to bid for in Xingluo City. Yang Fan instantly understood what Yao Lao meant. The function of the Ganoderma lucidum liquid is to protect the internal organs from being damaged for a certain period of time after taking it. But can the 10,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum liquid really withstand the erosion of the yin yang eye of ice and fire? Yao Lao saw his concerns and said with a smile, Master, don't you have this? Bone Spirit Cold Fire. If Yao Lao had not been fully prepared, how could he let Yang Fan go deep into the danger? After a night of thinking, Yao Lao's plan had already been perfect. The surface of the yin yang eye of ice and fire is divided into 2 parts, ice and fire, and the bottom must be more clearly divided. Bone Spirit Cold Fire is the ultimate ice and fire. They can completely use the properties of the bone spirit cold fire and the effect of the Ganoderma lucidum liquid to go deep into the fire, attribute to see what is going on. As for the other part, under the situation of ice and fire competing against each other, it is completely possible to radially infer the scene of the ice attribute. Just do it. Yang Fan poured the 10,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum into his stomach. A warm feeling instantly spread throughout his body, and he clearly felt that this warm energy was like a soul enveloping his internal organs. This might be the effect of the 10,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum, that Yao Lao said. Because the Ganoderma lucidum liquid only lasts for 72 hours after taking it, even if Yang Fan was a little timid in his heart, he dared not delay for a moment. Boom. The cold fire of the bone spirit rose instantly. After logging into Yao Lao's account again, Yang Fan had only one feeling in his heart, strong. That was a kind of strength that he could not reach for the time being. After Yao Lao's soul was slightly repaired, the power that could be lent to him was also qualitatively improved. Yang Fan looked back at Du Gubo, who was standing not far away. He was not very worried about this old guy. Although the Soul Master Circle said that Du Gubo was aloof and cold by nature, Yang Fan thought it was completely understandable. He had cultivated to the level of titled Douluo, and he was still laughing and joking with them. A low-level Soul Master? He cultivated to the level of titled Douluo, and he was also aloof. Yang Fan's impression of Du Gubo was not bad, and the old man's life and his granddaughter's life were in Yao Lao's hands. Could he still do anything? Yang Fan took a deep breath, and then dived into the hot spring. He subconsciously clenched his teeth. Cold, hot, cold and hot. The pleasure of ice and fire gave Yang Fan an indescribable experience. If it weren't for Yao Lao's bone spirit cold fire, he might have been melted now. Yang Fan once again felt the power of the strange fire. Even if it was affected by the factors of the Douluo Continent, it could completely counter the energy released by the corpse of the Fire Dragon King. Cold on the left and hot on the right. The two different changes in the body and arms made it easy for Yang Fan to identify the direction he should dive. When Yang Fan just dived, he didn't feel any other feedback from his body except the heat. However, when he dived below 100 meters, he inexplicably felt that the water around him became more and more viscous. If it weren't for the protection of the strange fire and fighting spirit, it would probably flow into his eyes. The original novel mentioned that the bodies of the Water Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King were buried thousands of feet below the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. This statement may be too ridiculous, but the bodies of the two Dragon Kings must be buried very deep. It's only 100 meters. The water becomes thicker and thicker as you go down. Yang Fan feels that the pressure on his body is gradually increasing. 200 meters, 300 meters, 500 meters. Yang Fan's martial spirit has long been forced out by the blazing heat under the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.